Ceres is just your average guy who has recently awakened his system abilities. However, his system has a unique target. Anyone under its influence will be overwhelmed by their feelings for him. At the moment, he finds himself staring down an imposing demonic woman, whose mere presence sends his comrades into a panic. As she confronts these so-called heroes of humanity, she can't help but feel a sense of boredom at their helplessness. This fierce demonic figure is none other than Princess Yug, the wife of the Demon King. Under the Demon King's orders, she delights in tormenting the humans. Meanwhile, Bella, a D-class hero, finds herself weary and vulnerable. She urges Ceres to flee without her, knowing full well that they are no match for Princess Yug. Despite being at the bottom of the ranks, Bro has some serious guts and stands his ground against the demonic threat, convinced he can handle her. Those are his words, not mine. Meanwhile, the demon villainess is stretching her body, a sight that likely made some of you smile like kids who just got free candy. But in truth, her frustration stems from how weak humanity truly is. Ceres finds himself blushing, a nosebleed betraying his reaction to her irresistible charms. Even Bella is taken aback, astonished that this man is so infatuated while facing a threat that could cost them their lives. She urges him to focus on escaping the battlefield as swiftly as possible. Meanwhile, Princess Yug remains blissfully unconcerned about the fight, so much so that one of her orcs has to remind her that there's still one lowly opponent standing. Shifting from seductive to utterly unhinged, she charges forward, driven by a primal hunger for blood. Meanwhile, our protagonist stands tall, confidently T-posing like a true Chad, blissfully unaware that Princess Yug has sinister plans to turn his head into a wine glass. As he logs into the system, he designates Princess Yug as his target. Just as the monstrous demon prepares to end his life with a single swing, the system's effects activate. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, she gently caresses the back of his head and leans in for a long kiss. Surprisingly, this bizarre system rewards him with attack points for successfully completing the kiss. Who knew that romance could be so rewarding? It seems Sung Jin-woo's system has finally met its match. Meanwhile, Bella is losing her mind over this fool. Even a random orc warrior is left bewildered, wondering what on earth she's doing in the midst of their battle. Empowered by his newfound strength, Ceres effortlessly takes down 3 monsters with a single swing of his sword. Princess Yug gasps in shock as she pulls away with lightning speed. Meanwhile, Ceres maintains a determined expression, though it's clear he relished the unexpected kiss. Yug, on the other hand, is utterly bewildered. Her intent had been to eliminate him, yet she found herself locked in a moment of intimacy instead. Standing tall like a noble warrior, Ceres proclaims that he will sacrifice his body for the safety of the city, a declaration that might just be the most audacious sacrifice ever witnessed in any manhwa tale. Yug's underlings were utterly bewildered. They had heard the whispers about the demonic princess having a secret boyfriend, but they were shocked to discover he was a human. One of the warriors shouted at his foolish comrades, furious at their disrespect for the princess by tarnishing her name with a mere human. Meanwhile, Princess Yug was in turmoil, desperately hoping the Demon King wouldn't learn of this incident. Her heart raced after that unexpected encounter, a mix of excitement and dread swirling within her. Determined to end the conflict once and for all, Yug dispatches her warriors to eliminate him. Strangely, he chooses not to activate his locking ability against them, opting instead to confront them directly. He deflects a powerful swing from one of the orcs, showcasing his skill. However, despite his enhanced attack power, his equipment proves fragile. Shattering on the remaining warriors prepare to unleash their fury upon him. One of them swings wide in a horizontal arc, forcing Ceres to duck and evade, narrowly avoiding becoming a Kit Kat. Despite his low defensive stats, he seizes the moment, tapping into his offensive power boost to counterattack, successfully slicing through his opponent's weapon. Suddenly, another orc lunges at him from behind, as if Ceres owes him rent, forcing the man to retreat and retaliate with a powerful strike. As Bella watches the battle unfold, she finds herself speechless. This is clearly not the Ceres she knows. Meanwhile, Ceres laments his inability to inflict more than a mere scratch on the monster, despite his best efforts. His situation takes a turn for the worse when Princess Yug descends from above, intent on delivering a crushing blow. Caught in her powerful attack, Ceres is thrown back by the shockwave, sending Bella reeling and piquing the interest of the surrounding demons. Yug had finally pinned Sirius to the ground, ready to end his life. It seemed there was no escape for him this time, especially with one of her underlings poised to deliver the fatal blow. But just as the moment approached, the demon princess intervened, sending him sprawling with a swift flick of her tail, halting the execution of the insufferable human. Her remaining followers exchanged bewildered glances as Princess Yug issued a stern command. Not a single one of them was to move an inch. After all, she's determined to take care of this human herself. Just to clarify, those are her words, not mine. The orc warriors cheer in delight, fully supporting her decision with enthusiasm. It genuinely looks terrifying, as if she's about to bite his head off. But to his surprise, Yug merely nibbles on his ear, her saliva dripping down onto his face. Our protagonist is genuinely annoyed by this treatment. He prides himself on his character, yet that annoyance fades as he reminds himself that this is yet another noble sacrifice for his people. Yug is behaving strangely, pondering why she has developed such an affection for a human. It's clear she's quite taken with him. Despite his suffering, the system rewards him handsomely, enhancing his stats in return. The orcs witnessing this explicit scene unfold are visibly flustered. Some even speculate that this might be one of her cruel methods to torment the human before his demise. After enduring more than enough of this bizarre encounter, Sirius believes his stat points have finally reached a level sufficient to take her on. With determination, he retaliates, swinging his broken blade toward her upper back. However, the demon princess remains vigilant, even amidst her amusement. In a swift motion, she seizes his arm, halting the attack, and then tightens her grip around his neck. Yug slams him against the nearest wall, leaving her minions in awe. Convinced that she's finally serious about her plan to eliminate him, with him pinned, she pauses, contemplating whether she should have held back just a bit. You insignificant humans are so confident in challenging demons, she taunts Sirius, revealing her true intention to toy with him. She shatters his armor, making a bold statement that humans are powerless without their gear. Yet, in truth, she's captivated by Sirius's form, while her minions eagerly anticipate his demise. As he prepares to strike, he notices her hand inching toward his face, fully aware of the peril that awaits if she connects. Desperately, he prays for endurance, knowing she's poised to drain his very life force. She pins him down, asserting her dominance while he begins to grasp the harsh reality. He simply lacks the strength to defeat these monsters. Meanwhile, Bella stands by, utterly bewildered, struggling to even label the chaos unfolding as a battle. Our protagonist, however, is caught up in his own bravado, convinced he's making great sacrifices for the greater good. Fueled by overconfidence, he decides it's time to unleash his full potential and go on the offensive. What unfolds next can only be captured through the astonished reactions of the monsters. Here's a hint. The system didn't just grant him one power boost, but dozens in a single instant. To add to the absurdity, the Demon King himself makes an entrance, only to drop his sword in shock. After all, he just witnessed his prized possession being stolen right before his eyes. Even Princess Yug is taken aback to discover the Demon Lord here, while the ugly-looking figure stands speechless. This is Bartley, the Demon Lord, and his unexpected presence during the intimate moment has triggered a surprising reward for our protagonist. Every single stat has been doubled by the system. Who knew that being a third wheel could have its perks? Bartley, consumed by fury, unleashes a rage akin to any man who catches his partner in the act of betrayal. Yug is in the midst of explaining the situation, but our protagonist is already primed for a confrontation with the Demon King. Bartley is seething with rage, as if he could use a Snickers to calm down. In a flash, he lunges forward, determined to protect his concubine from the human who dares to toy with her. The first blow lands with devastating force, sending our hero crashing to the ground beside Bella. Undeterred, Ceres springs to his feet, insisting that he can still fight. Assessing the situation, he realizes that the Demon King's attack power is far beyond what he can handle. Bartley shifts his focus to Princess Yug, wondering why she seems to be enjoying herself with others once more. The Demon Lord is furious that she hasn't changed at all. It's as if he's declaring she belongs to the streets. Princess Yug, filled with indignation, turns the blame back on him, demanding to know why he has arrived so late. Even the Demon Lord and his servants are taken aback by her words. Princess Yug stands firm, declaring that she only went too far because Bartley arrived far too late. She holds him accountable for allowing the situation to spiral out of control. Frustration radiates from her as she expresses her anger at his tardiness in finding her. The irony is palpable. Despite being the one who cheated, Bartley is the one consumed by guilt, apologizing for taking his time while slaughtering the humans along the way. The other warriors can hardly believe the Demon Lord's unexpected display of affection towards his lover. It's a sight they've never witnessed before. Meanwhile, as their lovers' quarrel unfolds, Cirrus seizes the opportunity to make a discreet exit from the awkward scene. He takes Bella by the arm, guiding her carefully as her injured leg hinders her movement. She requires all the care and attention he can offer. Meanwhile, Yug plays the victim, tears streaming down her face as she laments that their cherished relationship has been shattered by one man's interference. Fueled by anger and betrayal, Bartley recognizes the scoundrel responsible for this chaos and vows to end his life. However, Yug halts him in his tracks, tugging at his leg and proclaiming that he is the only one she truly loves. Frustrated, Bartley yells at his foolish servants, who are merely spectators in this unfolding drama instead of capturing the humans. One of the warriors explains that Yug had strictly ordered them not to interfere, which only serves to infuriate the Demon Lord further. In a flash of divine speed, he darts towards Cirrus and Bella, ready to take matters into his own hands. The ceiling shatters as the Demon Lord descends, intent on punishing the fool of a human who dared to seduce his concubine. With a powerful swing, Bartley sends our hero crashing to the ground, pain radiating through his body. Yug watches the fight unfold, and even Ceres is beginning to doubt his chances. It's clear that against Bartley's overwhelming strength, our protagonist is outmatched and struggling to keep himself together. Without a doubt, he stands no chance against this foe. The worst part? The Demon Lord is charging in, intent on finishing the job, ready to slice our hero in half. After all, it's a fitting punishment for the most heinous of crimes. Realizing there was no escape from this dire situation, Ceres desperately pleaded for the systems to lock in. In a surprising twist, Yug intervened on his behalf, delivering a swift slap to the Demon Lord that redirected his attack. Bartley stood there, utterly speechless, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. Seizing the moment, Ceres made it his mission to run faster than the Flash, determined to escape with all his might. Meanwhile, the Demon Lord is sulking like a petulant child, upset that his concubine dared to intervene on behalf of a human. The system registers this as a critical blow to his pride, granting him a free level up as a result. However, Cirrus knows that now is not the time to engage in battle. He keeps running. Meanwhile, the demoness is losing her mind over the human, openly declaring her desire for his body. Bartley attempts to intervene, but she swiftly frees herself and leaps toward the human, eager to indulge in her newfound freedom. With a powerful crash, the demon concubine pins Cirrus down, likely shattering his remaining intact ribs in the process. In the midst of their passionate encounter, Cirrus not only gains valuable stat points, but also does so under the watchful gaze of the Demon Lord. Bartley, fully aware of his shortcomings, takes responsibility and insists on protecting the human on her behalf. However, she responds with fierce hostility, cursing him not to interrupt her enjoyment. In that moment, Cirrus delivers the most significant blow to the Demon Lord yet, as he crumbles to his knees in despair. Bella rushes in to rescue her friend from the clutches of the shameless demon, despite her companion's warnings about the danger. In a twist of fate, the D-rank girl finds herself ensnared by the demon's tail, pinned helplessly against the wall. Meanwhile, Yug revels in the thrill of having Cirrus all to herself. She wonders what has driven her to behave so erratically, feeling as though she is no longer the person she once was. Instead of clarity, her mind is consumed by a wave of ecstasy, compelling her to quench her thirst through the human before her. Bartley rises, his sorrows swiftly morphing into anger and denial. In a fit of rage, he propels himself into hyperspeed once more, intent on ending her life. Just as the blade is poised to slice through her, the Demon Lord halts, roaring that he still loves her and can't summon the courage to deliver the final blow. In a dramatic display, he crashes to the ground, his unraveling mental state evident even to the system itself. The self-destruction process of the unstable demon is now in motion, filling Princess Yug with dread, while the other minions scramble to save themselves. Meanwhile, Bartley's condition spirals into a complete meltdown, and in the chaos, Cirrus is unexpectedly rewarded with a new skill for reaching level 10. With a swift and decisive strike, Cirrus delivers a clean blow across the Demon Lord's neck, marking the kill with his special skill, the swift body slash. Bartley's body collapses to the ground, halting the self-destruction sequence and averting total annihilation. Even with a shattered blade, Cirrus proves his prowess, delivering a lethal blow thanks to his remarkable skill. Princess Yug feels a pang of disappointment as she grapples with the Demon Lord's unexpected reaction, still bewildered by how everything has come to this. In a shocking twist, even after his neck was severed, the Demon Lord lunges at her in a final desperate act. His lifeless form collapses onto Yug, eliciting a heart-wrenching wail of agony from her. This chaotic moment inadvertently frees Bella from the grip of the Demon Lord's tail. The Demon Lord calls upon his concubine to honor her earlier vow, swearing that they would meet their end together. Yet, it seems he remains on a path of self-destruction, while Yud pleads for her freedom, desperate to escape death's grasp. In a moment of sheer vulnerability, she embodies the classic damsel in distress. Just then, her hero Cirrus intervenes, swiftly severing the Demon Lord's arm and snatching Yug away to safety. Even after being beheaded, the Demon Lord manages to utter a few final words, but his fate is sealed as the self-destruct sequence reaches its climax, obliterating the area around him. In a desperate bid for survival, Cirrus swiftly grabs both Bella and Yug, pulling them to safety just in time. They tumble down to a lower level of the dungeon, where they finally catch their breath. As they rest at the bottom, Cirrus can't help but wonder if they've truly hit rock bottom. To everyone's astonishment, the colossal Yug has been replaced by a tiny salamander. Her magic value has plummeted to 0 when she barely has 10 HP left. Bro stares in disbelief as the little salamander scurries into his pockets for safety. Meanwhile, Bella rises from the ground in a rather awkward position and inquires about Cirrus's condition. The system confirms the defeat of the Demon Lord, granting our hero access to the Naya dungeon map as his reward. He hesitates, torn between inspecting the map and the distracting sight before him, Bella, who has him blushing with a nosebleed. As she hops off, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Cirrus takes charge of the map window. With a few commands, he uncovers a wealth of information. The map reveals marked features that indicate where resources can be gathered and even highlights the locations of formidable bosses. With this, Cirrus will never have to worry about getting lost in dungeons again. Bella looks on in surprise. She can't see the system window he's referring to. Just as he helps her to her feet and they prepare to leave, a sudden pain grips Cirrus. He doubles over, coughing up a torrent of purple liquid. His body seems to be under the influence of a dark, demonic magic, and his hand trembles with excruciating pain. Cirrus struggles to contain it, but the suffering is so intense that even a man like him finds himself rolling on the floor, weeping helplessly like a child. Suddenly, cuts begin to appear all over his body, prompting Bella to rush to his side. She wraps her arms around him, determined to help him endure this torment. She feels the heat radiating from his body, intense enough to cause his pinky finger to sizzle and extinguish in agony. This marks the end of Cirrus's torment, leaving him numb as he takes a moment to gather himself. Finally, he reassures himself that he's okay. Meanwhile, Bella stands in shock, bewildered by the bizarre transformation of his body and the sudden loss of his pinky finger. The warrior reveals that the situation is actually the result of poisoning. To understand how it all unfolded, let's rewind 6 months to a monster raid in a city. He witnessed a fierce battle between a hero and a horde of monsters, sparked by a mysterious special box. Suddenly, one of the monsters slashed the box, unleashing violent shockwaves that echoed through the streets. Unfortunately, Cirrus was nearby when the chaos erupted, and he was thrown into the ruins. As the sliced box spilled its special liquid, the sky transformed into a haunting crimson, and a rain of blood began to pour down. The putrid stench was enough to make Cirrus gag, but it was nothing compared to the fate of the hero, whose body melted away under the relentless downpour. The same was true for the monsters. Each one endured an endless cycle of pain. Cirrus, however, was fortunate enough to avoid the rain. Yet, upon waking, he discovered he had suffered from lethal poisoning despite never having come into contact with it. The doctors grimly informed him he had only a year left to live. Just when hope seemed lost, a system window appeared out of nowhere, revealing that only the blood of the demon god could cure his affliction. The system requested his permission for a full binding, and Cirrus, after a moment's hesitation, accepted. In that instant, he learned that the demon god was lurking within the Naya dungeon. Additionally, he uncovered the tantalizing possibility that an antidote for the poison lay hidden somewhere in its depths. For now, he simply wants to find a room, change his clothes, and recover before facing another battle. The scene shifts to a group of adventurers approaching a dungeon room. Suddenly, the party's tank senses danger just as a laser beam shoots out, narrowly missing everyone except for him, of course. The vice captain urges his men to remain still, warning them to avoid triggering any hidden traps that might spring up unexpectedly. They stand frozen, as if caught off guard by a sudden pop quiz in English or Spanish. Their strongest defender, the party's tank, has already been taken out by a single trap, leaving them on high alert. Unfortunately, they can't even use anyone as bait to test for more traps, forcing them to tread carefully in this perilous situation. Despite the overwhelming odds, retreating isn't an option for the group just yet. Cyrus, the captain of the crusade, insists they adhere to traditional tactics, which means using their weakest soldier as bait. Poor Guy is thrust forward, tasked with the grim responsibility of finding the right path or else. With Cyrus ready to end his life for any sign of disobedience, the soldier's fate hangs by a thread, leaving everyone else helpless in the face of such ruthless orders. Just as despair begins to envelop him, Claude appears with a glimmer of hope. He presents a special arrow designed for exploration, promising to enhance their chances of survival. However, to everyone's shock, Cyrus suddenly slices the equipment in half, an act of sheer foolishness that sends the D-rank warrior spiraling deeper into despair. Cyrus is furious with the vice captain's childish antics, threatening to kill him if he continues to mess around. Meanwhile, the scumbag orders the D-rank member of their party to get up and start exploring. The poor guy, trembling in fear, takes a hesitant step forward. Fortunately, he hasn't triggered any traps yet, but the next step is the most precarious. He has no idea where to go. As he weighs his options, the team leader cuts him off, urging him to move. Trembling, the decoy lifts his leg and takes another tentative step. I can't help but think this feels a lot like playing Russian roulette. Each moment could mean the difference between life and death. He knows all too well that his reckless path is leading him straight to his demise. Overwhelmed by the fear of death, he finds himself frozen in place. The sheer weight of his terror compels him to turn back, desperately pleading for a chance to escape his fate. Unfortunately, due to his carelessness, he steps on a pressure plate that activates a deadly trap, sending a clean beam straight through his head. The rest of the group watches in horror, realizing that the trajectory of the beam leaves them vulnerable from nearly every angle. As his lifeless body collapses to the ground, their leader, Cyrus, grimly orders the next lowest-ranked member to step forward. To their surprise, the door creaks open on its own, drawing their attention. Stepping through is our boy, clearly taken aback by the unexpected presence of his companions. And remember the decoy team they mentioned earlier? It turns out Bella and Cyrus were meant to play that role. The team leader is left in shock, realizing that both of them not only survived, but also managed to escape the perilous levels. The survival of Ceres ignites a fury within him. It's as if peace is a distant dream. Let's delve into the events leading up to their descent into the dungeon. Ceres was captured, accused of possessing sensitive information about Cyrus's wife's underwear. Now that's quite the absurdity. It appears that this main character believes the answer to every dilemma is simple. I'll just sleep with your girlfriend and you'll regret it. Ceres struggled to provide a half-hearted explanation, but one could only imagine Cyrus's fury, teetering on the edge of violence over the suggestion of an affair. Yet, being a man of integrity, Ceres boldly declared that he would never betray his trust. He was merely honing his perception skills. To their astonishment, Bro then began listing the colors of all their underwear. The most amusing part was how swiftly the captain's underling shifted from pleading, "No, sir, please don't kill him," to urgently insisting, "Kill him now, sir. He's a national-level threat," all because he had revealed some intriguing information. However, Cyrus proposed an alternative, placing him in the decoy group instead. Little did he know, his luck was so wretched that he would encounter the same man again. Cyrus insists that he come to his side immediately. However, our protagonist is savvy enough to recognize it as a trap designed to activate the mechanisms. The vice captain quickly offers a suggestion, proposing that they follow the trail of the decoy group instead of taking unnecessary risks. Yet, the stubborn captain seems to have a boulder for a brain, dismissing yet another sensible recommendation. He even lays a guilt trip on Claude, insisting that his actions are solely for the team's benefit. Cyrus then shifts his focus back to the bothersome pest, commanding him to get on with his task. But our clever protagonist has a plan. He opens the map function as he starts to walk. Concerned he might get blasted into oblivion, Bella tries to intervene. Yet he's confident in his strategy, and with the map guiding him, he knows he's in safe hands. The rest of the assault squad watches in awe as Cyrus strides forward with unwavering confidence. Their disbelief grows as they realize solely on guesswork to navigate this intricate puzzle. Yet with each step, Cyrus follows the system's precise instructions, moving steadily toward his goal. The rest of the team is starting to believe this guy possesses some kind of divine luck. Meanwhile, our protagonist strides confidently forward, turning and taking more steps without a hint of hesitation. It's as if he already knows the path ahead. Yet, his dismal F-rank status casts doubt on that theory for the others, even though it's the truth. Cyrus begins to hop around, surprisingly maintaining his balance. For a moment, he wavers, nearly triggering the mechanism beneath him. Meanwhile, the oblivious team captain wonders why he hasn't been blown up yet. Ceres is closing in, and with just a few more steps, he strides past the lifeless body of the bait, finally standing before the captain. His impressive feat of crossing over without triggering a single trap earns him the admiration of the group. Ceres brushes it off as a result of his training, insisting that they're innocent. However, Cyrus isn't finished yet. He nearly lunges at him, demanding to know how on earth someone could pull off such incredible luck in a situation like this. At the same time, he designates our hero as the trailblazer for the mission, thanks to his remarkable performance. The sudden appearance of the kale mushrooms catches our protagonist off guard. While these mushrooms can induce sickness in humans, they pose no threat to monsters. Ceres quickly realizes that the tiny salamander nestled within his armor must be hungry, drawn in by the enticing aroma. As he carefully plucks a couple of the mushrooms, Cyrus notices his actions and raises an eyebrow, questioning, "What on earth are you doing?" He snatches the mushroom from his hand and pops it into his mouth, a clear sign that they've been running on empty for quite some time. As he chews, the arrogant leader interjects, reminding him that he can't just do as he pleases. Ceres calmly assures him that there are no dangerous traps behind the door, allowing them to proceed without worry. However, the leader insists that he should be the one to open it, convinced that sending his team in blindly could lead to disaster. Reluctantly, our hero steps forward to open the dungeon door, prompting Cyrus to warn his party members to remain vigilant for any threats. As he grips his sword, an unsettling gurgling sensation begins to churn in his stomach, hinting at the tension that lies ahead. Ceres swings the door wide open, revealing an empty room. The party members stand ready for anything, their senses heightened. Meanwhile, Cyrus is struggling to maintain his composure, a grimace on his face as he battles an unfortunate case of digestive distress. Undeterred, he pushes forward, still alive and kicking. As he surveys the surroundings, he can't help but wonder what he's witnessing. Meanwhile, Bro clenches his fists, questioning why his stomach is betraying him at such a crucial moment. The realization dawns on him. It must be the mushrooms that are causing his distress. Regardless, he declares that the place is riddled with traps and charges ahead, confident that the others will have to keep up. This reckless sprint will only lead to greater torment for the clown who indulged in the mushrooms. As the rest of the party takes off in a panic, confusion reigns. None of them truly understand why they're fleeing. Meanwhile, Cyrus is on the brink of an explosive outburst, unleashing yet another deadly cloud of gas. The irony? His teammates mistakenly believe the noxious fumes are seeping up from the dungeon floor, convinced that the stench will be their demise. Mortified, Bro shouts for everyone to run for their lives, insisting that if they don't, they're all doomed. After their little marathon, the team leader confronts Cyrus about the mushrooms, suspecting it might be part of an elaborate scheme from the D-rank. But Cyrus, a master manipulator, skillfully counters every accusation, as if he graduated from the prestigious University of Gaslighting. Poor Cyrus struggles to explain the situation, caught in a web of his own making. One of his team members lays down a comfortable spot for the team captain, but he refuses to sit, especially not under these circumstances. Fueled by determination, he urges the team to keep moving. In a tense moment, he presses a blade against Cyrus's neck, warning him that he will personally execute him if he dares to run off again. Despite the tension, the group's navigation through the dungeon continues, skillfully avoiding each trap thanks to their captain's guidance. Unbeknownst to the intruders, a sleeping dragon lies in wait, unaware that humans have invaded her domain. Ceres continues to guide the group deeper into the territory, but they are not alone. Several monsters are lurking in the shadows, quietly observing the humans. Yet, there's a twist. The team leader has been keenly aware of their surroundings, noting with growing unease that they haven't encountered a single monster or trap thus far. It's almost as if Ceres knows this place intimately, a wild thought to entertain. Yet, even the team leader acknowledges that, despite our boy's weaknesses, he could never have navigated here alone before. As they move forward, Ceres gestures toward the boss's room just ahead. In that moment, the team leader realizes that Ceres' usefulness as a guide has come to an end. He now sees him as nothing more than an obstacle. Spotting a large spike looming just above Ceres, the cunning team leader activates his sword skill. With a surge of concentrated mana, he unleashes a powerful wave, slicing through the spike. It plummets toward Ceres, threatening to crush him where he stands. The scumbag believes he's a god-level genius with his flimsy excuse for an accident. However, to his shock, just before the spike strikes Ceres, a scorpion's tail lashes out, targeting the team leader directly. The armored beast descends, inadvertently causing the structure to collapse and separating Ceres from the rest of the team. The scumbag leader narrowly escaped the attack, his quick reflexes saving him, but our protagonist wasn't so fortunate. He felt certain his life was over, convinced he was doomed. Just then, a voice pierced the tension, announcing the sighting of a human. A monster emerged, her form strikingly feminine, but her disdain for humans was unmistakable as she voiced her contempt. Sadil sneered at the sight of a human intruding in her territory. Before Tyrus and his team loomed her monstrous creation, a B+ level puppet scorpion, its menacing pincers poised for action. Tyrus shouted for everyone to prepare for battle, his voice cutting through the tension. Bella, however, felt the weight of her sword as if it were a boulder. Anxiety gripped her, making it hard to lift. Tyrus quickly directed the tankers to step forward, determined to prevent the beast from breaking through their defenses. The tankers stood resolutely in front of them, shields raised high. Tyr quickly instructed the archers to unleash a volley of arrows from behind, capitalizing on the distraction created by the tankers. The archers sprang into action, releasing their arrows toward the looming monster. The arrow struck the monster, prompting Tyr to urge the archers to keep firing, but the creature let out a deafening roar, unleashing a force that deflected every arrow aimed at it. The sheer power of the monster made it difficult for everyone to maintain their footing, leaving Tyr astonished that their attacks had no impact. Just then, Cyrus rose to his feet and challenged the group, asking why they were frozen like statues. He urged them not to be intimidated by the monster's menacing aura. Cyrus attempted to rally the group, insisting that they could easily defeat the lone monster before them. Meanwhile, Ceres sensed another presence, questioning whether the voice he heard belonged to yet another creature. Suddenly, a scorpion tail shot toward him, aiming to strike. In a moment of instinct, Ceres managed to dodge the attack, bewildered by the unexpected threat. Suddenly, the scorpion lunged at Ceres, attempting to strike, but Ceres deftly dodged the attack. Standing his ground, he challenged the monster, inviting it to experience the force of his fist, boasting an impressive 300-190 attack power. With a single punch, Ceres shattered the scorpion puppet, creating a gaping hole in its body. In an explosive display, its parts erupted and scattered in all directions. Sadil watched in awe as Ceres shattered one of her scorpion puppets with a single punch. Meanwhile, Ceres was focused on a more pressing concern. The antidote that could cure his poison lay just beyond the room where the boss awaited. He couldn't afford to waste any more energy on pointless battles. With determination, he decided to use the map and make a direct escape, prioritizing his survival. Sadil stepped closer, her voice low and determined. "It doesn't matter," she said. "I'm planning to dispose of anything that's been tainted by disgusting humans." She then revealed to Ceres that she had initially used the monster to distort his face, but now she would have to do it herself. Ceres blinked in surprise, realizing once more that he was facing a female monster. "My head isn't a melon," he retorted, a hint of sarcasm in his tone. "You can't just twist it off with your hands." Upon hearing this, Sadil retorted that she wouldn't dare touch his repulsive body with her hands. She clarified that while he could handle outside humans with just his bare hands, she was actually manipulating the scorpion puppets using strings. Turning to Ceres, she declared that she would take care of him first before heading outside to eliminate the other humans. Ceres shouted fiercely that he was a hero and protecting humanity was his duty. He vowed to stay and fight alongside her, even if it meant exhausting all his strength. He would stand firm to shield her from harm. Sadil, undeterred, launched an attack on Ceres, questioning the sincerity of his words. With a swift motion, she pinned his head down with a single leg, forcing him to the ground. In that instant, Ceres' system activated, locking onto Sadil as the target. Sadil remarked that a man who overestimated his own abilities was of no concern to her. Meanwhile, the scorpion puppet ceased its attacks. Tyr, filled with excitement, urged everyone to look as the monster's head turned red, signaling that their strikes were finally having an effect. Ceres was taken aback by Sadil's speed. In response, Sadil acknowledged Ceres' impressive feat of reaching this point, given the limitations of human strength, but that was where her praise ended. Lord Nay despised when humans invaded his space. At that moment, she was carelessly placing her second leg on his face. Ceres understood the creature's immense strength. He knew he couldn't allow her to escape. He had to stop her right there. With a swift motion, he tilted his head back and, fueled by determination, opened his mouth wide to bite her foot. Ceres, feeling embarrassed, shouted in disbelief at the disgusting act that had just occurred to her feet. Meanwhile, as the battle raged on, Bella noticed an unsettling stillness. It dawned on her that Ceres might not be unconscious from the stone after all she needed to rescue him. Turning to Tyr, she called out, "Cover me! I'm going in to get Ceres out from the rubble." Tyr was momentarily stunned, calling out for her to wait, but it was too late. She had already dashed away before he could respond. As she ran, her thoughts were consumed with concern for Ceres. Suddenly, the scorpion puppet spotted her and prepared to strike. Just in time, Tyr leaped in front of her, blocking the attack with his sword. The effort was immense, and he struggled to hold his ground. Meanwhile, Bella couldn't shake her worry about Ceres. After all, he was a hero, and facing just a pile of rocks shouldn't be too much for him. On the other side, Sidea lost her grip on Ceres. The moment he licked her feet, disgust washed over her, and she released him from her headlock. Ceres felt a wave of relief as he finally broke free. However, his system chimed in, informing him that he couldn't activate his instant kill skill without a weapon. Frustration bubbled within him. If only he had known this would happen, he would have brought a weapon along. With no other choice, Ceres resorted to using his fists. He lunged at Sadia with a punch, but she deftly dodged, countering with a swift kick aimed at his face. As her foot connected, she couldn't help but notice how soft his features felt. The impact sent Ceres soaring through the air, crashing into a nearby stone. With a smirk, Sadiel remarked how satisfying it was to kick him. Ceres was left speechless, and Sadiel felt a surge of tension, uncertain about what was unfolding. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she resolved to swiftly defeat Ceres. It would be a disaster if any outsider stumbled upon Lord Nay's chamber. Without hesitation, she seized the tail of the puppet monster that Ceres had vanquished and prepared to strike. Ceres anticipated the attack and swiftly dodged, his agility allowing him to evade the strike. Channeling his magical energy, he slashed through the tail, severing it in two. However, this moment of focus proved to be a distraction. As he dealt with the tail, Sadiel struck again, her leg locking around Ceres' face with surprising force. Her expression and words were at odds as she locked him in place, her face betraying a desire for something more. Sadiel declared that this time she wouldn't let him escape. She intended to strangle him with her feet. Infuriated, Ceres seized her legs with his hands, resolved to show Sadiel just how strong his grip could be. The instant Ceres made contact with her legs, Sadiel felt an unsettling jolt and instinctively leaped back. But in a swift turn of events, she brought her foot down hard onto his face, her fury evident as she demanded he keep his filthy hands off her. To emphasize her point, she even used the severed pieces of the scorpion tail to grip his wrist. Ceres was taken aback, realizing she wielded the very tail he had just shattered. Her overwhelming strength left him no chance to escape her relentless assault. She placed her feet on his face once more, teasing that she was going to crush him. As she pressed down, Ceres felt her powers surge, while Sadiel, oddly enough, relished the sensation. When the agitation level hit 66%, she taunted Ceres, declaring that humans were meant to be trampled beneath her feet. Yet, despite her bravado, she trembled slightly, causing the puppet monster outside, locked in battle with Ceres and the others, to shake as well. Seeing this, Tyr exclaimed with joy that the monster was starting to lose its balance, urging everyone to hold tight as victory was within reach. Meanwhile, Sadiel reveled in the moment, feeling exhilarated by the unfolding battle. Just then, Bella sprinted toward the stone wall, narrowly escaping the deadly strike of the scorpion tail that threatened to strike her down. Tyr spotted the danger and rushed to warn Bella, but it was too late. The creature's tail struck her, sending her hurtling into the rocks. Meanwhile, Sadiel was crossing boundaries with Ceres, who protested loudly, pleading with him to stop touching her inappropriately. Nearby, Cyrus braced himself as the tail swung toward him, ready to defend against the impending attack. Somehow, he managed to dodge the attack with the aid of his sword. However, he quickly realized that even from a distance, the monster's tail could penetrate the wall. This indicated that the creature's rank had surpassed that of an elite monster. Meanwhile, Sadiel was feeling increasingly agitated, the tension within him rising to a staggering 95%. Meanwhile, Ceres found himself on the brink of an attack from the scorpion puppet. By the time he sensed the danger approaching from behind, it was already too late. He caught a glimpse of the Princess of Scorpio, but his reaction came a moment too late to defend himself. Just as despair began to settle in, he noticed Sadiel on the other side. She was visibly agitated, behaving oddly as if caught in a trance of seduction. As a result, the scorpion monster twitched and then suddenly halted. Cyrus was taken aback. He had successfully blocked the attack. However, he couldn't shake the eerie sound of the monster's strange howling. Observing its restless behavior, Cyrus realized this was the perfect opportunity to strike. Cyrus unleashed his roaring tiger-severing strike on the scorpion puppet, sending it hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground. The crowd erupted in cheers, praising Cyrus for his incredible strength. With just a single blow, he had effortlessly vanquished the monstrous foe. However, amidst the celebration, Sadiel's agitation levels soared to 98%, causing him to behave oddly. As the monster began to vomit, a wave of disbelief washed over the onlookers. They marveled at Cyrus, convinced that his attack had been so devastating it forced the creature to howl in agony. Praise for Cyrus echoed among the crowd. With him by their side, they felt invincible against any magical beast that dared to approach. Even Cyrus himself couldn't shake the feeling that the scorpion puppet was weaker than he had anticipated, as he had easily dispatched the monster without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, Sadiel was experiencing a troubling transformation, causing the monster to stir once more. Tension filled the air as everyone realized it wasn't completely defeated yet. Cyrus, sensing the urgency, urged everyone to step back, determined to confront the scorpion puppet himself. He wanted them to witness the true strength of their captain. Sadiel, on the other hand, was gripped by anxiety, questioning what had happened to her and why she was now controlling a human body in such a way. Determined to remain calm, she focused on the moment. Meanwhile, Cyrus grappled with his predicament. Her resilience was astonishing, particularly in her legs, and if this continued, he feared he would be completely drained. In a burst of defiance, he shouted that he would never submit to her, but she swiftly silenced him, pushing her leg into his mouth and commanding him to shut up, unwilling to hear his protests any longer. Cyrus felt a familiar sensation, reminiscent of his encounters with Yud, as if the girls were toying with him. Yet, during those moments his powers surged dramatically, gaining over 2,000 points with each encounter. Meanwhile, the scorpion puppet battled against Cyrus, but it was hampered by Sadiel's distraction. Her infatuation had caused her to lose her temper, leaving the creature fighting at less than its full potential. Cyrus observed that the monster was weakening, its power waning. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his sacred whirlwind-slash-attack, striking the creature down. Cheers erupted from the crowd, celebrating Cyrus's signature move that had seemingly vanquished the beast. However, their joy was short-lived, as they noticed the monster's relentless roaring continued. Whispers spread among them, speculating that Cyrus's strength had rendered the creature unconscious, yet it still roared uncontrollably, a testament to its lingering fury. Cyrus confidently declared that the monster was nothing more than a punching bag before him. Even Tyree couldn't help but praise Cyrus, acknowledging his strength in defeating the creature with a single strike. Meanwhile, Cyrus felt the surge of power as his defense rose by 34 points, and his agility by 30 points, making him significantly more formidable. Sadiel was reveling in the moment when suddenly she heard her Lord Nay's voice, questioning the commotion outside. Startled by the voice, she tensed and quickly leaped off Cyrus's body, stepping back as uncertainty washed over her. For a fleeting moment, she had completely forgotten Lord Nay's command. She needed to eliminate the filthy humans and atone for her mistake. Meanwhile, Cyrus's power surged by 10,000 points, transforming him into a formidable force radiating a chilling aura. He turned to Sadiel, a predatory glint in his eyes, and asked if she still wished to continue their little game. Sadiel felt a wave of tension wash over him as he sensed a drastic shift in the atmosphere. Cyrus's chilling and oppressive presence reminded him eerily of Nay's Sama. A sense of dread washed over him. Was he about to face a formidable foe? Overwhelmed by his killing intent, Sadiel instinctively turned and fled. Ceres, bewildered by her sudden retreat, hesitated, torn between concern and confusion. Should he follow her? Determined to focus on his mission, he pushed aside any distractions. His goal was to obtain the blood of the demon god in the boss room. Conserving his strength was crucial, especially since Sadiel had already sapped much of his energy. Meanwhile, as the others lauded Cyrus for his bravery, Bella anxiously sprinted toward the rocky walls in search of him. Just as she neared the wall, she witnessed someone shattering it with a powerful kick. As Ceres emerged, he was taken aback to find Bella waiting for him. Concern etched on her face. She asked if he was all right and if he had sustained any injuries. Ceres reassured her, insisting he was perfectly fine. However, Bella's keen eye caught the dust clinging to him, prompting her to voice her worries. "You may look okay on the outside, but there could be hidden injuries," she cautioned. With genuine concern, she urged him to let the medical team examine him. Ceres chuckled, assuring Bella that he was perfectly fine. Concerned, Bella insisted that if he ever felt unwell, he should tell her right away. Ceres simply nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Tyr seethed with barely contained rage, his feelings for Bella simmering just beneath the surface. Cyrus then called for everyone's attention, declaring that from that moment on, they would follow him closely. He was eager for them to witness his true strength, as he intended to take down the boss all on his own. Upon hearing this, everyone was in awe, showering their captain with praise for his incredible strength. Cyrus felt a surge of elation, convinced that the dungeon's danger level was far from C rank, more likely hovering around D rank at best. He imagined returning to the guild to share his accomplishments, envisioning a well-deserved promotion that would mark a significant milestone in his journey. The scene shifted to Lord Nye's chamber, where Sadiel urgently informed him of a formidable human presence outside. She was baffled by the sudden surge in his strength, which had transformed from weak to extraordinary in the blink of an eye. Concerned for their safety, she urged Nye to exercise caution when confronting this individual. With an odd tone, Nye inquired about Sadiel's commands regarding the situation. With tension hanging in the air, Sadiel firmly stated that she had been ordered to guard the door and prevent any creature from entering the room. Fury ignited in Nye's eyes as she demanded to know why Sadiel was outside with that human if she understood her duty. Sadiel tensed, ready to explain, but before she could utter a word, Nye launched an attack. A powerful blast erupted behind her, and in an instant, the ray of light pierced through Sadiel, defeating her without hesitation. Nye shouted that she was tired of hearing lame excuses. With a flick of her magic, she lifted Sadiel and hurled her onto a pile of corpses, both monstrous and human, declaring that she might as well become firewood. As Sadiel landed amidst the carnage, she murmured to herself, "I don't want to die yet." In that instant, a pond formed beneath her, filled with a mysterious green liquid. Nye revealed that after an excruciating wait, she had nearly exhausted thousands of humans and monsters as fuel, and at last, the blood of the demon god was beginning to boil. Just then the door to her chamber shattered, and someone stormed in. Startled by the commotion, Nye turned around, her voice laced with curiosity and irritation. "Who dares to intrude upon my domain?" she demanded. Cyrus replied, "It's me, your father, here to give you a good thrashing." Ciri caught sight of the demon god's blood, and his system informed him that consuming it could purge the toxins from his body. Nye questioned whether Cyrus was the formidable human Sadiel had spoken of. Ciri pondered if this green blood was indeed the key to his detoxification. Cyrus then called for everyone's attention, asserting that no one was to take action without his command. He intended to face the boss of the C-rank dungeon alone. The crowd erupted in cheers, rallying behind Cyrus as they celebrated the strength of humanity and what they could achieve. Meanwhile, Ciri stood in awe, realizing that the object resting on the platform was, in fact, the blood of the demon god. Meanwhile, Cyrus charged toward Nye, fueled by the cheers of his supporters. As he closed the distance, he leaped into the air, declaring that Nye would soon feel his terror. But with a mere flick of her thumb, Nye effortlessly countered his attack. In an instant, a fierce, yellow ray of light erupted, searing through Cyrus's armor and leaving him momentarily stunned. Cyrus was hurled into the air, crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. The sight left everyone in shock as they rushed to his side, concern etched on their faces. One of them questioned if Cyrus was truly the most powerful human among them, concluding that Sadiel was utterly useless in comparison. Meanwhile, Cyrus, still reeling from the impact, couldn't shake the bewilderment that the monster's attack had shattered his A-rank armor with a single blow. Fortunately, he was wearing the S-level soft dragon scale armor gifted to him by his brother. Without it, he would surely have faced a grim fate. His teammates checked on him, asking if he was all right, but Cyrus remained lost in thought. He pondered the mysteries of the underground dungeon and the stark differences in strength among the monsters lurking within. He believed that confronting the monsters head-on was unwise. Instead, he decided it would be more effective to let his team members wear down the beasts first. Once the monsters were sufficiently exhausted, he would step in to secure victory. With that strategy in mind, Cyrus stood up and rallied his team, urging them to follow his lead as they charged forward, each showcasing their unique skills. However, Tyr interrupted, cautioning that a full charge assault without proper formation could lead to unnecessary casualties. He recommended sticking to their previous strategy, with the tankers using their large shields at the front. Cyrus, his temper flaring, demanded to know if Tyr was questioning his judgment or attempting to defy his orders. Tyr replied, tension thick in the air, that he would never dare to do such a thing. Cyrus commanded Tyr to stop talking and follow his orders. He then rallied everyone to pick up their weapons and charge forward, assuring them that he would be their unwavering support and that fear had no place here. With renewed determination, the group surged toward the dungeon boss, Nay, their anger fueling their advance. Nay, poised for battle, sneered, "Ah, a pack of humans who can't decide whether they want to live or die. Your flesh and blood aren't even worthy enough to serve as firewood for a sacrificial altar." Nay shouted that she wanted to demonstrate the stark difference between humans and monsters, unleashing her despair-inducing disparity attack on a massive scale. The blast engulfed most of her foes, leaving devastation in its wake. Ceres quickly grabbed Bella and Mark, pulling them out of the attack's range just in time. While many were scorched, some sustained injuries. Miraculously, Cyrus also managed to evade the onslaught, but his sword was reduced to ashes. Cyrus stood in disbelief as he gazed at the shattered remnants of his own sword. Suddenly, Nay soared into the sky, taunting him with a chilling reminder of his earlier words. Hadn't he promised to instill fear in her? Realizing he was outmatched, Cyrus quickly devised a plan to escape. Meanwhile, Tyr was left reeling at the sight of his fallen teammates, their charred bodies a grim reminder of their fate. To his astonishment, he spotted Cyrus attempting to flee, shouting for everyone to retreat. Those who remained alive obeyed his command and exited the boss room. Fury surged within Tyr as he heard Cyrus's words. But to Cyrus's surprise, someone grasped his hand. Turning around, he found none other than Ceres. She held his hand firmly, reminding him that he had just declared himself the team's steadfast support. Their battle against the boss was far from over, and Cyrus couldn't abandon them now. Cyrus attempted to shake off Ceres' grip, but it was futile. He couldn't break free. With determination, he declared that he was the team captain, and his words were law. If Ceres chose to stay and face whatever danger awaited them, that was her decision. But he refused to drag her down with him. Nay, seething with anger, demanded to know how Cyrus could dare to invade her space, wreak havoc in her room, and still think he could escape unscathed. Nay launched another attack, and Cyrus, sensing the danger, panicked. He shouted at Ceres, calling him a fool for not looking back, just as the dungeon boss prepared to unleash the same blinding light beam once more. In a desperate attempt to escape, Cyrus tried to pull his hand away, only to be stunned by Ceres' unyielding grip. Why was he holding on so tightly? Cyrus pleaded with Ceres to let go, realizing the boss was targeting them. But Ceres remained unmoved, igniting Cyrus's fury. Convinced he could take on the boss alone, he struggled to free his hand from Ceres' grip. In a fit of rage, he lunged at Ceres, only to have his hand seized and twisted painfully. A howl of agony escaped him. Undeterred, Ceres yanked Cyrus closer, lifting him off the ground and preparing to hurl him toward Nay. He shouted that as captain, Ceres must stand by his words. The moment Nay unleashed her attack, Ceres propelled himself toward the beam of light, declaring he would be a steadfast support for his teammates. He urged Ceres to absorb the boss's attack with his body, giving the others a chance to retreat. Without hesitation, Ceres charged into the beam, buying precious time for everyone else to escape. They rushed outside just as Cyrus was struck by the beam, leaving him injured. One teammate stood frozen in shock at the sight. Ceres, filled with fury, turned to Nay and shouted that it was his turn now. Bella expressed her desire to stay, and Tyr quickly echoed her sentiment, stating he too wanted to confront the monster. Bella replied firmly that Tyr didn't need to stay. She was choosing to remain because of Ceres. Tyr revealed that he was once a top-ranked B-class hero, dedicated to eliminating monsters and never backing down from a challenge. He also made it clear that he had no intention of taking orders from that fool Cyrus again. Meanwhile, Nay confronted Ceres, questioning why he hadn't fled after witnessing her power, implying that Ceres was underestimating her abilities. Nay prepared to unleash her beam once more, but Ceres swiftly countered with a precise body slash, causing Nay to tense and retract her hand. Fury surged within her. Ceres was faster than she had anticipated. To Nay's surprise, Ceres then sprinted toward the altar of the demon god's blood. Confusion washed over Nay as she questioned the human's intentions. Could it be that his goal wasn't to kill her, but rather to claim the blood of the demon god? Ceres sprinted toward the altar, just a few meters away. Nay shouted, urging him to stay back. But at that moment, Bella and Tyr struck from behind, seizing what they believed was the perfect opportunity. To their surprise, Nay effortlessly parried both of their swords and turned her focus back to Ceres, declaring, "You really are a bastard moving like a cockroach." Bella shouts at Nay, warning her not to even think about attacking Ceres. Both Tyre and Bella rush to push Nay back. Just as Nay prepares to unleash her attack, her foot slips slightly, throwing her aim off. Ceres seizes the moment and dodges the misfired strike just in time. Ceres joyfully leaps toward the altar, convinced he is on the brink of achieving his desire. However, as he approaches, he notices a shimmering magic array that sends a chill down his spine. The moment his fingers brush against it, a powerful blast erupts, hurling him away from the altar. With a smirk, Nay reveals that this magic array was crafted by her own hands, and as long as she draws breath, no living creature will ever cross it. Ceres nodded in agreement, recognizing that charging straight ahead and forcibly consuming the demon's godblood to detoxify was not a viable plan. They needed to defeat the boss first to move forward. Suddenly, Ceres caught sight of something lurking in the gaps of the walls. Meanwhile, Nay hurled Bella and Mark aside, declaring them arrogant fools for underestimating their own abilities. Both Bella and Tyre crashed to the ground with a heavy thud, sustaining minor injuries. Meanwhile, Ceres was taken aback to see the same female monster who had just eluded him. He couldn't help but wonder how she had ended up in this place. In that moment, Nay trembled, urging Ceres to remain silent and not to reveal her presence. Nay explained that his ritual demanded a calm and peaceful demeanor, promising that after eliminating his foes, he would quell his anger. Watching this unfold, Ceres tensed, fearing for Bella's safety. Before departing, Ceres placed the kale mushroom in front of Sadiel, who eyed it curiously, intrigued by its power-replenishing properties. With determination, Ceres sprinted toward Bella, shouting that he was on his way. On the other side, Sadiel picked up the mushroom and took a bite. Tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Meanwhile, Ceres' system indicated that the female monster had developed feelings for the host, which triggered the unlocking of weapon options. Suddenly, a flurry of anonymous cards with question marks appeared before him, and the system announced that he first needed to review the detailed explanation of the weapon introduction rules. Tyre steps in front of Bella, determined to protect her. "I'll hold it back," he urges. "You need to escape quickly." Bella grimaces, her leg bone cracking again. "You have to go without me," she insists, her voice strained. Meanwhile, Ceres shouts at the system, frustration boiling over. "Skip the rules. I'm here to rescue people, not listen to nonsense. Time is of the essence, and he can't afford any distractions." The system bypasses the usual prompts and prompts Ceres to select a card. He randomly picks one, revealing a sword enveloped in a swirling red aura. The system announces that he has acquired the exploding garment divine sword. Fueled by rage, Ceres lunges at Nay, shouting for her to experience the power of his new weapon and to meet her end. He lunges at her, but she effortlessly catches his sword with one hand, laughing as she reveals that Ceres fell for her trap. Bella and Tyre were merely bait. Her true target was him all along. With a fierce determination, she unleashes her light beam attack, taunting him about how he plans to escape from such close range. He shouts back, insisting she shouldn't underestimate him. He never claimed he would dodge. He swings his sword with all his might, but it only leaves a faint scratch on Nay's hand. She laughs, taunting him for his futile effort, noting that despite his full strength, he has merely grazed her skin. No blood has been shed. With a smirk, she begins to explain the difference between monsters and humans. But just then, her dress tears from above, adding an unexpected twist to the moment. Stunned, she awkwardly asked where her dress had gone. Even Bella and Tyre felt a wave of embarrassment as they witnessed Ceres strip the boss. Tension hung in the air. Ceres could sense the immense power of the monster before them. Just then, the screen revealed the explosive properties of the divine sword. Each strike would cause enemies' garments to burst apart. When the enemy was vulnerable, it triggered Ceres' ultimate move, Divine Sword Descent. Nay was furious, viewing this as a despicable tactic, and she was determined to eliminate him for it. Ceres attempted to slash at her again, but this time she deftly dodged. He believed his previous attack had grazed her palm, causing her clothes to tear open. In other words, he just needed to pull off the move one last time. By targeting her legs, he could knock off the robe beneath, and then, with a swift strike, remove her face mask, triggering his ultimate move. All he had to do was close the distance to the boss and keep using the skill, Swift Body Slash. Ceres was confident that Nay wouldn't evade him this time, and he would finally land a decisive blow. Suddenly, Ceres' system indicated that the host's current magic power could only sustain the use of Swift Body Slash 6 times, with a 10-second cooldown between each activation. Targeting a fresh enemy would allow for an immediate use of the skill. Upon hearing this, Ceres felt a wave of disappointment, deeming the skill ineffective. The system inquired if Ceres wished to deactivate the skill, but with determination, Ceres replied with a resolute no. Ceres, begrudgingly accepting the challenge, charged at Ney with a furious intent, ready to unleash his swift body slash. But Ney leaped into the air, effortlessly dodging the strike. Frustration surged through Ceres as he realized he had missed yet again. Meanwhile, Ney couldn't help but wonder why Ceres was so fixated on her legs when her upper garments had already been torn apart. Did Ceres intend to strip away her robe as well? Just then, Ceres lunged forward for another attack, but Ney responded with a fierce kick to his face. The impact sent Ceres flying through the air. Miraculously, he managed to steady himself with his sword, landing gracefully on the ground. He was in deep pain, his nasal bone nearly broken, causing him significant discomfort. Yet, as he recalled the excruciating agony of his body melting during the toxin outbreak, he realized that this pain was nothing in comparison. Fueled by rage, Ceres charged toward Ney, shouting that this minor injury was trivial for him. With each passing second feeling like an eternity, Ceres closed the distance to Ney. As he reached her, the countdown hit 0, signaling that he could strike. Ney, sensing the danger, unleashed a laser beam in a desperate attempt to defend herself. But Ceres deftly dodged the attack. Tension crackled in the air as Ney watched him evade her. Seizing the moment, Ceres launched a swift body slash, wondering how Ney would manage to dodge such a close-range assault. Ceres strikes her, believing he has successfully landed a blow. However, it turns out he only hit her tail while she was airborne. Ney smirks, revealing, "I never said I was going to run away." She shouted that if it weren't for her fear of exposing herself, she could make bolder moves. With his speed, she could have reduced him to ashes long ago. Ceres tensed as Ney unleashed a laser beam toward him. He attempted to dodge using a skill, ready to counterattack, but the screen indicated that his skill was still on cooldown. Ceres felt a surge of frustration, questioning why 10 seconds seemed to stretch on endlessly. With no other option, he decided to confront her directly. He swung his sword with all his might, foregoing any skills, channeling his full power into the strike. To his surprise, he managed to deflect a laser beam. The impact of the collision between the beam and his sword created a massive explosion. Even Tyr was taken aback, astonished by how Ceres had managed to block the boss's attack head-on. It seemed impossible. His overall combat level had been assessed as a mere F rank before the expedition. Even as a B rank fighter, he found himself completely unable to intervene against such formidable foes. Meanwhile, Ceres was filled with joy as he discovered the true attributes of the sword. Its power was truly remarkable. He laughed, turning to Ney, and declared that he could now effortlessly counter and evade her attacks, rendering her efforts futile. Ney acknowledges that Ceres was correct. It truly is difficult for her to kill him. However, she shifts her focus to Bella, leaving Ceres bewildered. Ney explains that eliminating the woman with the injured foot would be a simple task. With that, she prepares to unleash a devastating beam. In a moment of urgency, Ceres swiftly employs a body slash, targeting the very finger Ney is using to attack. He successfully breaks the nail, but it's too late. She unleashes her attack just as he does. Ceres initially feels a surge of happiness, but that quickly turns to tension when he realizes Bella is in danger. He races toward her, determined to save her. Naya, watching the scene unfold, laughs and remarks, "I knew it, stupid humans always rush in to play the hero. It's no wonder heroes often meet their end at the hands of villains." In her final words, she revealed that he had been deceived and struck him with her other hand. Meanwhile, Ceres realized he had arrived too late to intervene, leaving him with only one option. Understanding that the swift body slash would take effect instantly if he changed his target, he locked his focus on Bella and unleashed the attack. With that, he successfully blocked the attack, but in doing so, he shattered the armor of both Bella and Mark. Even Tyr was taken aback by the destruction left in the wake of the clash. Nea, meanwhile, was stunned to see Ceres dodge yet another blow. Suddenly, she noticed the altar behaving strangely and realized, in her preoccupation with the battle, that she had forgotten to add firewood to keep the demon god's blood warm. If she didn't quickly stabilize the temperature of the altar, all her efforts would be in vain, forcing her to wait another 100 years. Meanwhile, Bella began to act as if she were being seduced, puzzled by the strange sensations coursing through her body. Why did she feel so warm? His system indicated that her agitation level had already reached 91%, revealing that she was developing feelings for Ceres. Now, with her emotions locked in, her attraction to him intensified even further. Bella leans in closer to Ceres, cradling his face as if she's about to kiss him. Tyr watches in stunned silence, caught off guard by the moment. As Bella inches closer, Ceres is suddenly flooded with a vivid memory from the past when Bella was just 8 years old. In that moment, she looked downright intimidating. "What are you staring at?" she asks, her voice teasing. "Have you never seen a gorgeous woman before? Or do you want to kiss me?" The scene shifts back to the present, where Ceres steps back, tension in the air as he insists he didn't want to kiss her. Tyr turns to Bella, questioning what's wrong with her, and if she was really about to kiss Ceres. Bella finds herself lost in thought, wondering if she had truly taken the initiative to kiss Ceres, her body moving on its own. She even recalls sticking out her tongue, all of this happening while they were still caught up in the heat of battle. Bella felt a wave of tension wash over her, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Tyr, his concern morphing into frustration, demanded to know why her face was still flushed and why she was sweating profusely. He questioned whether she had been poisoned or if her mind was playing tricks on her, leaving her body in a state of chaos. He was convinced that she must be hallucinating, otherwise she wouldn't have acted this way. Meanwhile, Nai's attention was fixed on the altar. She knew that once the demon god's blood cooled, it would take another 100 years to boil it again. Determined not to wait that long, she began pulling the corpses of monsters and humans closer, declaring that this time she would completely burn the demon god's blood dry. Ceres tensed at her words, unable to hide her concern. "Are you really planning to burn the blood of the demon god dry?" she asked, her voice laced with apprehension. He realized he had to act quickly, but the boss was incredibly fast, making it nearly impossible to land a hit. There was only one option left. He needed to amplify his strength until the boss could no longer evade his attacks. Meanwhile, Nai was busy placing the corpses onto the altar, contemplating whether this would be enough to raise the temperature to its peak. Ceres is eager to unleash the ultimate power of the explosive garment, Divine Sword, to eliminate Nai once and for all. He approaches Bella with urgency, revealing that he has discovered a way to defeat the boss, but he needs her cooperation. Curious, Bella asks what he has in mind. With a confident grin, Ceres explains that if they engage in some romantic activities like kissing and cuddling, can harness that energy to boost his strength and ultimately conquer the boss. Upon hearing this, both Bella and Tyr feel a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Tyr can't help but wonder how Ceres can utter such vulgarities with a straight face. Ceres takes Bella's hand, his expression earnest as he admits he understands how difficult this is for her, but he pleads with her nonetheless. Bella, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, finds herself at a loss for words. Just then, Tyr intervenes, pulling Ceres' hands away from Bella, breaking the tension. Tyr seized with anger, declaring that it all sounds like nonsense. He believes Ceres is clearly trying to take advantage of Bella, and in the midst of a battle, Ceres is preoccupied with inappropriate thoughts. What a pervert, he thinks. Turning to Bella, Tyr warns her not to trust Ceres, but to his astonishment, Bella confidently tells Ceres that she believes in his words. Tyr stands frozen in shock as Bella gently places her hands on Ceres' shoulders. "I understand how you feel," she reassures him, her voice soft. "It was embarrassing for me too, so please don't take it the wrong way. I only agreed to this because I want to defeat the monster boss. Honestly, I never had any desire to do those things with you." As Bella cradles Ceres' face, memories flood back to him specifically, the moment from their childhood when Bella almost kissed him. He remembers the fear that gripped him then, the way he couldn't bear to look at her or hear her speak. In that moment, he shouted that he no longer wanted to play the game. Now, in the present, tension grips him as he silently pleads with Bella not to repeat that same mistake. Just like in their childhood, he instinctively pushes her away. Ceres intervenes, remarking that it was a close call. He nearly lost his life. Meanwhile, his system alerts him that Tyr has taken a critical hit. At that moment, Bella couldn't understand why Ceres had pushed her away. Meanwhile, Ceres received a notification indicating that his level had increased by 1, along with a boost of 5,000 points to all his stats. Amazed by this sudden surge in power, he quickly connected the dots. It was undoubtedly thanks to Mark. A wave of relief washed over him. He realized he no longer needed to touch Bella and relive that painful memory. Turning to her, Ceres said, "If this is too difficult for you, we don't have to go through with it. I'll take care of the boss myself." Upon hearing this, Bella's expression darkened. She turned to Ceres, her voice tinged with concern as she asked him to wait. "What if you can't defeat the boss? What if you need my help?" Meanwhile, her agitation level soared to 99%. Ceres, however, responded with a teasing smirk, insisting he didn't want her assistance. With that, he dashed off toward Nai. Bella's heart sank at his rejection. "Why?" she asked, hurt creeping into her voice. She couldn't help but wonder why Ceres seemed so indifferent to her feelings. Tyr interrupts, acknowledging that he understands. Ceres is stronger than him, which is why he has a crush on her. Yet, he still feels compelled to ask. Bella raises an eyebrow, wondering if this is about that same issue again. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Ceres, who is deep in thought. He realizes that to activate his finishing move, he needs to strike both the head and the legs simultaneously. Earlier, he had nearly landed a blow on the boss's leg, but now, with his stats boosted by an incredible 5,000 points, he feels a surge of confidence. If he can just seize the right moment to unleash his swift body slash, victory will surely be within his grasp. Nee felt a wave of confusion wash over her as she noticed the altar remained unconnected. The chilling temperature lingered, and if she didn't act quickly, it would plummet further. In a desperate bid for warmth, she considered using the filthy humans to provide a flicker of heat. With determination, Nye soared towards Ceres, a twisted smile on her lips. "Be proud," she declared, her voice dripping with mockery. "You're about to become the firewood for my sacrifice, truly, the highest praise I can bestow upon you." She then declares that the moment has come for her to unleash her full power. Gathering her energy, she creates a massive sphere of raw strength, stunning Ceres with its sheer size. As Nee launches a furious attack, Ceres braces himself, attempting to block it with his sword. However, as he defends himself, he notices with alarm that his magic points are depleting rapidly. Slowly but surely, his magic points dwindled to nearly zero. In a desperate move, he managed to deflect the incoming attack, but it came at a cost. His magic power was almost entirely spent. Now he was left with just 11 magic points, rendering him unable to use any skills. Ceres felt a wave of tension wash over him, fully aware that he was out of options. Meanwhile, Nee couldn't hide her satisfaction. With a triumphant smile, she declared that she had known his magic was depleted and that the battle was now over. Ceres found himself lost in thought, unsure of what to do next. To his surprise, Bella approached him and gently cupped his face, insisting that he clearly needed her help. She then pressed his face against her chest, leaving Mark both shocked and heartbroken. Ceres reflected on Tyr, believing him to be a good man, and Bella shared that sentiment about Ceres. She recalled telling Tyr long ago that her heart belonged to someone else, a truth that had remained unchanged since childhood. Heartbroken alongside Tyr, Ceres experienced an unexpected surge of power, gaining 5 levels in an instant. A radiant glow enveloped his body as he felt the energy rising within him. Suddenly, a notification flashed before him. All his stats had increased by a staggering 27,500 points. Nee, witnessing this transformation, was left in shock, unable to comprehend the impossibility of it all. How could Ceres, who seemed so vulnerable, now possess the strength to fight back against her? Ceres radiated with an intense glow, as if he had tapped into a newfound power. He declared that no matter how much strength he gained, he remained just a mere human, insignificant like an ant in the presence of monsters. Yet, as he spoke, Ceres charged at her, unleashing his full might. Nee effortlessly countered, remarking that dodging such attacks was always within her capabilities. Ceres swiftly slashed at Nee, and in that moment she didn't grasp the full impact of his attack. When her mask and robe were torn away, she was left stunned to see that he had truly destroyed her mask. With that strike, Ceres' system indicated that the ultimate move, Holy Sword Descent, had been unlocked. Enraged, Nee shouted, "How dare you ruin my face?" Fueled by fury, she gathered all her power, channeling it into a massive beam that pulsed with energy. Ceres launches an attack on Nee, attempting to counter his assault. A massive explosion erupts in the room, sending shockwaves through the air. The beam strikes her as well, obliterating the ground beneath them in mere seconds, leaving only a narrow strip of earth where Ceres once stood. The blast affects Bella and Tyr significantly, leaving them reeling. As the dust settles, Ceres gazes down to find Nee lying unconscious on the ground, convinced that victory is hers. Ceres notices that the cooldown for the Divine Sword Descent is still at 20 seconds. He rushes toward the altar, only to be taken aback by the sight of the magic altar still pulsating with energy. Confusion washes over him. Why hasn't it been deactivated? Just then, Nee's voice cuts through the air, taunting him. "Did you really think you had already won? I will never allow filthy humans to lay a hand on the demon god's blood." Ceres glances at the timer, realizing he has just 9 seconds left on the cooldown. With a fierce shout, he taunts Nee, declaring he will end her in that time. However, his gaze shifts to Bella, and his heart sinks as he sees her health teetering on the brink of death. Nee rises defiantly, her voice ringing out with determination. She vows not to let him have his way as long as she draws breath. With a fierce challenge, she dares Ceres to come forward and face her, setting the stage for a showdown between humans and monsters. Ceres finds himself in a dire predicament, torn between rescuing Bella and Tyr or continuing the battle for the demon god's blood. He ultimately prioritizes Bella and Mark, leaving Nee behind. As Ceres swiftly flies toward the entrance, Nee experiences a fleeting sense of relief, thinking to himself that humans truly are foolish. Meanwhile, Ceres shouts at the map, demanding it reveal the shortest route to the exit. He needs to reach the hospital as quickly as possible. Just as he steps out of the room, he is ambushed by monsters. Instinctively, Ceres prepares for battle. Meanwhile, Bella lies unconscious, lost in a haze of childhood memories. She recalls the laughter that surrounded her, the mocking comments about her appearance, and the cruel question of who would ever want to kiss her. Despite the hurtful taunts, Bella still yearns to join in the house game, but her peers only offer sarcastic suggestions that she should play the role of a gorilla instead. Just then, Ceres approached her, and some children hurriedly warned him to stay away, claiming he might get infected and become an ugly freak like her. To their astonishment, Ceres delivers a sharp slap to one of the boys. The scene then shifts to the present, where Ceres effortlessly dispatches a monster with a swift body slash. Meanwhile, in Bella's dream, the boy who was slapped by Ceres is seen crying. Ceres turns to Bella, declaring that the game isn't over yet. He explains that, since he's a boy and she's a girl, he should take on the role of the dad while she plays the mom. He vows to take responsibility for her. In the present, after vanquishing the monster, Ceres comforts Bella, assuring her that everything will be all right. Meanwhile, Ne gazes at the altar, recognizing the urgent need to add more firewood to keep the flames alive. The temperature cannot drop. Faced with no other choice, Ne resolves to make the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of their cause. On the other side, Ceres faced a relentless onslaught of monsters determined to impede his progress. Meanwhile, in the boss room, Nee shattered into fragments as she threw herself onto the altar, sacrificing herself like firewood. In her final moments, she cried out to the holy demon god, declaring that she could no longer serve him personally. Back in the heat of battle, Ceres clashed with a formidable dragon monster, wielding his sword with fierce determination. As soon as he vanquished the dragon monster, his explosive garment divine sword vanished. A notification from his system confirmed the enemy's defeat and stated that the weapon had returned to the system. It would be available again in just 12 hours. Ceres shrugged it off, knowing they were nearly at the exit. The scene shifts outside the dungeon, revealing Ceres and several of his teammates gathered together. Everyone is filled with joy at having escaped the dungeon alive. As Ceres reflects on how narrowly he avoided death in the depths below, he realizes that even his dragon-scale armor was shattered, thanks to that cursed Ceres. He wonders how it's possible that Ceres hasn't been defeated by the dungeon boss yet. Just then, someone spots Ceres returning, holding Bella and Tyr, and they rush to inform him that Ceres is indeed alive. Ceres is taken aback by the revelation, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. With a swift motion, he draws a sword from one of his teammates, his voice rising in anger. "How dare you follow us in secret and attempt to escape?" he demands, his eyes narrowing. "Explain yourself. How could you defy my orders and try to run away?" As captain, Ceres announces that he has disqualified himself from the expedition team, firmly stating that he will no longer use the guild's medical resources to prolong his own life. Enraged, Ceres shouts that he intends to settle this matter immediately and readies himself to attack. To everyone's astonishment, Ceres delivers a swift kick to Ceres' face, using him as a makeshift stepping stone to leap forward. "I don't have time to waste on you," he declares, leaving the others in stunned silence. While Ceres lies unconscious, his crew erupts in disbelief, shouting at him in outrage. One member, wide-eyed, exclaims, "It was Ceres! He just kicked the captain and knocked him out!" They needed to rush the captain to the hospital. The scene shifted to the guild hospital, where ward boys sprinted through the halls carrying Bella and Tyr on stretchers, shouting about an emergency case. Ceres felt a wave of relief wash over her as she confirmed that Bella and Tyr had arrived safely at the hospital. Determined to secure the demon god's blood and cure the poison, he hurried back to the dungeon. As the scene shifted, a crimson substance began to emanate from the altar, slowly rising and taking on the form of a humanoid figure. Sidiel watched in awe, pondering the nature of the entity Boss Ne had summoned in her sacrifice, his gaze fixed on the figure's transformed appearance. Ne had been living under the guise of Baal, and no one realized she was actually a girl. Suddenly, a red substance coalesced into a dress-like shape, and a hand emerged from within. As the hand broke free, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Sidiel felt a chill run down her spine, describing it as if countless needles were piercing through her bones. a monster with a human facade emerged from the crimson substance, remarking that the scene felt hauntingly familiar, as if it were truly her domain. When she first appeared, Azathoth possessed a boyish physique, but sported long hair that flowed like a girl's. Overwhelmed by an intense sense of danger, Sadil tensed up and desperately tried to escape, realizing that this place was becoming far too perilous. Azathoth sensed Sadiel's presence and approached the wall, pressing her finger against it. In an instant, the entire structure began to crumble, startling the monsters on the floor above. Confused, they wondered why their world was suddenly collapsing around them. Azathoth had unleashed this chaos to uncover the source of her intuition. As the debris settled, the monsters found themselves injured and began to speculate whether Boss Nay was behind the destruction. Suddenly, one of them shouted for everyone to look up, pointing out that the underground dungeon had collapsed, revealing the sky above. They speculated whether the collapse was the doing of Boss Nay, but quickly dismissed the idea, recognizing that it would take someone with far greater power than she possessed. As they debated, Azathoth interjected, declaring that Nay was dead and that she now required a servant. Upon hearing this, the monsters grew tense, debating whether to flee or stand their ground. One brave creature approached Azathoth, declaring that their lineage had survived through the ages thanks to their immense power. They expressed a willingness to follow someone even more formidable than Boss Nay. As excitement rippled through the crowd, others clamored to serve as well. But Azathoth, with a disdainful shout, declared them all too ugly and unleashed his wrath, obliterating them in an instant. Azathoth proclaims that she has no interest in ugly minions. Striding confidently towards Sadiel, she compliments her beauty and instructs her to look up and open her mouth. Tears welling in her eyes, Sadiel obeys, and Azathoth pours her blood into her mouth, urging her to drink. As the warm liquid flows down, Sadiel experiences an overwhelming transformation, a sensation coursing through her, as if her body is beginning to heal itself. Azathoth approaches Sadiel, explaining that her body should feel remarkably comfortable. Her blood possesses the extraordinary ability to repair damage, bolster her immune system, and enhance her strength. With a hint of intrigue, Azathoth adds that the digestion process could bring her immense pleasure. As the shadows deepen, he advises her to seek out a clean room that awaits her. Sadil, uncertain of how to respond, simply nods in agreement. The scene transitions to the guild's headquarters, where Darren grips Cyrus's head tightly. Seething with anger, Darren demands to know what Cyrus has to say about the mission's failure. Cyrus, visibly shaken, apologizes and explains that if he were to lose his position as captain, Darren would be forced to take over and oversee the remaining assets of the guild's investigation team. He urges Darren to find a solution to their predicament. Cyrus emphasizes that if it's revealed they have been secretly selling the guild's resources, it would spell disaster. But Darren, frustrated, pushes Cyrus away and snaps at him to be quiet, insisting he's already aware of the stakes. Then, with a sharp edge to his voice, he questions Cyrus, asking if he just implied that someone on his team defied his orders. Cyrus confirms this, revealing that his name is indeed Cyrus. Darren glances at the document and notes that Cyrus is classified as an F-rank hero. Coldly, he instructs Cyrus to take full responsibility for the failure and orders his sentence, death for desertion. The scene shifts to the dungeon, where Cyrus stands bewildered, taking in the collapsed state of his surroundings. He rushes toward the altar, his heart racing as he checks for the antidote, only to be met with the shocking sight of emptiness. Meanwhile, Sadiel sits quietly, waiting for Azathoth. Suddenly, Azathoth places her hands on Sadiel's shoulders, causing him to instinctively plead, "Please, don't." To his surprise, Azathoth wraps her arms around him from behind, leaving Sadiel momentarily speechless. A soft sensation brushes against Sadiel's back, stirring her thoughts. Initially convinced that Azathoth was a boy, she now grapples with her confusion as her perception shifts. Suddenly, Azathoth leans in and whispers something in Sadiel's ear, a seductive murmur that prompts her to break free from the embrace. Flushed with embarrassment, Sadiel turns around, only to be taken aback by Azathoth's transformation. She now appears as a proper girl. Azathoth turns to Sadiel, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. "Do you not like hugs?" Sadiel, taken aback, furrows her brow. "How could you change like that?" With a calm demeanor, Azathoth replies, "There's nothing surprising about it. At night, I lose all my strength and revert to my true self, a girl." She continues, her tone serious. "During those hours, you must protect me and eliminate anyone who harbors ill intentions." She warns Sadiel not to try to harm her or escape. If he consumes her blood during the day, it will allow Azathoth to resonate with his own blood, potentially causing his body to dissolve instantly, even at night. Sadiel feels an undeniable compulsion to obey her instructions. Meanwhile, Ceres is on edge, frantically searching the dungeon for the blood of the demon god, but his efforts yield nothing. He wonders if the blood of the demon god is hidden somewhere within the depths of the dungeon, clinging to a flicker of hope. Ceres requests the system to open the map, allowing him to meticulously scout every corner of the dungeon. Meanwhile, Azathoth confides in Sadiel, expressing her reluctance about their current predicament. She reveals that her heart is sealed within the Heroes Guild, preventing her from manifesting in her true form. As night falls, she transforms into a frail human, but she knows that if she can just hold on until dawn, her demon god powers will be restored. Once that happens, she and her allies will make their way to the Heroes Guild headquarters to reclaim her heart. When she regains her strength, every monster in the world, regardless of the hour, will once again bow before her formidable power. Suddenly, Sadiel hears footsteps approaching and decides to investigate. However, Azathoth halts her, emphasizing that during any battles, she must remain within a 5-kilometer radius. With a chilling warning, Azathoth makes it clear that if Sadiel exceeds this limit, she will view it as an attempt to escape and threaten to dissolve her body. Azathoth then asks Sadiel once more if she understands. With a firm nod, Sadiel replies, "Yes." On the other side, Ceres receives a notification from his system. The blood of the demon god is located in Nice's underground dungeon. A surge of excitement fills him as he realizes it's truly within the dungeon's depths. He races toward the room where Azathoth and Sadiel are staying, convinced it's the final chamber he has yet to explore. Just before he reaches the door, Sadiel stealthily positions himself beside it, poised to strike. As Sadiel lunges forward with a kick aimed at Ceres, he effortlessly sidesteps the attack. Shock washes over Sadiel as he recognizes the same human he encountered earlier that morning. Meanwhile, Azathoth begins to feel an unsettling sensation coursing through her, her body twitching involuntarily. This peculiar reaction typically arises only when she's near her heart. With a mix of confusion and frustration, Sadiel demands to know why Ceres returned, especially now that Nai is already dead. She urges him to leave the dungeon before dawn breaks. Ceres is taken aback as she sees Sadiel's body, now revitalized and ready to fight. With a teasing glint in his eye, he asks Sadiel if she enjoyed the mushroom-flavored treat he had given her. Embarrassment washes over her as she quickly retorts that it was far from tasty. In fact, it was the most revolting mushroom she had ever eaten in her life. She tells him to get lost. However, Ceres' system reveals that Sadiel's favorability rating is at 71%. Delighted by this, Ceres remarks on her blush, noting that her feelings for him are stronger than he anticipated. Just as he begins to respond, she kicks at him, insisting that he's talking nonsense and that she harbors no feelings for him whatsoever. She kicks again, but this time, her foot connects with her own face, a gesture that perfectly encapsulates her disgust for humans. However, to her shock, she finds his body has vanished from beneath her leg. Stunned, she spins around to see him sprinting toward the room. Sadiel can't help but wonder how he managed to escape after she had so decisively stepped on his face. Ceres explains that he has urgent matters to attend to and suggests they can play later. As he approaches the door, he senses the presence of the demon god's blood lurking behind it. Just as he reaches for the handle, Azathoth swings the door open, causing Ceres to inadvertently place his hand on her chest. He freezes, shocked to find a human girl standing in the dungeon. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, he quickly retracts his hand, flustered. Sadiel turned to Azathoth, curious about her sudden appearance. Just then, Ceres placed his hand on her chest, igniting a fierce reaction. In a flash of anger, she seized his hand and squeezed tightly. To her astonishment, a spark of light burst forth from that very spot, revealing her heart. Confused, she pondered why her heart was located in such an unexpected part of a human. Ceres, feeling the tension rise, pushed Azathoth back and demanded she release him, his voice laced with concern. "What are you doing with him?" he questioned, his eyes narrowing as he tried to make sense of the situation. Ceres' system then revealed a shocking truth. The human girl was the blood of the demon god. Stunned, Ceres couldn't fathom how his antidote had transformed into a human. Without a second thought, he grasped her hand and made a small cut on her palm, preparing to drink her blood. As he did, he wondered if her essence could serve as his antidote. In response to Ceres' actions, Azathoth felt an unsettling sensation and twitched involuntarily. After drinking the blood, Ceres' system revealed that the poison still lingered, leaving him with only 101 days to live. Confused, he questioned how her blood could be so ineffective. Azathoth smiled knowingly, realizing that since she had become human, her blood had lost its potency. Just then, Sadiel burst onto the scene, kicking Ceres' hand and demanding that he release Azathoth. Ceres effortlessly dodged the kick, stepping back with grace. Azathoth pondered how her heart had been absorbed by a mere human, transformed into an essence now trapped within his filthy body. To reclaim her power, she would need to forcibly extract that essence from him. Once she succeeded, his body would dissolve into a pool of blood, a fitting punishment for daring to wield her power without her consent. Ceres began to ponder whether other fluids from her body might possess the antidote properties they sought. He resolved to first take her away to safety before considering this further. As he cautiously approached Azathoth, he was startled to see something rise from the ground. It was a formidable creature known as Ganna, a boss-level monster. Ganna joyfully exclaimed to Azathoth that even from thousands of miles away, she could feel her presence. The sensation left her both bewildered and exhilarated. She proudly revealed that she had never taken off the bell Azathoth had given her, a testament to her unwavering love. With a playful glint in her eye, Ganna then asked Azathoth if she could devour her now, declaring that once she did, Azathoth would belong to her alone. Sadil stood frozen in shock while Azathoth appeared tense. Suddenly, to her surprise, Ceres scooped her up in his hands and sprinted toward the hole in the wall, leaping through it. As he soared through the air, a troubling thought crossed his mind. How could a boss-ranked monster have appeared in the dungeon so unexpectedly? He knew he had to get Azathoth to safety first. Ganna leaped through the hole, chasing after Ceres and shouting for him to return Azathoth and not to run away. Moments later, the scene shifted to the Heroes Guild, where Ceres had brought Azathoth. Believing it to be a safe haven, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had finally managed to shake off Ganna, who had been hot on his heels. In the guild hall, Ceres sat beside Azathoth, a sense of calm settling in. Azathoth asked tensely where he had brought her. Ceres replied that it was the Heroes Guild in Zone Z, his home. A smile spread across her face at this revelation. If it were true, her plans would become significantly easier. Once she reclaimed her power, she could unleash her wrath, and they would all pay dearly for the way they had toyed with her heart. Azathoth rose to her feet, gently cupping Ceres' face in her hands. With a look of desperation, she revealed that she had been cursed by a fearsome monster. If she didn't find a human to mate with soon, her life would be forfeit. "Please, you must save me," she implored. Ceres, embodying the noble hero he was, replied firmly, "I could never exploit someone's vulnerability." Yet, despite his resolve, Azathoth leaped over him, her expression filled with sorrow. "I'm in so much pain right now," she pleaded, her eyes shimmering with urgency. "Please, you have to help me." Upon hearing this, Ceres tensed, grappling with the shame of the situation he found himself in. A voice within him insisted that he must never exploit the vulnerabilities of others. To do so would bring unbearable anguish to his righteous soul. Yet, as a hero, he recognized it was his duty to aid those in pain. He couldn't simply stand by and do nothing. Ceres reached out to Azathoth, believing he was ready to sacrifice himself to save her, willing to bear the pain from the depths of his heart alone. However, as Azathoth leaned in for a kiss, she plotted to extract his essence and regain her power, intending to wipe out every last one of them. Just as she drew near, Ceres noticed something unusual between her legs and, confused, asked, "Is that a tail? How do you have one?" Ceres suddenly recalled that a tail was meant to be at the back, and Azathoth's tail was positioned in front, an unmistakable indication of male anatomy. Stunned by the revelation, Ceres instinctively pushed Azathoth away. Startled, Azathoth stumbled backward, causing Yug to tumble out of his pocket. With a mix of tension and confusion, Ceres demanded, "Why do you have a sword between your legs?" Azathoth leaned in close to Ceres, his voice dripping with seduction as he assured her that he had already agreed to save her. He was acutely aware that dawn was approaching, and with it, her body was beginning to transform. This transformation revealed Azathoth's dual nature. By day, she would take on the form of a boy, while by night, she would revert to her pure, feminine human shape. She placed her hand on his leg once more, leaning in for a kiss as she reminded him that Ceres couldn't go back on his word. Ceres felt a rush of tension, unsure of how to respond. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Yug began to transform. Azathoth, bewildered, questioned what was happening with his pet. In mere moments, Yug had fully reverted to her monstrous form, declaring, "I'm so hungry." She was starving. Yug once again called out for help from Ceres, referring to him as her master. Seized the opportunity, telling Azathoth that he believed Yug needed assistance more urgently. He promised to help Yug first, leaving Azathoth to wait his turn. Azathoth was left speechless, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Yug pondered how Ceres' pocket was so small that she couldn't even stretch out fully. Meanwhile, Ceres dashed toward the kitchen, exclaiming that if Yug was hungry, he would whip up something delicious for her. As he began to cook, a thought nagged at him. Somehow, he had managed to carve out a moment for himself under the pretense of preparing a meal. Yet, his mind was clouded with worry. If he didn't save Azathoth, she would surely perish, and he felt utterly defenseless in the face of such a dire fate. He found himself questioning whether he truly had to mate with Azathoth. Frustration began to mount as he struggled to reach a decision. As he cooked, Azathoth approached from behind, believing she could wait until morning to regain her powers. Ceres noticed her presence but chose to pretend he hadn't seen her. In that moment, Azathoth understood he was reluctant to fulfill her intentions. She figured that if Ceres refused to cooperate, she might have to resort to some unconventional methods. Suddenly, as Azathoth moved in closer to Ceres, her hand poised to make contact. But before she could act, Ceres snatched the food off the plate and bolted outside, declaring that he had finished preparing the meal and needed to assist Yug first. Azathoth's fury boiled over. Her human form was simply too weak to overpower Ceres. As Ceres stepped out of the kitchen, he caught sight of Yud's tail peeking out from the bathroom, piquing his curiosity. When he ventured inside, he was taken aback to find Yug happily sipping toilet cleaner. Concern washed over him as he questioned whether she would be all right after consuming such a toxic substance. To his astonishment, Yug beamed with delight, exclaiming that it was delicious. In the next scene, Yug was enjoying his meal when Azathoth approached Ceres, insisting that she had already prepared food for Yug, and now it was her turn to eat. Ceres intervened, urging Azathoth to calm down and listen to him first. To everyone's surprise, Azathoth erupted in frustration, declaring that she didn't want to hear any excuses. She wanted to eat now. Just then, a notification flashed on his system, indicating that the time limit for returning weapons had arrived. In a moment of wild chaos, Azathoth ruthlessly tore Ceres's clothes to shreds, leaving him stunned and barely covered by a scrap of fabric. As Azathoth approached him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, Ceres received an urgent alert from his system. He needed to complete his mission by running through the streets and waving at 33 people. Enraged, he shouted defiantly, vowing he would never stoop to such ridiculous antics. Suddenly, a warning flashed through his system. If the host failed to complete the mission, he would be forcibly returned to the advanced paradise in reverse. A door materialized behind Ceres, creaking open slowly. Ceres waited anxiously, curiosity bubbling within him. When the door finally swung wide, he was taken aback to find a crowd of boy dummies eagerly beckoning him to come and play. Ceres shouted, feeling that this situation was even more terrifying than running through the streets in his birthday suit. He pondered how such a small piece of cloth could offer him any semblance of cover. Horizontally, it barely reached his waist, leaving everything behind exposed. As he stood there, hands pressed against the front and back, he realized there was no way he could even wave to passers-by without risking it all. Ceres, overwhelmed with frustration, began to cry as he realized the cloth simply wouldn't cover him properly. No matter what he did, he would still be exposed. In a moment of impulsiveness, he dashed towards the door, telling Yug to look after Azathoth while he stepped outside for a few minutes. As Ceres bolted out without any clothes, Yug watched in astonishment, pondering if this was how humans typically ventured out into the world. Azathoth felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she realized she would have to wait until morning. Yug, ever the mischief maker, suggested she try the toilet cleaner, claiming it had a delightful taste. Azathoth shot him a firm no, her expression leaving no room for debate. Meanwhile, outside the room, Ceres covered his face with a piece of cloth, convinced it was the best way to avoid drawing attention to himself. With determination, he dashed toward the barbecue plaza, fully aware that it would be bustling with people at this hour. As if Ceres didn't have enough on his plate, the monster Ghana sensed his presence as he arrived at the barbecue plaza. Frustration bubbled within her. How had he managed to escape so swiftly? Meanwhile, Ceres, eager to draw attention to himself, began waving his hands frantically. It was a girl who first spotted him, and she wasted no time in shouting that there was a pervert nearby, calling for help. As more people emerged in response to the screen, Ceres focused intently on his task, managing to make progress despite the chaos around him. With only 7.5 seconds remaining and 1/3 of his mission complete, he suddenly found himself being pursued by a group of men. After all, running through the city without clothes tends to attract attention, especially as he headed toward a more crowded area. The scene shifted to Ceres' home, where Sadiel suddenly appeared at the window. Yog tensed at the sight of an unexpected visitor. However, relief washed over Sadiel as he spotted Azathoth. He quickly warned them that they were in the territory of the Brave Heroes Guild, and being caught could spell serious trouble. Urging them to leave at once, Sadiel's urgency was palpable. Azathoth, glancing at the approaching dawn, replied that with morning nearly upon them, there was no longer any need for concealment. She then commanded Sadiel to seek out Ceres. Azathoth instructed him that when the sun rose, he should let her blood fall to the ground, and in doing so, she would find her way to him. Sadiel nodded in agreement and sprinted off to find Ceres. As he ran, he couldn't help but ponder what would become of Ceres after reclaiming the essence. Would humanity be transformed into blood? The thought made her tense. Suddenly, she heard a commotion below. Peering down, she was shocked to see Ceres sprinting through the streets, completely unclothed, with a group of people hot on his heels. As he ran, Ceres continued to wave cheerfully at passers-by, leaving his pursuers stunned by his carefree greetings despite the chaos unfolding around him. His system indicated that he had completed 2/3 of his mission, filling him with satisfaction as only a few people remained to greet. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive spider monster emerged, launching an attack on those pursuing Ceres. Hearing the chaos behind him, Ceres turned back, astonished by the scene unfolding before his eyes. As the monstrous figure loomed, onlookers shouted for everyone to evacuate and called for reinforcements. Meanwhile, Ceres stood frozen in confusion, grappling with the bizarre timing of such a creature's appearance. Despite his uncertainty, he resolved to confront the beast head-on. He called upon the system for assistance, only to be met with a disheartening response. During the weapon return mission, all functions had been reset to the initial rank F, leaving him without any support. Ceres was taken aback, her mind racing with questions. Meanwhile, an urgent announcement echoed through the city. A monster had been sighted, prompting a swift evacuation. In the midst of the chaos, a boy named Sam triumphantly held up a piercing spider by its leg, desperately seeking a weapon. To his astonishment, Ceres approached him, extending her hand with a smile. "Congratulations," she said, shaking his hand warmly. Sam glared at Ceres, incredulous. "Are you out of your mind? You're greeting someone in the middle of a battle. Did that monster knock your pants off?" In the chaos, Sam lost his focus, and the piercing spider lunged at him. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, an A-rank hero named K-Jack swooped in, effortlessly dispatching the creature and saving Sam from certain doom. With a smirk, K-Jack turned to Sam. "Is it really that hard for C-rank heroes to handle such little spiders?" Charlton, the vice president of the Heroes Guild, stood alongside K-Jack, his admiration evident as he praised K-Jack's bravery, recognizing his actions as truly heroic. He stressed the urgency of escorting K-Jack back to safety. In response, K-Jack offered a reassuring smile, confident in their security team's abilities. "Don't worry," he said. "With them around, no monster can get close to me." Suddenly, Ghana appeared, drawn by Ceres' essence. Tension filled the air as everyone turned their attention to her. Jack quickly ordered the others to prioritize Mr. Charlton's safety. With determination, he lunged at Ghana with his sword, but she effortlessly dodged the strike. In a surprising move, she leaned in, brushing her face against his hand, and asked playfully, "Is that all you wanted to get close to me?" Suddenly, K-Jack's hand began to melt, and flames slowly engulfed his entire body. He howled in agony, fully aware of the poison's devastating effects. "Stay back! Don't touch Ghana!" he warned, desperation lacing his voice. Ghana laughed, mocking the humans for their fragility, unable to endure even a trace of poison. Meanwhile, another hero stepped forward, urging the others to take Mr. Charlton to safety. "I'll hold Ghana back," he declared, steeling himself for the confrontation ahead. Ghana smiled and playfully asked if he wanted to hold her, noting how they had underestimated her strength. Meanwhile, Ceres was just one hero away from completing his mission when Ghana unleashed her fiery wrath, incinerating another foe. As she poisoned him, she mused that the sounds humans made in their agony were truly delightful to her ears. When the hero's screams finally faded into silence, Ghana smirked, declaring that she still hadn't heard enough screaming yet. Ceres approached Charlton, who was desperately calling for help. Just then, Ghana appeared, demanding that he leave Charlton alone. Ceres urged Charlton to focus on him, and as their eyes met, Ceres felt a sense of completion as his clothes returned to him. With a determined look, he then requested the system to open, revealing the option to choose a card. Upon selecting a card, the system unveiled that Ceres had acquired a weapon known as the Silent Divine Finger. This weapon possesses a unique ability. When Ceres touches nearby objects, they transform into the bodies of his enemies, allowing him to experience their sensations firsthand. When an enemy screams from the depths of their soul, it activates the silent force linked to the weapon, unleashing its true power. This ability hints at a formidable and potentially transformative aspect of the weapon, crucial for combat and strategic scenarios. Upon spotting Ceres, Gana's expression brightened. She recognized him as the human connected to her lord Azathoth. Without hesitation, she rushed toward him, demanding to know where he had concealed Azathoth. Ceres replied calmly that he would indeed hand Azathoth over to her. Gana responded, declaring that if that were the case, she would eliminate Ceres first and then track down Azathoth on her own. Ceres locked onto Gana as his target, and when she launched her attack, he deftly dodged and retreated, his feet grazing the ground. In that instant, as Ceres made contact with the earth, Gana experienced an unsettling sensation, as if someone were brushing against her skin. The unexpected sensation filled her with embarrassment, leaving her to question why she felt this way. In reaction to the touch, she screamed, her voice reaching a startling 12%, which activated the silent force. The impact of that force struck Gana with considerable pain. Momentarily stunning her, she instinctively covered her chest, replaying the moment in her mind and wondering if Ceres had truly touched her just moments before. The sudden jolt she experienced after her scream felt like an invisible force, likely a manifestation of Ceres' ability. Though not fatal, the pain confirmed her suspicions about Ceres' capabilities. Gana declared that her body and mind belonged solely to Lord Azathoth. She warned that anyone else who dared to touch her would face death, vowing never to utter a betraying sound again. With determination, Gana expelled all the toxins from her body, gathering them in her hand. She then informed Ceres that she would present his charred corpse as an apology to Lord Azathoth. Tension gripped Ceres as Gana launched her attack, vowing that he would die in agony for daring to touch her. Though Ceres managed to evade her initial strike, Gana relentlessly pursued him, reaching out to grab him from the ground. In that moment, Ceres pressed his hand against the earth and began to rub it, preparing for what was to come. Gana let out another scream, this time fueled by the overwhelming sensation in her armpit, which had escalated to a staggering 43%. The force of it hit her like a tidal wave, leaving her in considerable distress. Ceres, observing her reaction, couldn't help but wonder if the sensation felt akin to a mere brush against her skin. Meanwhile, Gana grimaced in pain, fully aware that this new sensation was several times more intense than before. She found herself surprised by the sound that escaped her, despite her resolve to remain quiet. This time, it was a gentle touch to her armpit that stirred her senses. The sudden itchiness brought an unexpected joy, reminding her that even Ceres could evoke such feelings, much like Lord Azathoth did. Gana clutched a bell that Azathoth had given her, a hint of sadness in her voice as she wondered what was happening to her. She questioned how Ceres, a mere human, could dare entertain thoughts akin to those of Azathoth. The very idea repulsed her. Lowly humans could never hope to match the nobility of Azathoth. Gana stepped aside to regain her composure, and once she had collected herself, she smiled and asked if Azathoth would now forgive her. Meanwhile, Ceres watched in shock as Gana struck herself, interpreting it as a sign of possible mental instability. Gana turned to Ceres, commenting on the oddity of his attack moves. With a determined glint in her eye, she declared that it was time to get serious. Drawing her sword, she readied herself for battle. As she unsheathed her weapon, Ceres couldn't help but wonder about the unusual place where she had concealed it. He assessed the situation, recalling that the first time it was her chest, and the second, her armpit pressed against the wall. Logically, if he calculated the distance ratio, her next move would likely target his back, but for some reason, Ceres suddenly took off running, prompting Gana to chase after him. Shouting in disbelief, "Why are you running now? It's too late." She lunged at Ceres, aiming to strike, but he deftly dodged her attack. With a confident shout, Ceres declared that his agility surpassed hers, and he wouldn't allow her to catch him off guard. Gana, unfazed, acknowledged his skill and swiftly launched a spiderweb toward him. The web ensnared Ceres, and he thrashed about, desperately trying to break free. Gana declared that escape was impossible, and now he faced his demise. As she lunged in for the attack, Ceres suddenly broke free from the spiderweb, his hand breaking free just in time to touch the ground. A peculiar sensation washed over him, reminiscent of brushing against the inner part of her thigh. Gana, caught between intrigue and tension, couldn't shake the unsettling power of Ceres' unusual ability. This time, she pressed her hand over her mouth, determined not to let out a scream. Siri continued her relentless tickling, but she remained steadfast, refusing to make a sound. In the end, she triumphed, with her scream percentage barely reaching 1%, a clear sign that the tickling had not been too intense. Ghana felt a wave of relief and joy wash over her. As long as she kept quiet, she could shield herself from any further assaults. When Ghana glanced at Siri, she was taken aback to find that he had freed himself from the spiderweb and slipped away. To her astonishment, Cirrus chimed in from behind, clarifying that he never claimed he would escape. Ghana smiled, viewing Siri's choice to stay as a foolish decision. With a confident air, she placed something in her mouth and explained that she had anticipated all his attack moves, revealing that the fleeting chance he had to escape just moments ago was his only opportunity. Now she was resolute in her determination to take him down single-handedly. As she removed her hand from her mouth, it became clear that she had covered it with spider silk. Her plan was simple. By sealing her mouth shut with the web, she would silence any screams, rendering Cirrus's attacks ineffective against her. Siri then turned to Ghana and asked, "The spot I felt, was it on the inner part of my thigh, right?" Upon hearing this, she felt a wave of embarrassment and frustration, thinking Cirrus was being utterly inappropriate by paying such close attention to her body. Siri sensed her discomfort and explained that after locking her up, he had meticulously arranged everything according to her proportions. He then added that the next phase would be a battle where one side completely overwhelms the other. He intended to launch a fierce attack on her body, aiming to discover the sensitive spots that would drive her wild. Ghana believed that her opponent had anticipated his attack. No matter where he struck, she resolved not to scream. As Siri's hands grazed the walls, Ghana braced herself, knowing the blow was imminent. To her surprise, she managed to endure it in silence. Siri, too, was taken aback by her complete lack of reaction. Meanwhile, Ghana felt an unsettling tension, a sensation that was entirely different from before, stirring deep within her heart. Yet she managed to hold back. She continued to speak of Lord Azathoth with a conviction that suggested her feelings were genuine, but she resisted the urge to betray him. Despite the thrill she experienced, it paled in comparison to what Azathoth had given her. Siri once again ran his hands along the walls, then rubbed them together, inviting Ghana to indulge in the experience. Ghana felt a rush of seduction wash over her, leaving her to ponder why the sensation struck her mind so intensely. Meanwhile, Charlton observed everything closely, noting how the female monster began to writhe once more, a sight that captivated him. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of trick was responsible for the moaning sounds emanating from the female monsters, and he was eager to learn that technique for himself. Meanwhile, Ghana marveled at how Siri could evoke such deep emotions, feelings that surged from the very depths of her heart intense, and unlike anything she had ever experienced. Suddenly she realized that the images of Lord Azathoth were beginning to blur before her eyes. Determined not to succumb to this distraction, she steeled herself. There could be no room for such thoughts. She belonged to Lord Azathoth, and she needed to regain her composure. Siri was taken aback to see that Ghana still hadn't made a sound, as if the excitement hadn't reached its peak yet. In a sudden burst of determination, Ghana infused all the toxins from her body into her weapon and charged at Siri, convinced she wouldn't go down easily. As she closed in, Siri stepped closer to the wall, rubbing his hands together with a confident grin, inviting Ghana to witness his skills. Ghana trembled and writhed on the ground, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Tension coursed through her, leaving her paralyzed and desperate. She knew she had to eliminate Siri quickly, otherwise Lord Azathoth would fade from her heart. With steely resolve, she hurled her sword towards Siri, aiming to strike him down. But somehow, Siri dodged the attack. Ghana had anticipated this move, so she unleashed the toxins from her sword just as Siri was near. She believed there was no way Siri could evade the poison in such a confined space. Yet, as the toxins dissipated, Ghana realized that at such close range, Siri had no chance of escaping. Now that his entire body was undoubtedly tainted with her toxins, there was no doubt he would perish. To her shock, she suddenly heard Siri's voice reminding her that, just like the spiderweb trick she had used on him earlier, he wouldn't fall for the same deception again. Looking up, Ghana was astonished to see that, even in such dire circumstances, Siri had managed to leap onto the rooftop. Siri shouted that it was his turn and leaped off the rooftop into the cramped space below, his hands grazing the walls as he descended. With each passing moment, Ghana felt a surge of sensation, growing stronger and more intense. Ghana struggled to maintain her composure, expecting the sensation to fade within seconds. However, the towering walls around her seemed to prolong the experience far beyond her anticipation. Tension gripped her as she realized it hadn't ended yet. Last time, everything had happened in a flash simply. Why was this moment dragging on? She desperately wished for it to conclude soon. As her limits approached their breaking point, she finally surrendered. Just before letting out a scream, she whispered an apology to Lord Azathoth, unable to hold on any longer. With all her strength, she let out a piercing scream, and Ciri's system registered a staggering 100% scream value. The force of her cry shattered the locket that Azathoth had given her, unleashing a powerful shockwave that rippled through the area of Ghana. As the blast surged, it gradually drained Ghana's magical energy, reducing her magic value to 0. In a startling transformation, she shrank down into a tiny spider. Ciri's system confirmed the enemy's defeat, allowing him to retrieve the weapon. He then approached Ghana, gently lifting her into his hand. His system displayed a perfect favorability rating of 100% from her. Ciri's system revealed that a passive conquest had been unlocked, promising him the exclusive skill of the defeated boss. The skill he acquired was toxic fusion, enabling him to infuse his weapons with powerful poisons. Curiously, Ciri pondered whether he could also channel the toxins from his own body into his weapons. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Sadiel, who was using her blood to summon the formidable Azathoth. As Azathoth's blood dripped onto the ground, he vanished from the room, leaving Yug in stunned silence. When summoned again, Azathoth materialized in his human form, and from this point on, we shall refer to him simply as a man. He turned to Sadiel, his voice steady yet urgent, and asked where Ciri was. Tension filled the air as Sadiel, her expression strained, replied with an apology, confessing that she had lost track of Ciri. Upon hearing this, Azathoth was taken aback. He revealed that the human body he inhabited was originally her heart, and if he didn't reclaim it, he would revert to being a powerless human at night. Despite this shocking revelation, Sadiel admitted that she had indeed lost track of Ciri. Just then, Azathoth caught distant sounds echoing from the city, sensing the unmistakable power of the system at work. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared toward the destination. Sadiel watched tensely as he departed. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to Ciri, who discovered he had unlocked a new skill called placement. This ability allowed him to teleport conquered monsters back to their homes. As Ciri activated placement, Ghana vanished from his hand and reappeared in Yug's room. Startled, Yug felt something hit her head, and, upon realizing it was a spider, her surprise was palpable. On Ciri's side, Azathoth suddenly seized him, locking his head in a firm grip before Ciri could react. With a piercing gaze, Azathoth expressed his disappointment, reminding Ciri of his promise to save him, only to abandon him midway. This betrayal ignited a fierce anger within Azathoth. As Ciri looked at Azathoth in his human form, he realized with certainty that Azathoth was not only a man, but also the entity who had deceived him about the curse. Azathoth nodded in agreement. Curiously, Ciri inquired about what Azathoth desired at that moment. Azathoth requested that Ciri fulfill a promise that had long been left unfulfilled. Ciri, however, bluntly replied that he had no interest in men. In response, Azathoth transformed his appearance and asked, "What about now?" Ciri turned his head anxiously, only to be taken aback by Azathoth's transformation into a figure resembling a girl in a cat-themed dress. With a playful meow, Azathoth teased, asking if Ciri was now interested. Ciri quickly shot back, vehemently declaring that no matter what form Azathoth took, his disinterest remained unchanged. He simply didn't like men. Ciri lunged at Azathoth, aiming a punch that was swiftly intercepted, as Azathoth seized his fist and twisted it just enough to elicit a wince of pain from Ciri. Undeterred, Azathoth mused about human interests, playfully mentioning cat ears and black stockings, suggesting they could enjoy some fun together. Yet, despite his lighthearted approach, Ciri turned him down, leaving Azathoth visibly disheartened. With a hint of menace in his tone, he ominously suggested that he might have to consider more drastic measures. Azathoth playfully licked Ciri's finger, leaving him momentarily stunned. With a tense expression, Ciri asked, "Are you serious? Don't lick me." Azathoth, clearly delighted by the taste, simply grinned. In a panic, Ciri tried to flee, but Azathoth effortlessly halted him with his power, declaring, "You can't escape, no matter what you do." Azathoth soared into the sky, declaring that he had long since surpassed the system's level. He taunted Cyrus, suggesting that if he wished to flee, he was free to do so, though it would ultimately lead to the same inevitable conclusion. With a smirk, Azathoth inquired if Cyrus intended to restrain him in order to enhance his own speed. Cyrus firmly replied that he refused to use the system to target others, as that would violate his moral principles as a human being. Soon after, Azathoth lifted Cyrus's body and leaped over him, declaring that the blood coursing through Cyrus's veins was his antidote. He implied that Cyrus had always yearned for him. Azathoth then added that if Cyrus complied and followed his lead, he would grant him a cure. Furious, Ceres shot back at Azathoth, declaring that if the only way to obtain the demon god's blood for the antidote was through him, then he would rather let his body melt and decay. He would never stoop to such acts with a demon god. Azathoth's anger flared at Cyrus's defiance, and he readied himself to strike, insisting that Cyrus was disobedient and needed to be taught a lesson. He threatened to invade Ceres's body, boasting that she would eventually beg for it. With a sinister intent, Azathoth reached out to touch Ceres's back, aiming to restore her power, system, and heart to their rightful master. However, to his astonishment, his magic faltered and vanished instead. Confused, Azathoth pondered what had gone wrong and why his magic had failed. Ceres' system revealed a shocking truth. It outright rejected all of Azathoth's attempts, rendering his attacks utterly ineffective. In the aftermath, Ceres' system posed a daunting question. Would he sacrifice 50% of his life for a chance to defeat Azathoth? Furious, Ceres shot back, incredulous at the system's apparent lack of understanding. In his dire situation, the answer was undoubtedly yes. The system clarified that by locking on to Azathoth as a target, it would activate Azathoth's Spear of Oblivion. Afterward, Azathoth was fully absorbed, allowing the poison to be completely detoxified. However, Ceres' life countdown had dwindled to just 50 days. Meanwhile, Azathoth was taken aback to discover that the system had actually refused to return to his body, an unbelievable turn of events for him. Ceres, on the other hand, realized that as long as he remained within 10 meters of Azathoth, he could lock onto him. Before Ceres could lock onto her target, Azathoth unleashed her power, enveloping the area in a thick red smoke. Ceres was taken aback, questioning whether this ominous mist was indeed the work of Azathoth. The smoke was so dense that he struggled to open his eyes. In that moment, Azathoth made a swift cut across her hand, and to Ceres' shock, a matching wound appeared on Sadiel's hand. As she observed the scene unfold, tension gripped her, and questions raced through her mind. In an instant, Azathoth materialized before her, visibly sweating and on edge. He had narrowly escaped a dire situation, and was relieved to be safe. Yet fury simmered beneath the surface. The system's refusal to return to him felt like a betrayal. Sadiel, taken aback by Azathoth's distress, was left bewildered, trying to piece together what had transpired. Azathoth soon understood that his location was likely restricted by the system. Meanwhile, Ceres was taken aback to discover that the system had indeed locked Azathoth's position, yet he was even more astonished by how far Azathoth had managed to move in the blink of an eye. Tension hung in the air as Sadiel anxiously asked Azathoth if he was sweating due to an injury. With a calm demeanor, Azathoth reassured her that no one else in the city could harm him. He added that since she had consumed his blood, their bodies were now resonating with one another. He explained that if he were to be injured, the damage would first transfer to her. Upon hearing this, Sadiel tensed up. However, her first concern was for Ceres. She asked if Azathoth had managed to take care of him. Azathoth shook his head, revealing that all his attacks would now be ineffective against Ceres. Sadiel's expression shifted as she pressed Azathoth for confirmation, questioning whether what he said was truly the case. Azathoth turned to her and asked if she was happy that Ceres was still alive. Sadiel shook her head, revealing her disdain for Ceres. "If you can't harm her, then let's just head back to the dungeon," she suggested. With a spark of enthusiasm, Azathoth replied, "No way. I've been with the system for thousands of years. I know it inside and out." He acknowledged that his attacks were ineffective against Ceres, but added with a sly grin, "However, pleasure doesn't count as an attack." He believed he could still bring Ceres pleasure, even if it ultimately led to his own demise. Azathoth explained that the system struggled to find a host with a compatible symbiotic body. Once Ceres died, the system would be rendered ineffective. He added that once he transformed back into a human, the system would lose track of his location entirely. With a sense of urgency, Azathoth then ordered Sadiel to go out and search for Ceres again under the cover of night. Azathoth inquired if Sadiel had mastered the transformation magic yet. With a confident nod, she affirmed that she had. Intrigued, Azathoth encouraged her to demonstrate her skills on him. As Sadiel began to weave her magic, he revealed that at night he would lose all his powers, making him dependent on her to sustain his transformation. Moments later, the spell took effect, and once again, Azathoth transformed into a girl. Azathoth felt a surge of happiness. The transformation had masked his identity from Ceres. He reassured himself that humans often enjoy playing the role of heroes rescuing damsels in distress, so why not let Ceres have her moment? This would give him the perfect opportunity to make his move and turn the tables. Sadiel, perplexed, turned to Azathoth and asked, "Are you really planning to eliminate Ceres in a way that's pleasurable?" Azathoth replies with a simple yes and inquires how she believes he met his end. This suggests that his demise too was linked to a girl who brought him pleasure. Each time Azathoth recalled being forsaken by the system, a wave of fury would wash over him. He would shout, demanding to know why he had been rejected. He couldn't fathom what was so special about Ceres. Meanwhile, Ceres grappled with the harsh reality that she had only 50 days left to live. As long as he could locate Azathoth within that time frame, he stood a chance of curing himself and surviving. Time was of the essence, and he needed to move quickly. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation gripped his heart once more, and Ceres realized the poison in his body was flaring up again. This time, the torment spread to his feet, igniting a burning sensation in his little toe. He collapsed to the ground, howling in agony, before slowly losing consciousness. Alarmed, Charlton rushed toward Ceres, desperate to understand what had transpired. Time passed, and Ceres eventually regained consciousness, finding himself in a hospital room. The ward boy, noticing he was awake, beamed with joy and called out to his colleague to inform Mr. Charlton. Ceres, still disoriented, inquired about who had brought him to the hospital. The ward boy replied that it was Mr. Charlton, the vice president of the guild, who had brought him there. Ceres was taken aback by this revelation. Just then, Charlton entered the room, a familiar figure. He greeted Ceres with a smile and asked if he remembered saving his life the hefty man who had been cornered by a massive, menacing spider. Ceres nodded, recalling the encounter, and then inquired about how long he had been unconscious. Charlton revealed that he had been unconscious for 13 hours. Ceres was taken aback, exclaiming how it felt like his body had been drained from the prolonged battle. Mr. Charlton quickly apologized for his impatience and oversight, hoping he hadn't caused Ceres any additional distress. Noticing Charlton's sincerity, Ceres inquired if there was something the vice president needed from him. Charlton remarked that he had witnessed Ceres' fierce battle against the female spider monster and was genuinely impressed by his remarkable magic. Ceres then inquired about the vice president's intentions. Charlton explained that as men age, some abilities may wane and their interests can shift. Yet, after witnessing Ceres' fight, he found it both impressive and captivating. He conveyed that mastering Ceres' abilities would undoubtedly rejuvenate him and free him from the torment of the past decade. However, Ceres remained perplexed about the vice president's true intentions. Charlton earnestly begged Ceres to teach him the magic and accept him as his disciple. Ceres was taken aback. The vice president of the adventurers wanted to become his student? Ceres believed that by becoming Charlton's master, he could tap into the resources of the Heroes Guild to help locate Azathoth, a prospect that seemed promising. However, he quickly realized that it was a system ability, leaving him to ponder how he could teach Charlton this skill. With that in mind, Ceres turned to Charlton and asked if he was prepared to accept the challenge of mastering such difficult magic. Charlton replied that no matter how challenging the journey ahead might be, he had to give it a try. After all, as the saying goes, the master shows the path, but the effort lies with the student. He vowed to dedicate himself fully to learning, even if it meant risking his life. Ceres explained that the magic Charlton had witnessed required practice beginning at the fingertips. In a moment of sincerity, Charlton suddenly bowed before Ceres, earnestly requesting to be accepted as his disciple. He instructed Ceres that this news must remain confidential. After all, he was still the vice president of the Adventurers Guild. Ceres nodded, acknowledging his master's wishes. Just then, Charlton's secretary, Daisy, appeared at the door, announcing she had something important to share. Charlton gestured for her to enter. With a serious expression, she presented a warrant declaring that Ceres had been convicted of desertion and sentenced to death. Ceres looked on in confusion. "What? Why?" Daisy replied, "The document states that you disobeyed the captain's orders in the Cyrus squad and left without permission, which ultimately led to the mission's failure." Charlton turned to Ceres, his expression serious. "This matter is quite serious, but I will do my best to handle it, considering you are my master." Ceres reassured Charlton, insisting he hadn't fled. Instead, he had remained behind to confront the dungeon boss. Daisy chimed in, revealing that she had uncovered details about the squad's retreat. She mentioned that Charlton, an F rank, Bella, a C rank, and Mark, a B rank, had all managed to defeat an S rank monster. The news left her incredulous. Ceres then asked Daisy to send someone to verify his claim. Daisy replied that the dungeon was currently empty, as she had already sent someone in. However, she cautioned that during the investigation, he would need to be detained to avoid any escape attempts. Charlton interjected, insisting that detention wasn't necessary. He trusted Ceres' words. Daisy countered that it was against the rules. Unfazed, Charlton declared that if that was the case, he would personally take on the responsibility of supervising Ceres throughout the investigation. Daisy informed Charlton that he needed to attend the guild's appreciation banquet that evening. Charlton requested that Ceres accompany him. Daisy urged him once more to reconsider, stressing the banquet's significance. After a moment of contemplation, Charlton turned to Ceres and declared that he wouldn't disturb him for the rest of the day, promising to return later that night to pick him up for the event. Ceres nodded in response, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as they parted ways. With a newfound determination, he decided to check Azathoth's location. Once he was ready, he planned to set out on his quest to find him. As Ceres opened the system panel, he was taken aback to discover that Azathoth hadn't left the city after all. A closer look left him stunned. Azathoth was much closer than he had anticipated. As Ceres contemplated the situation, a chilling realization struck him. Azathoth was right in his own home. Panic surged through him as he sprinted back, bursting through the door only to find the house eerily empty. Venturing deeper inside, he spotted Ghana, but Yug was nowhere to be seen. A sinking feeling settled in Ceres' gut as he concluded that Yug had likely fallen into Azathoth's clutches. The scene shifted to Azathoth and Yug. Confused and tense, Yug asked where she was. Azathoth smiled and replied, "We're at the auction venue for monsters and humans." Meanwhile, Ceres was sprinting toward the location indicated by Azathoth's signal. He realized that half an hour had passed without any movement, a clear sign that he was drawing very close. Suddenly, the marker indicating Azathoth's location vanished, leaving Ceres to realize he could no longer track him in the darkness. As he pressed on, an assailant struck from the shadows. Ceres deftly dodged the attack. Curiosity piqued about who was now after him. The attacker introduced himself as Raka, revealing that they were in the territory of the Star Cavalry. He warned Ceres that intruders, be they heroes or monsters, would face ruthless consequences. Upon hearing the term Star Cavalry, Ceres couldn't shake the feeling that they were the notorious bandits known for their penchant for kidnapping. As the group readied themselves for a confrontation, Raka pointed out that the female monsters and women in the prison were likely bait, strategically released to draw them out. He cautioned that other heroes might be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. With a grim determination, they resolved to capture Ceres and interrogate him for information. Ceres pondered whether the female monsters they mentioned were Yug. It seemed like the perfect moment to inquire if they had spotted a lecherous male monster nearby. Just then, a reminder flashed on his system. The weapon return mission would commence in 2 minutes. A wave of tension washed over Ceres. If he entered the mission, his stats would revert to their original F rank. Determined to resolve the situation swiftly, he aimed to wrap things up within the remaining 2 minutes. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Yug, who struggled to free herself from the handcuffs, thwarted by a binding magic. She lamented her weakness, realizing that without the nourishment of a male, her strength had waned. The thought crossed her mind. Perhaps it was time to return to her master's domain. Azathoth inquired of Yug, "As a monster, don't you long to return to the dungeon?" Yug replied, "As a lingling lizard, I naturally depend on the essence of males. I've chosen a stronger partner and prefer human dens to monster caves. Besides, the wine in this bottle is simply exquisite." Suddenly, to the astonishment of both Yug and Azathoth, a loud explosion rocked the wall, and a boy was hurled into the room. Seers arrived moments later, visibly relieved that everything had concluded within his 2-minute deadline. He remarked that if they had given him the key sooner, they could have avoided the beating they just endured. Just then, his system displayed a new mission, a weapon return task that required him to slap someone's backside 10 times until they made a sound. The countdown ticked down from 60 minutes. Tension hung in the air as Ceres approached the boy he had just defeated, his voice laced with concern. "Can you still scream?" he asked. But it was too late. The boy had already fainted. A wave of regret washed over Ceres. He realized he had struck too hard. Azathoth pleaded with Ceres to save them, but a moment of hesitation gripped him. They were on the outskirts, a place where monsters could emerge at any moment. Without the power of the system, the situation had become perilous. He resolved to prioritize completing the mission. Unlocking Yug's handcuffs, he playfully slapped her on the backside, prompting a startled scream from her. With a teasing glint in her eye, she asked, "What are you doing?" Ceres replied, "To ensure our safe escape, I need to give you a little spank. Please, just go with it." Azathoth smiled to himself, realizing that Ceres was far from a good guy. Dealing with someone like him, all he needed to do was flirt to little Ceres would surely fall for it. It was hard to believe that Ceres would concoct such an absurd excuse just to exploit her. Now, standing before Ceres as a girl, Azathoth boldly asked him to unlock her as well. She reassured him, saying that as long as he saved her, she wouldn't mind if he spanked her, even offering herself to him. Ceres agreed, but the moment he unlocked the handcuffs, Azathoth leaped into his arms, tears streaming down her face. She revealed that she had been violently kidnapped and brought to this place, her heart racing with fear as she recounted how they had threatened to sell her to goblins. Azathoth declared to Ceres that now that he had rescued her, she would belong entirely to him. In response, Ceres playfully spanked Azathoth's backside, but she didn't let out a sound. Observing this, Ceres, a bit anxious, asked why she remained silent. Azathoth leaned in closer, curiously requesting her to do it again. Ceres hesitated, contemplating whether to deny the request, but before she could respond, her system indicated that Azathoth had been frozen for 5 minutes due to his lack of reaction. As Ceres crashes to the ground, frozen in place, Yug crawls toward him, cradling his head in her hands. Her voice trembles with urgency as she admits her discomfort, pleading for his essence and blood. Without them, she fears she might collapse and perish. But Ceres is completely immobilized, his eyes beginning to flutter shut, summoning the last of his strength. He manages to open his eyes just in time to see Yug pressing her lips against his neck. Seeing this, Azathoth's anger flared as he shouted at Yug, branding her a shameless wizard for striking when she wasn't looking. He lunged to slap her, but before he could make contact, Yug ensnared him with her tail. With a smirk, she declared that Ceres was her master, not Azathoth, and besides, she had arrived first. Azathoth seethed with fury, feeling powerless against her grip. He couldn't help but think that if it were daytime, he could have easily tossed Yug aside. Azathoth chose to set aside the conflict, understanding that reclaiming the system was far more important than arguing with Yug. In a surprising turn, he proposed a three-way romance and leaned in closer to Ceres. Observing this, Ceres couldn't help but question whether Azathoth was genuinely being coerced. Why, she wondered, did she feel such an irresistible pull to engage with him in this way? Meanwhile, Sadil perched at the top of the room, keenly observing everything unfold. She pondered whether Azathoth truly desired this interaction with Ceres. As Azathoth expressed her feelings, it was as if Sadil could sense them coursing through her own body. It had been ages since Azathoth had played like this, and with each word, Sadil found herself drawn deeper into the intoxicating emotions, feeling increasingly seduced by the unfolding scene. Azathoth instructed Ceres to gently bend his hand and apply a bit of pressure, intensifying the sensation Sadil was experiencing. She felt her body begin to numb, goosebumps rising across her skin. As Azathoth reached for Ceres' most sensitive area, Ceres tensed, silently hoping he would avoid that spot. Meanwhile, Sadil sensed something forming in her hands, a strange weight that both intrigued and unsettled her. Feeling a sudden grip, Ceres recognizes it as familiar. Upon closer inspection, she realizes it's none other than Sadil. As Ceres' fury intensifies, Azathoth wonders what has caused the shift in her gaze. It dawns on him that the technique he used inadvertently has exposed him. Tension thickens in the air as Azathoth calls out to Sadil. As Sadil arrives, Yug senses an impending threat and swiftly transforms into her smaller form, darting toward Ceres in search of protection. Meanwhile, Azathoth urges Sadil to act quickly, revealing that he has been exposed. Without hesitation, Sadil agrees and readies himself for action. Ceres, taken aback, realizes that Azathoth has actually transformed into a girl. To get closer to him, he feels a surge of relief for having pieced it all together just in time. Unable to utilize the system's abilities, Ceres found himself unable to pursue Azathoth. By the time he broke free from the icy grip of his paralysis, Azathoth had already vanished into the distance. With a heavy heart, Ceres decided to prioritize his mission, vowing to chase after Azathoth once he regained access to the system. Yet, he made a mental note to remain wary of any woman who approached him, especially during the night. The scene shifted to a Z security gate where Daisy, Cyrus, and his teammates awaited Ceres. Upon spotting them, Ceres looked puzzled, unsure of their presence. Cyrus approached him, brandishing a warrant and declaring that he was under arrest for desertion and needed to accompany them. To Cyrus's astonishment, Daisy stepped in, revealing that she was Vice President Charlton's secretary. She informed them that their investigation into the new dungeon had revealed it to be empty, directly contradicting the accusations against Ceres. She also mentioned that the revocation process had already begun, meaning they couldn't arrest Ceres at this time. Additionally, she noted that Ceres was scheduled to attend the guild's appreciation banquet later that evening. Meanwhile, Ceres was busy counting the number of members Cyrus had brought with him. In a sudden burst of anger, Cyrus slapped Daisy, his voice rising as he accused her of lying. "Only captains of A rank and above are allowed at the appreciation banquet," he shouted, his fury palpable. He claimed she was falsely presenting herself as the vice president's secretary. "I am the president," he bellowed, ordering her to leave at once. With a menacing glare, he added, "If you keep causing trouble, I'll throw you into the interrogation room with Ceres." Ceres instructed Daisy to seek authorization from the vice president and retrieve the revocation notice to secure his release, confident that Charlton would lend a hand. He then asked if she could accomplish this in 20 minutes. Daisy confidently replied that she could do it in just 10. Ceres praised her determination, vowing to ensure they would apologize by facing severe consequences for their actions. The scene shifted to the interrogation room, where everyone stood around Ceres, who remained silent and unyielding. Cyrus leaned in, pressing him about the injury on his right hand. He reminded Ceres of how he had bravely led his team into battle against the monstrous Nay. Yet, in a moment of betrayal, Ceres had struck him from behind to flee, leaving his team vulnerable and leading to the deaths of most of his comrades. Cyrus revealed that he sacrificed his right hand to save the lives of the remaining team members. In a fit of rage, he challenged Ceres, asking whether a coward like him deserves to live or die. Ceres replied coldly, stating that a coward who flees in the face of danger deserves to die like an animal. Cyrus's fury intensified as he grasped the implication. Ceres was calling him a coward. Cyrus instructed his teammate to bring the hammer to the table. Meanwhile, Ceres couldn't help but notice that 10 minutes had already slipped by, signaling that the secretary should be arriving soon. Unfortunately, he still lacked access to the system, leaving him to endure the situation for the time being. Just then, to his surprise, Yug called out to Ceres. Confused, Ceres asks Yug what she means. Yug explains that Cyrus couldn't harm her because she had absorbed some of his blood essence, which had restored a portion of her magical power. This was more than enough to withstand human torture. She then proposes a deal. Once they return home, he will owe her double. Just then, Cyrus slams a hammer down on the table near Ceres's hand, causing her to tense up. Cyrus turns to Ceres, playfully asking her to pick a finger to start with, or if she prefers, he can choose one for her. Just as he raises his hand, one of his teammates suddenly interrupts, cautioning that now isn't the best time. The vice president's secretary has arrived with a revocation notice for Ceres. As the notice is revealed, tension fills the room. Disbelief washes over everyone as they struggle to accept that this girl is indeed the secretary of the vice president. Cyrus was taken aback, questioning how an F-rank hero could possibly have connections with someone at the vice president's level. One of the boys suggested they should release Ceres, noting that using torture after receiving a revocation notice was illegal. As everyone braced to set Ceres free, Cyrus intervened, instructing them to halt. He requested they bring the notice back to him in half an hour. Since he hadn't received any revocation notice, Cyrus insisted he was unaware of the situation. Ceres, infuriated by his defiance, glared at him, but Cyrus stood firm, declaring that Ceres would have to face the consequences. Meanwhile, outside the interrogation room, Cyrus's teammates exchanged worried glances, noting that their captain still hadn't emerged and they lacked permission to enter. Daisy requested that they step aside, insisting she would enter alone to present the revocation notice. He countered her assertion, clarifying that it was actually an interrogation notice, and that she had no right to come and go as she pleased. Inside the room, Cyrus struck his own hands with a hammer, but to his astonishment, he felt no pain from the blows. Cyrus was left bewildered, wondering what had transpired. There were no broken bones, no blood shed, not even a scratch on his skin. Outside, Daisy was locked in a heated argument with the guard. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Charlton appeared and questioned the guard's authority to enter the room. The guard, visibly tense, stepped aside. With a swift kick, Charlton flung the door open and entered, just in time to see Cyrus poised to strike him with a hammer. Cyrus stood in shock, his voice tense as he demanded to know why the vice president was present. Charlton calmly revealed a document, the revocation notice for Cyrus's arrest warrant ordering his immediate release. With a heavy heart, Cyrus reluctantly dropped the hammer, conceding to the order. They then freed Ceres, and Charlton seized the moment to address the gravity of the situation, stating that as a captain, Cyrus had abused his authority by torturing a subordinate. Charlton cautioned that if the matter were to be investigated, Cyrus would likely face the loss of his captaincy at the very least. Fear gripped Cyrus, as he replied that he hadn't received any notice of revocation, which was why he felt compelled to act. He added that his teammates could vouch for him, but to his surprise, none were willing to step forward. They feared offending the vice president. Charlton, seething with anger, demanded to know what Cyrus had to say for himself, leaving Cyrus momentarily speechless. He found himself grappling with his next move, realizing he had no choice but to seek help from his brother. Ceres rose to his feet, declaring that he could vouch for Cyrus, confirming that he hadn't witnessed anything and would not pursue the matter of Cyrus's arrest. However, Ceres insisted that Cyrus and the others should bow and apologize to the secretary. Perplexed, the secretary couldn't help but wonder what Ceres was up to. Moments later, the scene shifted to the Crusade squad, all bowing before Daisy. Ceres stood nearby, a stick in hand, his expression a mix of fury and determination. As the squad offered their apologies to Daisy, Ceres couldn't contain his outrage. "How dare you treat such a beautiful secretary with disrespect?" he exclaimed, before playfully swatting each of them on the backside with his stick. As chaos erupted around them, with everyone screaming in pain, Daisy stood by, blushing and smiling, her thoughts drifting to Ceres. Amidst the turmoil, the others cried out, admitting they were wrong and promising never to repeat their mistakes. With that, Ceres deemed his mission accomplished and turned to inform Cyrus that the conflict between him and Daisy had been resolved. Cyrus, tense and bewildered, asked what Ceres meant. In a sudden burst of fury, Ceres seized Cyrus's hand, demanding they settle their issues right then and there. Cyrus, tension etched across his face, asked Ceres if he truly meant he wouldn't pursue the matter of the arrest. Ceres, anger flaring, shot back that it was about Cyrus striking his hand with a hammer. As he spoke, he tightened his grip on Cyrus, causing him to howl in pain. Desperate, Cyrus pleaded for forgiveness, promising he wouldn't do it again. Ceres simply replied, "Okay," before delivering a swift blow to Cyrus's hand, smashing it against his knee. With that, Cyrus's left hand shattered in the middle. His teammates exchanged worried glances, their anxiety palpable as they rushed to ask if he was all right. Ceres, however, surprised everyone by saying that he was now willing to forgive Cyrus. Charlton then stepped in, informing Ceres that Daisy would escort him to the banquet, as he had to meet with an envoy from the Holy See first. Ceres, puzzled, couldn't help but ask, "What exactly is the Holy See?" Charlton explained that they had founded the church with a singular mission, to eradicate all evil thoughts from the world. They wielded unmatched purification magic capable of cleansing any toxins from the body. The scene then shifted to a lavish banquet hall, where the Saintess Mia of the Holy See made her entrance alongside Charlton, ready to grace the gathering with her presence. As Mia approached, two boys began to whisper about her, their eyes drawn to her revealing dress. They questioned whether it was appropriate for a saintess to wear something so bold. Suddenly, Mia halted in her tracks and fixed them with a piercing gaze. The boys froze, realizing she had overheard their conversation. With calm conviction, Mia addressed them, stating that their doctrine was to eradicate all evil thoughts from the world. She elaborated that to truly eliminate such thoughts, one must first understand them. This, she explained, was the reason why those in their Holy See chose to dress in such a manner. She then glared at the boys, demanding they not look at her with their filthy eyes. Charlton, infuriated by her words, ordered the guard to slap them 10 times. At once, the boys began to apologize profusely. However, Mia stepped in, urging Charlton to reconsider. She explained that punishing those two would mean everyone in the hall deserved punishment. Everyone except the president, of course. Charlton was taken aback, questioning how he differed from the others. Mia replied, noting that while his mind was in turmoil, his body remained relatively calm. In contrast, the others had reacted strongly, overwhelmed by a surge of dark thoughts. Embarrassed by her observation, Charlton defended himself, asserting that he was a person of pure heart, which allowed him to maintain a measure of self-control. Whispers filled the air as rumors circulated about the vice president's alleged impotence. Meanwhile, outside the hall, Daisy and Cirrus arrived on the scene. "This is the venue we need to be at," Daisy said, gesturing for them to enter. As they stepped inside, Cirrus inquired, "Is the purification magic of the Holy See really that powerful?" Daisy nodded, her expression serious. "Absolutely. It's their unique magic." She explained that they could heal everything from lost limbs to severe poisoning. However, she also noted that being a hero was a high-risk profession, and every region's hero guild had sought to join them, only to be turned away. They were cautious with their magic, even in the face of desperate pleas for help, due to the dark thoughts that lingered in their hearts. Cyrus pondered whether they might be able to cure his poison, and a sense of urgency washed over him. He knew he had to seek them out soon. As Cyrus stepped into the hall, he noticed a crowd gathered in one area. Curious, he turned to Daisy and asked what was going on. She shrugged, admitting she had no idea. Just then, Charlton arrived, shedding light on the situation. He explained that the Saintess was conducting tests to determine their eligibility for collaboration with the Holy See. He added that those who passed would open the door for their hero guild from Zone Z to gain considerable strength. The scene then shifted to Mia, who pointed excitedly and explained that they were looking at the treasure of their holy see, the sacred evil heart. Once someone entered, the gemstones would illuminate the darkness within, revealing the level of evil thoughts lurking in that person's heart. The potential for collaboration with their holy see hinged on the purity of one's heart. Unfortunately, no one from the heroes guilds in other regions had passed the test, leading to a flurry of questions about what lay within and how they could measure such purity. Mia suggested that if they truly wanted to know, they should venture inside and see for themselves. At that moment, a boy named Logan, the captain of Team 7, boldly stepped forward. "I'll give it a try," he declared confidently. "I have a pure heart and have never done anything shameful." As he approached the test area, Mia flashed him a warm smile. Upon entering, Logan was taken aback to find a Catwoman before him, his ultimate weakness. He felt a rush of embarrassment as he took in her striking features. Suddenly, without warning, she stepped closer, and he tensed, bewildered by her boldness. How had she gotten so near? She simply purred, and he was instantly captivated, declaring her magnificent and expressing a desire to pet her. The Catwoman then asked what game he wanted to play. Logan replied that he wished to explore her magnificent features. She recoiled, telling him to stop, as his words were utterly distasteful, and promptly threw him out of the tent. As he stumbled outside, he howled in pain, having hurt his chin on the way out. The gemstone glowed ominously, displaying a shocking 88% evilness. Mia stood frozen, her mind racing as she grasped the implications. Logan was clearly a person burdened with many impure thoughts. The atmosphere grew tense as others absorbed the high percentage, signaling that something dangerous lurked within that tent. Stepping forward with determination, Owen, the captain of Team 6, boldly declared he would investigate, confident in his ability to confront whatever awaited them inside. However, he too was soon expelled, and the gemstone revealed that Owen harbored a staggering 92% of evil thoughts. One by one, others stepped forward, insisting they could handle the challenge. But each person's evil thought percentage exceeded 80%. Frustrated, Mia concluded it was a waste of her time. Not a single individual had a score below 80%. It seemed they were all morally compromised at their core. She was convinced that no one could possibly pass the test. Just then, Siri stepped forward, declaring that it was his turn. Mia felt a wave of relief wash over her, knowing he was the last one to take the test. As Siri entered the room, he was taken aback to find a Catwoman waiting for him. She approached him with a curious gaze and asked, "What do you wish to do?" To her astonishment, Cyrus placed his hand on her face and gently pushed her away, declaring that he didn't appreciate another woman approaching him so boldly. Yet, beneath his composed exterior, Cyrus couldn't shake the feeling of caution. There was a strong possibility that this was Azathoth's doing once more. Even the Catwoman was taken aback, remarking that he was the first man to ever reject her outside the tent. Mia was taken aback to see a perfect 0% on the gemstone. It was the first time she had witnessed such purity. The individual before her radiated an unsettling calm, as serene as still water. Meanwhile, Cyrus remained on high alert, uncertain of the person's true identity. He instructed his system to initiate a scan for confirmation. The system prompted him, asking if he wanted to lock on to the target and unleash Azathoth's spear of oblivion. Tension coiled within Cyrus. He understood that he had only one chance to get this right. If he messed up and encountered Azathoth again, he would be in serious trouble. Meanwhile, the Catwoman was left bewildered. It was the first time a man had rejected her, and he had even pushed her away. She couldn't shake the feeling that he was studying her closely, yet there was no hint of malice in his gaze, only a strange hostility. The Catwoman bit her finger in frustration, her irritation at Cyrus's rejection growing stronger than her annoyance with those who merely admired her appearance. To her, his dismissal felt like a direct challenge to her allure. Determined to win him over, she resolved to find a way to make his heart race. Meanwhile, Cyrus was deep in thought, contemplating how to uncover any hidden malicious traits she might possess. Suddenly, the Catwoman leaped towards him, playfully shaking her chest in an attempt to seduce him. "Don't look at me with such hostility," she purred, suggesting that a warm, soft hug might bridge the gap between them. As she leaned in to hug him, Cyrus deftly dodged, stepping back just in time. Frustration flickered in the Catwoman's eyes as she faced yet another rejection. Undeterred, she charged at him once more, determined to embrace him, but again, he sidestepped her with ease. As she leaped into the air, hoping to catch him off guard with her softness, he evaded her yet again. Cyrus believed the angle was just right to see if anything was concealed beneath her clothing. He shifted away from the Catwoman, seeking a clearer view. As he drew closer, his gaze landed on her impressive figure, and he felt a blush creep across his cheeks. Yet, he remained resolute in his mission to uncover any hidden traits. The Catwoman, however, couldn't help but notice that even as Cyrus maneuvered around her, his eyes were still fixated on her chest. After avoiding her gaze, he finally came to a halt, and she stood still, contemplating why Cyrus harbored no malicious thoughts. Cyrus, on the other hand, felt a tension building within him. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the Catwoman's stunning figure. Finally, she broke the silence, asking why he was staring at her chest like everyone else, and why his body reacted so strongly, despite the absence of any wicked intentions in his heart. She shouted again, demanding to know why he remained so calm. Cyrus replied with a serene demeanor, explaining that it was because he was an upright person. He held no lewd thoughts about her body. He elaborated that breasts were a natural part of their world, serving to provide milk and nutrients essential for growth and survival. Ceres glanced down at her chest, her heart swelling with gratitude. His words brought her joy, and a rosy blush crept across her cheeks. A brilliant, radiant light radiated from Ceres, and she couldn't help but believe he was always meant to be that way. In that moment, she felt small in his presence, acutely aware of the vast chasm that separated them. The Catwoman turned to Ceres and declared that he had passed the test and was free to leave. Ceres paused, questioning whether she truly meant it, and if she really wasn't Azathoth after all. He bid her farewell with a cheerful smile and walked away. As Ceres departed, the Catwoman couldn't help but question her training. Was it inadequate, leaving her unable to seduce him? Meanwhile, in the hall, a lively discussion erupted about how Ceres managed to achieve a remarkable 0% evil thoughts. Many found it hard to believe that a man could show no interest in a Catwoman. Mia chimed in, sharing her astonishment at witnessing someone with such a completely pure heart for the very first time. With a hint of hesitation, Ceres inquired whether he had passed the test and if she could use purification magic to rid him of the poison. Mia nodded in affirmation and instructed everyone else to leave the room. The scene shifted to a later time, where Mia and Ceres found themselves alone in the hall. Mia informed him that she was ready to begin the detox process and asked him to lie down. Once he settled onto the floor, Ceres wondered if there was anything else he needed to do. Mia instructed him not to move and explained that their purification magic was a gift from the Holy See. Each person had a specific part of their body through which they channeled this magic. She lifted her right foot, demonstrating that her purification magic resided in her feet, using stepping motions to activate it. Mia emphasized that while she was performing the purification, Ceres must not entertain any evil thoughts, as such negativity would gradually weaken the magic's effectiveness. With a tense expression, Ceres inquired if those dark thoughts were solely about him. Mia nodded, confirming his suspicion. She explained that ever since she became a sanctus of the Holy See, her own desires had been stripped away. Sensing his unease, she urged Ceres to relax completely, reassuring him that she would examine him from top to bottom as part of the necessary process. To ensure Mia could treat his body more effectively, Ceres agreed to her request. As Mia began to move her feet around his hand, adjusting and channeling her purification magic, Ceres mistakenly thought she was trying to reposition his hand with her foot. Eager to assist, he attempted to move it himself. However, Mia quickly shouted for him to stay still, assuring him that she would take care of everything. Mia stressed that any movement from Ceres could hinder her ability to cast magic effectively. Feeling cramped in her chair, she playfully requested to use his face for support. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she placed her feet on his face and carefully maneuvered her left foot toward his hand. Mia declared that she was about to begin the magic, and the moment she lifted her foot, Ceres felt an unexpected pressure against his face. To his astonishment, he found himself floating on water, bewildered by his surroundings. Suddenly, a foot descended from above, pressing down on him with surprising force. Ceres tensed as he felt the weight pressing down on him, instinctively pushing back against Mia's foot with all his strength. In reality, her foot barely moved, suspended in the air. Mia urged him to relax, assuring him that resisting was counterproductive to the healing process. She went on to explain that she was using her purification magic to guide his consciousness into a specific part of his body, facilitating a deeper connection to his own healing. She assured him that she would pull him out of the water and heal his fingers. Ceres nodded, understanding and ready for her plan. As her foot descended once more, he braced himself. When it was close enough, he leaped, grabbing onto her toes and hanging suspended in the air. Mia explained that she would lift him out in one swift motion, but just then, something beneath the water snagged Ceres, pulling him down. He informed Mia that something below was entangling him. Mia replied that those were the poisons coursing through his body. She then urged him to grab onto her foot. He attempted to do so, but struggled to find a secure grip. In a moment of desperation, he even contemplated tearing her dress for a better hold. Mia noticed his hesitation and remarked, "Ceres, that's quite rude." Despite the danger, Ceres clung tightly to his foot, pulling him away from the grasp of the poisonous roots. To his surprise, even with her firm grip, he felt no pain, only an unexpected sense of comfort. Suddenly, he noticed a warmth spreading through his little finger. As he was pulled from the water, he looked down in disbelief. His little finger had returned, restored before his very eyes. As he opened his eyes, he watched in awe as his finger began to regenerate, a clear sign that the magic was indeed working. Mia then spoke up, sensing another remnant of poison, and instructed Ceres to remove his shoes. Just like before, his foot was soon restored as well. Ceres marveled at the incredible power of purification magic. Mia then explained that she needed to change direction now that she had pinpointed the source of the poison within him. She positioned a chair between his legs and instructed him to lie down without moving, emphasizing the importance of their teamwork in detoxifying him. Then, with a determined look, she placed her foot on his most sensitive area, declaring it the source of the poison. The instant she made contact, Ceres was jolted by a wave of pain, questioning whether this was truly happening. In his mind's eye, he envisioned her pushing him beneath the water, urging him to draw the poison to the surface so it could vanish, leaving his body cleansed and renewed. Ceres acted with fury, exclaiming that he couldn't breathe underwater. Mia quickly reassured him, urging him not to panic. She wrapped her legs around him, explaining that this would help him expel the poison by continuously amplifying his power. Suddenly, Ceres felt himself growing larger. As he descended deeper into the sea, he spotted red roots emerging from the ocean floor. He questioned whether this was the poison coursing through his body. With unwavering determination, Ceres advanced toward the roots of the poison, intent on extracting them. Meanwhile, in the real world, Mia began to feel an unsettling change within her. On the other hand, the Ceres system indicated that there was 1% of locked favorability. This meant that, somehow, Ceres had chosen Mia as her target, and now Mia was destined to be seduced, just like the others. What do you think? Will she be able to detoxify him, or will her own dark thoughts and desires surface? Meanwhile, Ceres faces off against Azathoth, battling not just for survival, but to rid his body of poison. The story picks up just as the detoxification process begins. Suddenly, the system locks onto Mia as the target, sending her body into a chaotic frenzy. Just as planned, the poison enveloping our hero began to fade as Mia successfully activated the shield. She urged him to dive deeper and work on breaking down the poison within his body now that the shield was in place. Ceres plunged further into this spiritual realm, moving toward the heart of the poison. The tentacles disintegrated upon contact with the shield, allowing him to make impressive strides forward. He should be nearing the source of the poison soon. However, after what feels like an eternity of swimming, Ceres realizes he hasn't made any real progress. Despite covering a considerable distance, the source still appears frustratingly far away. That's when Mia chimes in, explaining that in the realm of body consciousness, real-world distances don't apply. So, even if the source looks close, it's actually much farther than it seems. Meanwhile, Mia anxiously rubs her feet to maintain the shield, but she fears she might tire herself out at this pace. To her surprise, a strange sense of joy begins to spread from her feet. It's no wonder she feels this way. The system has been locked, and her favorability has just risen to 21%. However, it seems that trouble is brewing on the horizon. The shield begins to crack, and water from outside starts to seep into the bubble. Our protagonist calls out desperately for the Saintess, who reveals that her purification magic is faltering, and she has no explanation for it. As the tension rises, her favorability increases to 47%. She confides that dark thoughts, what we might call lewd thoughts, are beginning to surface. She quickly warns him to stop thinking about getting too close, as his arousal is becoming noticeable, and the purification magic won't hold much longer. It seems things have spiraled out of control, leaving our hero ensnared in the grip of the poison, struggling to catch his breath. Mia pushes herself to repair the shield, desperately trying to maintain her purification magic. However, her flushed face and the favorability rising to 69% reveal the truth. She's running out of time. Meanwhile, Ceres begins to struggle, nearly drowning in the depths of his own despair. Just as he feels the grip of suffocation closing in, he jolts awake, back in reality. As he lies on the ground, he notices the Saintess smiling at him, her expression oddly enigmatic. The favorability rating has climbed to 87%, and it's evident she's had quite an intriguing experience. Eager to maintain the shield, she seems ready to continue her playful antics. Just as her thoughts drift toward more risque ideas, the favorability surges to 91%. However, our protagonist swiftly brings her back to reality by calling her out on her inappropriate behavior. The Saintess is taken aback to find that Ceres has already returned to reality, a clear sign that her treatment has failed. Confusion washes over her as her heart races, threatening to burst from her chest. Unsettling thoughts and physical sensations begin to creep in, leaving her feeling disoriented and damp. She believes these dark thoughts are the reason the purification magic faltered, and a wave of shame washes over her for allowing such feelings to surface. She decides to keep this incident to herself, concerned that it might tarnish the dignity of the Holy See. Then, with a heavy heart, the Saintess reveals that the treatment is complete, leaving our protagonist stunned as he asks if she can't remove the poison from his body after all. She shakes her head, clarifying that while there is no poison the Holy See cannot cure, his condition will necessitate long-term treatment. She assures him that once she discovers a way to reach the source of the poison, she will inform him. In the meantime, she can still heal his injured limbs. With a warm smile, she invites him to visit the Holy See whenever he wishes to find her, finally introducing herself as Lilia. As she turns to leave, Sirius is left contemplating that Azathoth may indeed be his only hope for overcoming the poison after all. Meanwhile, Lilia hides behind a pillar outside, her emotions swirling in a tempest. She struggles to contain herself, her body yearning for something more, as if it were pleading for the promise of new life. In the next scene, Sirius finds himself being tossed and kicked around by his brother, treated like yesterday's refuse. The older sibling is seething with rage, furious that his scrawny brother couldn't even manage a simple task. The poor guy quickly explains that this time, the president was involved. His brother, clearly irritated, snaps at him to shut up, insisting he's not in the mood for any more lame excuses. With a frustrated gesture, he tosses an envelope down onto Sirius. Confused, Sirius asks what it is. The senior brother reveals that it's a map to the A-rank dungeon known as Shia. Sirius's eyes widen as he realizes the implications. But the boss of Shia is an S-rank monster. He protests, "I'm not even A-rank myself. How am I supposed to fight that?" It's almost like volunteering for death. That's when the senior reveals that the Shia dungeon has nearly been conquered by heroes from K. The returning champions reported that the boss, Shia, has been severely weakened, to the point where even F-rank heroes could now defeat it. However, the senior adds a twist. He intercepted this news and kept it from spreading, meaning the monster is essentially a sitting duck. Now was his chance to seize the moment and secure the captain's position. Hearing this, Cyrus's eyes sparkled with joy as he reassured his brother that he would handle it. However, it seemed he was celebrating his victory a bit too early. Meanwhile, Shia, the formidable monster, was being tended to once again by Azathoth. Azathoth pours his own blood into the monster's mouth, and with that, Shia heals completely, rising from the rubble like a raging bull. The monster exhales deeply, relieved to have narrowly escaped death. He quickly turns to Azathoth, expressing his gratitude for being saved once again. With a determined glint in his eye, he vows to do whatever it takes to repay this debt. As anticipated, Azathoth instructs him to eliminate a human, and of course, that human is our protagonist, who is also on the hunt for this enigmatic gender-bender figure. Meanwhile, we catch a glimpse of the enthusiastic vice president, who praises our hero for his substantial contributions to the guild. He elaborates that their Z area will be collaborating with the Holy See, and together, their combined strengths have grown significantly. He tells our protagonist that if he has any requests, he should feel free to voice them. Without hesitation, our boy boldly demands the captain's position. This way, he can have the authority to choose which dungeon to tackle. The vice president quickly agrees to his request. Cyrus then announces that he'll head home to prepare, planning to leave the city by noon. With only 49 days left to live, he knows he can't afford to waste any more time. The vice president questions this urgency, noting their guild is already short-staffed, and the process of promoting a new captain may not be finished by noon. Just then, the secretary steps in, eager to assist. She's well-versed in the procedure, and confident she can complete it before the deadline. She presents it as a thank you gift for our boy, celebrating his well-deserved smackdown of Cirrus. Later, he arrives home, and as soon as he opens the door, Yug is there to greet him. She beams with pride, announcing that she's cleaned everything and even finished all the food. Rubbing against him, she boasts about how spotless the home is. Truly, she embodies every human's dream maid, eagerly awaiting praise from her master. Reluctantly, the boy admits that she's impressive, primarily because he prefers not to be smothered by her ample bosom. She then inquires if she can stay with him forever, emphasizing her usefulness. The boy turns to the maid, asking if she doesn't wish to return to her own home. In response, the girl feigns ignorance about the concept of a home, declaring, "For a monster, there's only a lair, not a home." She continues to squeeze his face, and finally, he concedes, telling her she can stay. However, he warns her not to let anyone discover her true nature as a monster, especially in a city filled with ordinary humans. If they do, they'll both be in serious trouble. The maid's face lights up with joy as she reassures him that she's excellent at hiding. Just then, the favorability level hits 100%, and the system announces that getting close to her has doubled the increase in values. She then reminds him that since her work is done, it's time for him to fulfill his role as well. Cirrus looks puzzled and asks what she means. With a smirk, she recalls how she took a barrage of hammer blows for him in the dungeon, depleting much of her magic. Now, she expects him to repay her with double what she lost. It seems our boy is on board with this plan. After all, being intimate with her will also double her strength, which will be incredibly useful for their upcoming journey. It seems like a win-win situation. In the next scene, the secretary drives her car, eagerly anticipating her arrival at Cirrus's place to deliver the promotion notice. Meanwhile, the man himself is experiencing quite a different scenario, as his muscular maid is in the process of tearing his clothes off. As she runs her hands over his bare skin, she admires his impressive physique. Drawing closer, she opens her mouth, and in that moment, she begins to squeeze him, eliciting a mix of groans that could be either pain or pleasure. Meanwhile, the system window erupts with notifications, celebrating the influx of stat boosts he's receiving. Meanwhile, the maid is electrified, feeling an exhilarating surge of power within her. She doesn't relent, continuing to squeeze him tightly. Just as he lets out a gasp, the front doorbell rings. Realizing that the visitor must be the secretary here to deliver his promotion notice, he quickly urges the maid to hide for a moment. Once she disappears from view, he opens the door to find the secretary waiting for him. With a casual smile, he explains that he just got out of the shower, so he hopes she doesn't mind his shirtless appearance. As anticipated, the secretary informs him of his promotion to captain, handing him his ID card and the official notice. He accepts the documents with gratitude, and she adds a thoughtful touch by offering him some fruit she brought along. Once again, he expresses his gratitude for her kind gesture, especially since his food supplies have dwindled, something we all know the reason for. Yug listens intently, her eyes narrowing as the secretary blushes and offers him her assistance whenever he needs it. It's evident that Yug isn't pleased to see her master getting so cozy with the secretary, prompting her to emerge from her hiding spot at that very moment. The secretary's jaw drops as she lays eyes on a tall woman whose striking figure could rival the most celebrated stars of the adult industry. My guy is momentarily stunned, questioning why Yug has emerged from her hiding place. To his astonishment, she is transformed into a human form and immediately wraps her arms around him, introducing herself as his passionate sister. As Yug showers him with affection, planting kisses all over, the secretary can't help but feel a pang of jealousy. In a huff, she snatches the fruit she had brought, muttering an annoyed goodbye before storming out. Meanwhile, Yug continues her passionate rambling, only serving to further irritate the secretary. In a fit of frustration, she tosses all the fruit into the dustbin, leaving her anger behind like a discarded snack. Later, our hero dons his armor, standing resolutely at the door. He turns to Yug, entrusting her with an important mission. You need to transform into a human, buy some food, and whatever you do, don't get caught, he instructs. With that, he sets off, his determination to find Azathoth unwavering. As he opens the door to leave, his gaze falls on something on the floor. It's a piece of fruit accompanied by a note that reads, "Sorry for getting mad earlier." It's clear that the apology is from the secretary. Meanwhile, we shift our focus to Cyrus and his crew, who are buzzing with excitement after their victory over the boss monster, reveling in the thrill of hitting the jackpot. Cyrus is feeling particularly smug. Armed with the map his brother provided, this entire journey feels like a stroll in the park. His lackeys remind him that around 10 teams of A-rank heroes have attempted to conquer Area K, all without success. However, their efforts have significantly weakened the boss, She, paving the way for an easy victory. With a cocky grin, Cyrus declares that according to guild rules, the team that defeats the boss first will claim all the resources. It's not his fault that the previous heroes abandoned the dungeon. Just then, a colossal monster crashes down, and guess what? It's our hero, who just defeated the A-rank rock giant and secured the area map. It seems all that squeezing and a bit of playful mischief with Yud paid off after all. He checks his system and realizes that Azoth has already ventured deep into the dungeon, reaching the boss's chamber. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party are startled by the sudden rustling in the bushes. He swiftly draws his sword and urges his team to prepare for anything. To their astonishment, a familiar figure steps out from the shadows. Cyrus is completely bewildered by his presence and suspects he might be trying to steal their hard-earned victory. Without hesitation, he confronts the newcomer, demanding, "What on earth are you doing here?" Ceres casually replies that he's here to slay some monsters just like everyone else. Cyrus, curious, inquires about the team he came with, but Ceres simply states he's going solo and starts to walk away, clearly fixated on his own mission. Cyrus begins to tremble at the thought of Ceres tackling an A-ranked dungeon all on his own. The unsettling realization that Cyrus might already know about the weakened boss, Shia, only heightens his anxiety. He rallies his party, urging them to pick up the pace and follow closely. He's resolute in his mission to reach the weakened Shia before anyone else can claim the glory. Meanwhile, Ceres activates his map through the system, which announces that the map is now live. A new notification appears, revealing information about a sword called Bunker Spectre. It warns that drawing this sword will reverse the paths ahead and has the power to disable or enable traps along the way. Meanwhile, Ceres is brimming with confidence, armed with the secret information from his brother's map. He believes he holds the upper hand. The map reveals a fork ahead. The right path leads to a dead end, while the left path is the true route. Cyrus thinks he's one step ahead of Ceres, unaware that Ceres' system has already provided him with all the insights he needs. Cyrus races down the right path, a smug grin spreading across his face as he revels in his clever strategy. He's convinced that by taking the left path, he'll trap our hero behind him. However, it soon becomes evident that Cyrus has miscalculated. As he barrels down the right path, he is confronted by a massive dragon, and to his surprise, he spots someone else fiercely battling the beast. The arrogant young man stands clueless, his brother's map and intel failing to mention this terrifying foe. The dragon unleashes a thunderous roar, thrashing wildly as its tail demolishes everything in its path. Chaos reigns, with debris hurtling through the air as the adventurers scramble to avoid being crushed. Amidst the turmoil, we catch a glimpse of the familiar figure bravely battling the monstrous beast. She clenches her fist and delivers a devastating blow, sending the massive beast crashing to the ground. The dragon finally crumples, lifeless, right at Cyrus's feet. He stares in shock, utterly bewildered by how this woman managed to take down such a colossal creature with nothing but her bare hands. Once the monster is down, she swiftly rushes over to Cyrus and his team. It appears that the newcomer is an S-rank adventurer named Daphne from Area K. As she descends gracefully, she inquires about their origin. Cyrus, visibly nervous in her presence, admits they hail from Area Z. When Daphne asks if they've come to conquer Shia's dungeon as well, the anxious young man confirms with a hesitant yes. Daphne raises an eyebrow, noting that Area K never requested assistance from Area Z, leaving her to wonder if he's attempting to compete with her. She firmly asserts that challenging her would be a grave mistake. Cyrus attempts to remain calm, proposing that they could join forces, expressing that it would be an honor to team up with her. However, Daphne quickly dismisses the idea, stating that she has no interest in teamwork only. The weak depend on others, and she is far from weak. Just then, a transmission crackles in her ear, urgently inquiring if there are any heroes nearby, as dragons have appeared and they need immediate backup. She quickly crouches down, preparing to launch herself into the air. With a fierce glare, she tells the onlookers to go home. Their panic at the sight of the monster only reinforces her disdain for weaklings like them. With that, she propels herself upward with such force that the ground cracks beneath her. As she soars into the sky, her confident form leaves a lasting impression in her wake. Meanwhile, our protagonist remains in awe of her ability to fly. On the other hand, the stubborn Cyrus is still determined to take down the boss monster before she returns, despite her clear warning to stay away. Even Ceres can't help but notice just how thick-headed Cyrus truly is. With a surge of confidence, he activates the mechanism and drops the massive stone gates, convinced he has successfully sealed off the area. Now he believes they can finally enjoy their victory without any interruptions, relishing the credit for slaying that monster. Meanwhile, outside, our hero grips the sword tightly, feeling his magical energy drain away at an alarming rate. With a determined effort, he yanks the sword free from its resting place, but it leaves him with only 3530 mana. Suddenly, the ground begins to tremble, leaving Cyrus and his lackeys in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, our hero, now wielding the sword known as the Bunker Scepter, confidently chooses the right path. Cyrus believes they'll reach their destination in just a few minutes, especially since all the monsters in the area have been dealt with. However, everyone's expressions shift to shock as they encounter B-rank furious monsters known as Obsidian Claws. It's evident that these creatures are not to be trifled with. They growl and swiftly charge at Cyrus and his party. Meanwhile, we return to Boss Shia's room, where Azathoth and his lackey are once again in attendance. Azathoth appears weary and bored, having expended a significant amount of his blood to sustain Shia. He turns to his pet, urging him not to disappoint. The monster, feeling invigorated by the surge of power from the blood, confidently replies that he's ready to deliver a serious smackdown when their target arrives. The purple-haired figure turns to Azathoth, questioning whether Shia can truly defeat their ally, who possesses the ability to enhance his strength in battle. Azathoth confidently assures her that this time is different. All the monsters in this dungeon are male, leaving no female influence to aid their companion. Just then, a pack of wolves emerges from the shadows, and our hero eagerly unsheathes his new sword, ready to test its sharpness after expending a significant amount of energy. The system announces that slashing at specific points with the sword can activate hidden traps. Our hero scans the dungeon and quickly identifies the first trigger right in front of him, poised to unleash a storm of arrows. Without hesitation, he thrusts his sword into the trigger, and suddenly, a barrage of arrows rains down, effortlessly dispatching the wild beasts as if they were mere cucumbers in a ninja fruit game. One monster remains, yet Cyrus remains calm and composed. He takes his stance and swings his sword with such force that it cleaves through the beast. Just as he finishes, another monster leaps at him. Tightening his grip on the sword, he brings it crashing down onto the creature's head. Meanwhile, Cyrus's party is being utterly overwhelmed by the very wolves they had underestimated. He quickly realizes that these creatures are far stronger than B-rank, leaving them with no choice but to retreat in a panic. As they rush toward the entrance they had used to enter, Cyrus's heart sinks. He sees that he has already sealed it behind him. This leaves them in a dire situation, with no escape in sight. The wolves are closing in rapidly, and it's only a matter of time before these fools become a meal. Cyrus urgently instructs his lackeys to fend off the wolves while he examines the map, searching for a way to unlock the door. His men scream for their captain to take action, desperate not to end up as a savory dinner for these ferocious beasts. Yet Cyrus feels a deep sense of hopelessness wash over him. Overwhelmed with despair, he can only cry, staring at the map that reveals mechanisms for sealing the gate, but none for opening it. As the monsters close in around him, panic sets in. In a moment of instinct, he leaps from his spot, landing safely on the other side. It's then that he catches sight of another trigger just over his left shoulder. As the monsters charge toward him, he slams down the trigger, and the massive slab of stone descends from above, crushing the unfortunate wolves like ripe tomatoes under a speeding car. Meanwhile, the gate for Cyrus swings open, offering them a chance to escape. However, the monsters are still hot on their heels. One of them grabs the cocky guy by the leg, leaving him in a precarious situation. Just then, our hero swiftly pulls his sword back from the trigger point. The stone slab that had crushed the monsters begins to rise once more, while the path that had opened for Cyrus closes again, sealing off his escape. The descending slab crushes the monster that had been gnawing on Cyrus's leg, liberating him from its sharp fangs. Once he dispatches the remaining creatures, he begins to appreciate the sword in his hand. Following the system's guidance, he turns right and presses on, leaving a trail of defeated monsters in his wake. Despite the harrowing experience and barely escaping with his life, Cyrus remains resolute, refusing to give in. He's more concerned that Ceres might reach Shia before him. If that happens, Cyrus knows he'll be in serious trouble. His brother even gave him the map, and if he returns without having slain the monster, he'll surely make Cyrus regret it. As he surveys the area, he notices that all the monsters are dead, and the road structure aligns perfectly with the map. It's evident that he's on the right track, yet he's seething at the memory of his brother handing him a poorly drawn map that nearly cost him his life. But ever since he pulled that sword, the paths have twisted and turned, so perhaps the map isn't entirely to blame. As he continues on, he soon comes across another fork in the road. Conflicted about their next move, the map clearly suggests they should head right. However, Suris, determined to outsmart the situation, opts for the left path instead. It's evident that he's about to make yet another blunder, as the map was indeed correct, and trouble looms ahead. After navigating a series of twists and turns, the system finally announces that he has arrived at the boss room. Before him stands the notorious monster, Shia, who was taken aback to see our hero wielding the Bunker Scepter sword. Clearly, he's got some skills after all, but Ceres is unfazed by Shia's chatter. He takes his stance, his mind laser-focused on navigating this final room. Azathoth must be lurking nearby. That's when Shia chimes in, declaring that he plans to take our boy's head to his goddess. The moment our protagonist hears the word goddess, he perks up and asks the beast if he believes Azath is female. The monster then describes goddess Azathoth with fervor, claiming she has a chest that defies imagination, skin so flawless it seems otherworldly, and a scent that exudes pure femininity. Our hero spots another trigger nearby and swiftly slashes his sword at it. Suddenly, a massive axe erupts from the ground, hurtling toward the monster. Yet, Shia remains unfazed. With a mere flick of his hand, he shatters the colossal weapon into a shower of splinters. Ceres watches in disbelief, astonished that this behemoth didn't even need to wield his own weapon to dismantle the axe. Shia unleashes a thunderous growl after shattering the axe, then lunges at Ceres with all his might. His fury is palpable as he confronts our hero, demanding to know how he could dare disrespect the goddess by referring to her as a man. With a single swing, Ceres' sword splinters into two pieces, a clear indication that this beast is not to be underestimated. But our hero remains unfazed, determined to seize his moment. He unleashes his swift body slash technique, moving with such incredible speed that he vanishes from sight, only to reappear behind the behemoth for a surprise strike. However, this monster is no slouch either. In an instant, it spins around with astonishing agility, effortlessly blocking the attack as if it were nothing. The monster didn't turn around. Instead, a clone suddenly appeared right in front of our hero, who deftly blocked the sneaky attack with his massive blade. Without missing a beat, the clone hurled that enormous sword at him with such force that the ground beneath Ceres' feet began to crack. The monster smirked, boasting that goddess Azathoth had amplified his power to such an extent that taking out our protagonist would be as effortless as squashing a bug. Indeed, our hero is grappling with the immense pressure of that blade. Just as he finds himself locked in a fierce struggle with the monster, the other clone makes a sudden move, swinging at him with deadly intent. In a split second, he pushes off the ground, breaking free from the deadlock. However, the blade still grazes his foot, sending him hurtling into the wall behind him. The impact is so powerful that it shatters the wall upon contact. The two monsters cackle as if they've just delivered the funniest mom joke in history. Meanwhile, our hero is still alive, thankfully, but he's beginning to doubt whether he can take on this beast, especially with that irritating clone lurking nearby. Meanwhile, Cyrus and his party are being utterly overwhelmed by the colossal stone knight. Just as the whiny Cyrus braces for impact beneath the monster's massive leg, a sudden force strikes the creature squarely on the head, shattering it into pieces as if it were made of glass. And who is responsible for this miraculous save? It's the same vibrant woman from before. She turns to Cyrus and asks, "Are you the one who was calling for help?" Cyrus remains utterly bewildered, his silence thickening the tension in the air. The lady, undeterred, asks him one final time if he was the one calling for help. Terrified, Creus quickly admits that he was indeed crying out for assistance, fearing for his very life. Without missing a beat, Daphne delivers a swift kick straight to his face. Honestly, even if you found yourself on the receiving end of a blow from someone like her, you might just consider it a kick worth taking. With a powerful kick, she sends the bastard flying like a rag doll. The woman then launches into a tirade, berating everyone around her. She calls them a bunch of useless trash from Area Z, insisting they think of themselves as brave heroes, yet they tremble in fear before these monsters. It's utterly pathetic. As her rant unfolds, it becomes clear that Cyrus is finally down for the count. The lady commands her lackeys to haul their pathetic leader away and get out. They swiftly grab their captain and make their exit. Suddenly, she spots something across the way. Squatting down, she takes a moment to gather her thoughts, recalling that, according to the intel, room 35-5 is located at the southernmost point of 37. To reach her destination faster, she leaps into action, shattering 10-foot-thick walls as if they were mere sheets of paper. In stark contrast, our hero appears utterly drained, teetering on the edge of collapse. Despite his exhaustion, Cyrus has no choice but to confront these relentless monsters. Nothing he tries seems effective, and he's being tossed around like a rag doll, barely making a dent in their defenses. Desperate for a power boost, he realizes that the only way to gain one is to have females nearby. Fortunately, he may not have to worry about that for much longer, as Daphne suddenly crashes into the middle of the fight. Spotting our hero standing back, she raises an eyebrow, curious about what someone from the Z area is doing here. "You should get out of here," she warns, noting that he's clearly no match for the boss. But our protagonist stands his ground, refusing to back down. "This boss is tougher than I expected," he admits, turning to her with determination. "I need your help." The woman bristles at the suggestion, her arrogance flaring as she detests the idea of teaming up with what she perceives as weaklings. It's evident she's far from pleased at the prospect of needing help, yet Cyrus calmly utters those fateful words, "Lock the target." Meanwhile, Daphne, still riding high on her own confidence, attempts to assert her authority over him, but those words begin to gnaw at her, unsettling her cocky demeanor. Despite her desire to tear him apart, she finds herself drawn closer to him. Before she knows it, they are locked in an intense kiss, granting Cyrus a much-needed surge of power and boosting his favorability rating to 77%. As Daphne pulls away in shock, she is left utterly bewildered by her own actions. She begins to berate him once more, accusing him of stealing her first kiss and insisting that she will never forgive him for it. Meanwhile, the monster, irritated by the distraction, swings its sword at Cyrus. However, with his newfound power, Cyrus dodges the attacks effortlessly, as if he were playing tag with a group of children. He leaps into the air, swinging his sword with precision and slicing the monster across the throat. The creature realizes with a jolt that Cyrus has grown significantly stronger. Meanwhile, Daphne, still reeling from the unexpected kiss, grapples with her own conflicting emotions. Though surprised, she found herself savoring the kiss, the warm, soft sensation lingering on her lips and nudging her favorability rating up to 85%. Suddenly, the monster swung its sword at Daphne. Cyrus, sensing the danger, urgently called out to her to snap out of it. Just in time, he pushed her out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding disaster. The swing crashes against the wall above them, sending debris flying, while Daphne's armor absorbs the brunt of the impact. To her dismay, her armor begins to crack, leaving her feeling exposed and embarrassed. Cyrus chides her, reminding her that she narrowly escaped a deadly slash and needs to focus. Meanwhile, the monster lunges for another attack, but Cyrus steps in, bravely blocking the strike with his broken sword. As Ceres continues to assist her, Daphne's favorability level climbs to an impressive 88%. However, her armor has been shredded, leaving her slim figure and thick thighs completely exposed. A jolt of electricity surges through her, rendering her momentarily paralyzed. Just as her favorability reaches 92%, our hero's power swells even further, drawing the attention of the monster, which can no longer overlook his growing strength. Meanwhile, Daphne's body begins to react intensely. A tingling sensation spreads through her lower body, causing her legs to weaken. She's experiencing something entirely new, and if it continues, she fears her entire body might go limp. As her favorability level skyrockets to an astonishing 97%, Daphne struggles to resist the overwhelming urges that threaten to consume her. Daphne refuses to be a burden, her pride preventing her from accepting any further help from Cyrus. Once again, Ceres pleads for her assistance, admitting he can't win this fight alone. Yet, Daphne remains stubbornly defiant. She insists that teaming up goes against her principles, declaring that she has always faced monsters on her own. In the end, she proposes a compromise. With two monsters to face, they can each take on one separately. This allows her to maintain her no-cooperation stance while still fighting alongside Ceres. With this newfound understanding, Cyrus stands beside her and, in an unexpected show of sincerity, pulls her close. He reassures her that with her by his side, he can face anyone and emerge victorious. Daphne's breath comes in heavy gasps, and the tingling sensation from earlier returns, intensifying her emotions. Her favorability level has soared to an impressive 99%, and she struggles to maintain her focus. This overwhelming desire to collaborate with Cyrus is new to her, and it both excites and unnerves her. Meanwhile, we find Azathoth in a wretched state, retching violently and lamenting how his soulless body is running out of steam. His lackey, alarmed by the sight, anxiously asks if Shia has failed to deal with the human yet. Meanwhile, Daphne struggles to understand why she feels such a strong urge to ally herself with Cyrus. She once thrived on independence, but now a powerful urge compels her to unite with him, perhaps even to embrace him. Meanwhile, Azathoth hands Sadil a red pill, explaining that he doesn't have much time left to wait for Shia to deal with Ceres. Infused with his blood spirit, he instructs her to give the pill to Shia so he can consume it. With this strategy, Azathoth intends to seize Shia's physical body and abilities. He explains that by harnessing Shia's power of physical duplication, he can mislead the system's mark. However, he warns that Shia's body can only withstand his power for a matter of seconds. In that fleeting moment, he plans to reclaim his heart, fully aware of the immense risk involved. Sadil gazes at the pill, a flicker of sadness crossing her face as she contemplates whether Ceres will meet his end here. Azathoth, clearly infuriated by her thoughts, demands to know why she cares about that human. In a rush to reassure him, Sadil insists that she feels nothing but disgust for humans, no concern, only revulsion. Meanwhile, we return to Ceres, who continues to fight against the relentless monster before him. His sword is falling apart, and he can feel a few cracked ribs reminding him of his precarious situation. Just when all hope seems lost, Daphne swoops in at the last moment, intercepting the monster's attack. With a swift motion, she deflects the creature's sword with her hand. Ceres, grateful for her timely intervention, can't help but notice the softness of her form pressing against him, a stark contrast to the chaos surrounding them. Before he can fully savor the moment, the monster hurls them aside, leaving Ceres pinned beneath the weight of Daphne's ample assets, enough to make even the dairy industry take notice, if you catch my drift. As Daphne finds herself once again overwhelmed by sensations, she lets out a series of moans and groans, the earlier feelings flooding back with intensity. As her intensity escalates, Ceres's defenses begin to rise, providing him with a much-needed boost. Meanwhile, the monster prepares to unleash its most devastating attack yet, aiming to crush them both in a single blow. Back with our hero, he finds himself with a nosebleed, overwhelmed by her unexpected softness. Concerned that her weight might have caused it, she quickly steps back and apologizes. The monster prepares to unleash its colossal energy ball, hurling it directly at the duo. The blast incinerates everything in its path, obliterating walls and leaving a massive gaping hole in its wake. The two clone monsters grin like Cheshire cats, convinced they've just reduced our heroes to mere ashes. However, they severely underestimated the power of Absolute Booba. She single-handedly blocks the colossal energy ball, though her armor shatters and falls away under the strain. Turning to him, she asks if he's all right. He responds that he's fine, despite a few broken ribs. She reminds him that he stands no chance against Shia, and warns him that if he continues to fight, he will surely meet his end. She stands tall, exuding confidence as she declares that this battle is hers alone, ready to drive the monster away once and for all. Yet, despite her fierce determination, an overwhelming desire to reach out to him lingers in her heart. She yearns to pull him close, craving that sense of dominance. With a hint of vulnerability, she reveals that her blue armor has been battered from the last attack, leaving her body completely exposed. The thought of the monster's gaze lingering on her curves sends a shiver down her spine, and she resolutely vows to keep her dignity intact. She confesses that she can't shield her body while fighting, and with a shy demeanor, she invites him to hold her milky breasts for her. Despite voicing her request, she's locked in a fierce internal battle, striving to suppress her overwhelming desire. Reminding herself that she's a top-notch hero, trained to the highest level, she feels her hard-earned discipline slipping away as she grapples with her own urges. Meanwhile, our protagonist struggles to remain upright despite his injuries. In that moment, Daphne comes to a startling realization about her feelings for him. She convinces herself that her emotions stem not from desire, but from a sense of duty to protect the vulnerable, especially when faced with an injured man. It's a comforting rationalization, but deep down, we all know she's merely deceiving herself. Eventually, she extends her hands toward him, ready to pull him in closer after all. It's her responsibility to protect him. Her favorability level has finally reached 100%, and the system reminds her that upon close contact, all of his stats will double. Just as she draws him in for a warm embrace, the monsters launch another attack. However, by the time their strikes land, the foolish creatures find themselves hitting nothing but empty ground. As our hero leaps out of harm's way, cradling Daphne in his arms, she suddenly feels an intense reaction within her. A burning sensation ignites inside her, stronger than ever before. As her longing envelops her heart, her grip on him tightens, causing him to bleed from his nose, overwhelmed by her tenderness. Yet that fervent embrace fuels him with newfound strength, and together they finally descend to the ground. She reassures him, saying she's merely holding him to protect him while he's injured, urging him not to read too much into it. He responds that they are both good people, and every sacrifice is worth it to defeat the monster. Meanwhile, the creature begins to churn out even more clones, bringing the total to 4. On the other hand, our hero is determined to stay close to Daphne, seeking every ounce of strength he can draw from her embrace. The scene then shifts to Sadiel, who continues to gaze at the red pill with a look of deep concern. Azathoth's words reverberate in her mind, a haunting reminder that after drinking his blood and resonating with his essence, her fate is now intertwined with his. If he dies, she won't survive either. He assures Sadiel that once she retrieves her heart, she'll gain incredible power, join his crew, and experience an unparalleled joy. With a determined nod, she promises to track down Shia, declaring, "I'm on it." Azathoth muses that whenever she closes her eyes, she can see through the bloody spirit. Turning to Sadiel, she playfully asks if she isn't fond of hugs. Sadiel replies, a hint of discomfort in her voice, that she's not really accustomed to physical contact, so it's not needed. Azathoth chuckles, dismissing the idea. "I have no intentions of that," she says with a smirk. "Only a whirly demon king earns that privilege, and you, my dear, are just too annoying for it." Sadiel, feeling disheartened, thinks to herself that she's merely a good watchdog and wonders if this guy is even worse than the human she knows. Meanwhile, Daphne stands resolutely beside our hero, urging him to hold her tightly as Shia lunges at them. With determination, she spins around and strikes at the creature's legs. But when she glances back, she spots another monster barreling toward them. As Ceres embraces her tightly, the system instantly displays an increase in their defense, along with a boost to all their other stacks. Shia lets out a fierce roar and leaps forward, ready to slice and strike. Daphne grips her massive sword tightly, struggling to maintain control as Shia applies relentless pressure, laughing at her predicament. Suddenly, the system chimes in, announcing that Shia has leveled up while entering berserk mode. The ground trembles with a surge of energy, leaving our protagonist feeling utterly immobilized. His stamina was dwindling rapidly. Shia let out a furious roar, declaring that they would all perish in pursuit of Azathoth's love, even if it meant sacrificing a portion of his power. He was willing to lose a physical clone. To him, it was a small price to pay. Meanwhile, his 3 monsters conjured a colossal sphere of mana that surged toward the ground. Daphne realized without her armor, she was in grave danger. Shia, brimming with excitement, boldly challenges both of them to withstand his attack. However, he remains blissfully unaware that our hero has just reached level 25, significantly boosting all his stats. With grip, Ceres, poised and calculating, holds back a punch before delivering a swift blow to Shia's gut, sending him hurtling into the wall. Sadiel watches in shock as Shia flies through the air like a rag doll. Meanwhile, Daphne sits exhausted on the ground, drained of energy, but our hero stands tall, reassuring her that he's got her back. Just then, the trio of monsters conjures another massive mana ball and hurls it toward them. Undeterred, he readies himself, slamming his level 25 fist into the ball, sending it flying away and knocking the monster back in the process. As Daphne watches, she can hardly believe the sheer power radiating from Ceres' fist. The red glow in their eyes and fists leaves Sadiel utterly speechless. Azathoth urgently insists that Sadiel must feed the mushroom to Shea immediately. However, Sadiel, clearly fed up, shouts that she never wanted to be part of Azathoth's harem. With determination, she pulls out a blood spirit, attempting to set it aside. In that instant, a rock strikes Azathoth's hand, and she realizes with a jolt that Sadiel has completely betrayed her. But before she can react, Sadiel's hand is suddenly severed, causing the blood spirit to slip from her grasp. From the crimson cloth, an Azathoth clone emerges, swiftly seizing the ball. Shea watches in wide-eyed astonishment as the clone quickly channels blood magic into its mouth. As Shea swallows the potion, he leaps to his feet, his body tense with energy. Ceres watches in confusion, wondering what is happening with him. Suddenly, Azathoth begins to rise, mana swirling chaotically around her. In an instant, she clones herself, multiplying until she surrounds them completely. Ceres can hardly believe her eyes as the system reveals Azathoth's true form. But when he checks the map to pinpoint her actual location, he finds himself staring at multiple markers, each indicating a real presence. Meanwhile, Azathoth delivers a sarcastic remark about having to extract the heart from our hero. Upon hearing about these sinister plans, Daphne charges at Azathoth, but the clone effortlessly catches her punch and flicks her aside as if she were weightless. Daphne crashes into the stone wall, rendered unconscious. Ceres realizes she has only one chance to activate Azathoth's Spear of Oblivion. Though she isn't thrilled about it, Azathoth explains that all those clones are actually fragments of her true self. Any threat within the system is already diminished, unless Ceres can eliminate every clone to uncover the real one. Our hero remains silent for a moment, but a spark of determination lights up her eyes as she asks if he still intends to challenge her. The system chimes in, revealing that Ceres is now completely immune to all of her attacks, as her clones have already seized his arms. She never intended to hurt him after all. With a playful flick, she strikes him against her stress balls, ensuring he experiences a moment of unexpected pleasure. She has him thoroughly restrained, leaving no chance for escape. Just then, another clone approaches, casually noting that his system is essentially useless at this point. She places her hands on the protective vest of our protagonist, preparing to extract his heart for a merciful end. He protests, declaring that he has no interest in a witch like her, but she merely laughs, confident that his body will reveal the truth as she tests his resolve. With a wide, predatory grin, she seems poised to bite down, and he cries out in desperation. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Sadiel leaps in, forcefully slamming the Azathoth clone aside and igniting the battle. Sadiel reveals that the witch can only maintain her clones for a limited time, so Ceres must evade capture. Our protagonist deftly slips out of their reach, contemplating his next move. Meanwhile, Azathoth turns to Sadiel, questioning why she chose to assist Ceres instead of her, especially since both of them face death if they fail to extract Ceres' heart. Sadiel simply replies that she owes a debt to the mushroom, leaving Azathoth puzzled. She confidently declares that all she wants is for Ceres to live. However, the truth is that Ceres is manipulating her, wielding full favorability to maintain control. Azathoth prepares to take her out, but just then, Ceres activates his system. In an instant, she teleports right in front of Yug. Shocked, she finds Sadiel unexpectedly appearing in her room. Sadiel, equally astonished, can't believe she's still alive. Meanwhile, Azathoth remains oblivious to her presence, his attention focused on Ceres, who is struggling to wield the Shea sword. Azathoth lets out a mocking laugh, declaring that no weapon can possibly stand against her. She boasts that she'll simply crush him with her overwhelming strength. However, our hero swiftly executes a quick slash, dispatching one of her clones before they can even react. Undeterred, Azathoth continues to taunt, insisting that his efforts are futile. With her confidence soaring, she adds that thanks to his system, her attacks won't inflict any damage on him either. The truth is, our hero wasn't looking to engage her in battle at all. He simply wanted to evade her strike. He informs her that she's mistaken if she believes she can get away with that move. The system skill, Swift Body Slash, has a 10-second cooldown, and she clearly missed her chance. With a sly grin, she leaps toward him, declaring that he has nowhere to escape. She demands Ceres return to her embrace, promising him a death filled with unparalleled pleasure. Ceres focuses on a new target, narrowly evading her grasp once more. She's momentarily stunned. It's only been a few seconds, and she can't comprehend how he's still managing to evade her. The explanation comes from their ally. The system perceives every clone she creates as merely another version of herself. This is how she managed to outwit the very person who designed the system. Each clone is treated as an entirely separate individual, allowing him to continuously evade her attacks with Swift Body Slash, locking them away time and again. If she wants to catch him, she must eliminate all her clones or continue this endless game. But for her, time is slipping away, while Ceres seems to have all the time in the world. She pauses, the weight of reality settling in. The idea of fleeing and seeking a new body flickers through her mind. She refuses to be hunted by a mere human. Yet, can she truly call herself the god of monsters? She couldn't bear the thought of such humiliation. Yet, deep down, she recognized that the odds were shifting in Ceres' favor. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before he would bring her down. Resolute, she decided to unleash her full power. A brilliant beam of light shot up toward the ceiling, illuminating the room. Ceres observed her intently, pondering whether she was attempting to escape. Her clones suddenly shift in color as she harnesses Ceres' cloning power, shattering her body into countless tiny fragments. In a breathtaking display, all the pieces converge and explode into the air. Ceres watches, in wide-eyed disbelief. She has witnessed her own destruction. Just before vanishing, she unlocks new waifu spirits, bestowing upon them the power of blood spirits. She commands them to eliminate any human who seeks her fragments and to revive her in the end. Azathoth has vanished. The system presents Ceres with a new quest. He must gather her fragments. The host has only 48 days left to live. As Ceres processes this, a sheep's head suddenly falls from the sky, landing right in front of him with a thud. He wonders if the body is in ruins as well. The system chimes in, noting that the head isn't worth much, and asks if he wants to store it. Ceres gives a thumbs up in response. Just then, he hears Daphne coughing and rushes to help her up. As she regains her footing, the realization hits her. She was knocked out by a mere move from Azathoth. The weight of her own weakness leaves her feeling shaken. As they set out, a sense of unease hangs over the guild members, particularly the captain, who frets over what they'll have to report back. Spotting Ceres walking alongside Daphne, he can hardly believe the young man is still alive. A desperate thought crosses his mind. Perhaps he should plead with Daphne to share some of the glory, ensuring he retains his title. Gathering his courage, he approaches her, saying, "You must have taken down the monster. Any chance you could help me out a bit?" Daphne's voice dripped with frost as she demanded to know what had transpired inside, insisting that no one should be privy to the details. Earlier, Tiffany had warned Ceres not to reveal anything, threatening him with a beating if he did. As she departed, Ceres couldn't help but ponder her biting words. Meanwhile, Tiffany walked away, feeling utterly overwhelmed, her mind racing with questions about Ceres and the choices she had made. Meanwhile, Daphne confessed to the captain that she had botched the mission. His face paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he grappled with the shocking realization that even an S rank could falter. Suddenly aware of Daphne's true strength, he quickly shifted the blame onto her. Ceres, sensing the tension in the air, braced for the fallout. The captain accused him of hindering Daphne and contributing to their failure. In a flash, Daphne retaliated, slapping the captain to the ground with a force that left everyone stunned. Now back in control, she reassured Ceres that she was fine and didn't need assistance getting back. The scene shifted to the conference hall, where the mission's failure was under scrutiny. The panel pressed the captain, questioning whether he truly understood the stakes involved. In a desperate attempt to deflect blame, he tried to point fingers at Ceres once more, but Judge Blaze swiftly intervened, silencing him with a sharp command to hold his tongue. He wasn't supposed to speak yet. He warned the captain that if he interrupted him again, he would be thrown in prison. If he lied, the consequences would be even graver. With a steely gaze, he demanded to know exactly why the mission had failed. The captain replied that they had failed because they couldn't kill Shea and pinned the blame on Ceres. Meanwhile, in the guild hall, Ceres opened the storage room, revealing Shea's severed head. Everyone watching is left in stunned silence. The captain continues to hurl accusations at Ceres, claiming he sought glory, misled the team, and caused their deaths. He insists that he lost his leg while saving others, painting himself as the hero. He further asserts that Ceres always freezes in the face of monsters, lacking any courage. Yet, the reality is starkly different. It's the people around Ceres who are trembling in fear. The captain declares that Ceres is disobedient and weak, unfit to be called a hero. In response, Judge Blaze strips Ceres of his rank and orders his detention, warning that she could pose a threat to the city. To safeguard the citizens, he insists on raising the alert level to 2. The captain, frustrated, claims he could have defeated Shea if Ceres hadn't interfered. Suddenly, Ceres bursts through the door, hurling Shea's severed head. It collides with the captain's face, leaving him bruised and swollen. The head rolls to a stop before the panel, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Confusion erupts as they demand to know who threw it, only to catch sight of Ceres quietly walking away. Judge Blaze, unfazed, coolly prompts the captain to repeat what he was saying just a moment ago. The captain, visibly shaken and embarrassed, pleads for a moment to explain himself. Later, as Ceres descends the stairs, Lilia approaches him with urgency. "The high priest wants to see you," she says, her voice steady. "They've discovered a way to cure your poison. You need to meet her immediately." At Batron's Manor, Daphne was pushing herself to the limit in her training, yet her thoughts were consumed by Ceres. She struck the punching bag with such force that it split open, but the physical exertion did little to quiet her racing mind. Just then, Dai Li appeared, accompanied by her quiet companion, Rukuro. With a playful smirk, Dai couldn't resist teasing Daphne about relying on an F-rank hero after her return from the dungeon. She reminded Daphne that she had always prided herself on being independent and never relying on anyone. In response, Daphne shot back, demanding to know who had let them in and telling Dai to leave. Dai playfully called her a mean big sister, teasing that her anger might ruin her skin. Undeterred, she pressed on, asking how Ceres had managed to break through Daphne's defenses. Daphne snapped, telling her to stop meddling. Dai rushed over after hearing about Daphne's failed mission, remarking that while most people grow and develop their minds, all Daphne seemed to develop were her muscles. In response, Daphne shot back, questioning Dai's intelligence while pointing out that her own physique wasn't exactly impressive either. Dai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, yelling at Rukuro to deal with her. Rukuro politely declined, stating that he couldn't bring himself to hurt the older sister. Undeterred, Daphne challenged them to confront her directly, seizing a heavy iron bar as her weapon. Day turned away, dismissing the idea as foolish. Rukuro followed suit, but just as they walked away, Daphne launched her attack. In an instant, Rukuro's arm transformed into a massive, monstrous appendage. With effortless ease, he halted the rod's advance and crushed it, as if it were made of paper. Sensing the sudden change in the atmosphere, Dai inquired about what was happening. Rukuro simply compressed the rod into a tiny ball, dismissing it as a mere nuisance. Dai shrugged and continued on his way, while Daphne remained frozen in place, astonished. She had never witnessed Rukuro's true capabilities before. For the first time, Lilia found herself questioning whether Dai could truly take Cirrus away from her. At the gates of the Holy See, she informed Cirrus that he was the only one permitted to enter. Just as he was about to step inside, she called out for him to wait. When he turned around, she quietly confessed that perhaps she just wanted to spend a little more time with him. Inside, Cyrus found 2 chairs arranged for their meeting, and there sat Seraphine, the esteemed top priestess of the Holy See. With a casual grace, she swung her leg over the adjacent chair and invited him to sit. Although he hesitated, he ultimately complied, sensing the weight of the moment. With a calm demeanor, Seraphine disclosed a shocking truth. She was already aware that the poison coursing through his veins originated from Azathoth's blood. Cyrus was left momentarily speechless, the revelation hitting him like a thunderclap. She explains that Azathoth's blood significantly enhances monsters, but instantly melts human flesh. Somehow, his body has fused with it, though it is slowly killing him. Cyrus acknowledges her profound understanding of the poison, but before he can respond, she places her foot over his mouth, warning him not to interrupt. He is taken aback once more. She warns that if monsters were to consume his blood, it could lead to a catastrophe. To prevent that, she has made a shocking decision. She intends to consume him herself. Cyrus recoils in disbelief, unable to comprehend that she wants to eat him, especially since they are both human. His eyes widen in horror as he watches her rise off the ground, monstrous tentacles unfurling from her body. She declares that despite being a monster, she stands with humanity. To secure its future, she must consume him. Determined to survive, Cyrus locks onto her as his target. The system presents him with a flurry of cards, and he makes his choice. It's the Angel of Bliss gloves. As he dons them, a shockwave radiates outward, and he realizes that striking the right point will unleash his ultimate move. Cyrus stands there, utterly bewildered, a little question mark hovering above his head as he gazes at Seraphina. She clutches a glowing pink fragment of Azathoth, explaining that this power is the only thing that can sustain life in their world. Without a moment's hesitation, she begins to absorb the pink shard, and energy surges through her. As the power intensifies, her veins stretch and twist, morphing until strange mouths emerge at their ends. Cyrus stares in disbelief as the tips of her veins morph into gaping mouths. Meanwhile, within the depths of her mind, Seraphina delights in her newfound power. She envisions a future where she devours Cyrus, harnessing his energy to dominate every human city. In this chilling vision, people are corralled like cattle, all bound to her iron-fisted rules, which she dubs Holocene. Those who harbor dissent or refuse to comply will face a grim fate, eaten and purified. She dreams of a world free from evil and corruption, but as Cyrus listens, anger begins to bubble within him. This doesn't feel like protection. It feels more like a bid for control. He refuses to be her pawn. Raising his golden glove, he feels the light emanating from it grow brighter, fueled by his unwavering determination. Seraphina responds with a mocking smile, her confidence unwavering. She seems to find it amusing that he believes he can escape while standing right in front of her. Before he can make a move, her veins lash out like whips, and the fight begins. Cyrus dodges swiftly, relying on his instincts. As they clash, he realizes that these vein-like attacks are actually extensions of her body. Curious, he brushes against one lightly to gauge its sensitivity, but the outcome leaves him disappointed. Only 1% of the power, barely anything at all. He tightens his grip on the golden glove, eager to test its capabilities. As more vein attacks surge toward him, he deftly uses the glove's abilities to evade them. Yet, despite his efforts, he only manages to inflict a small scratch. Clearly, 1% charge isn't sufficient. He needs to locate a more vulnerable spot. As Seraphina's anti-veins curl inward, they draw his body closer to hers, lifting him until their faces are mere inches apart. Her cold gaze locks onto him, contemplating where to begin her feast. Her eyes catch the blood trickling from his shoulder, piquing her interest. With a predatory grace, she leans in and begins to drink. Cyrus feels a wave of nausea wash over him, his face contorting in disgust. She smiles, savoring the moment, her thoughts drifting to the potent taste of his blood-powerful, antitoxic, reminiscent of Azathoth. No creature could resist its allure. The energy coursing through his blood makes her veins throb with heightened strength. Meanwhile, fury ignites within Cyrus. The realization that she has taken his blood and is growing stronger fuels his desperation. He knows he must escape fast. As she concentrates on her drink, he cautiously leans in. His fingers graze her chest, and he notes the sensitivity level at 15%. It's an improvement, but still significant. Seraphina looks down, her eyes narrowing as she questions his intentions. With a playful warning, she adds that she might just devour him, yet here he is, still tempted to touch her. Disgust drips from her voice, but Cyrus has already made his move. He's realized that if she has a weakness, it must be in the most vulnerable place she can't defend. There's no other choice. With a determined expression, he raises his hand, charged by the Angel of Bliss gloves. This is his final opportunity, and if he can strike that sensitive spot, he'll unleash everything he has. Ceres explores her private area, pinpointing a vulnerable spot. She threatens to break his hand, but he remains undeterred. Testing the sensitivity, he discovers it's at 11%. Undaunted, he tries again, and this time it registers at 14%. Furious, Seraphina delivers a powerful kick, sending him flying across the room. She exhales sharply, her frustration palpable. Ceres, shaken, realizes that each charged hit sends shockwaves through him, draining his strength with every blow. If he wants to inflict real damage, he must stay close and maintain contact. She growls, clearly irritated by his persistence. Seraphina shakes off the pain in her leg, still tingling from the last strike. She demands respect on her territory, believing his actions are unforgivable. Her energy lashes out at him, but Ceres realizes that at just 14%, it's not enough to break through. He resolves to close the distance and confront the fight head-on. Seraphina unleashes a vine infused with yellow energy, striking him with tremendous force. Ceres understands that he must press on, driven by the fate of humanity. Caught off guard and reeling from the blow, he stumbles backward. Seraphina watches in disbelief as he is sent flying, momentarily stunned by his own counterattack. He lands awkwardly but quickly activates his Angel of Bliss glove, determined to reach out to her once more. Her skin felt unnaturally stiff, and he could sense that her sensitivity was only at 6%. Furious, Seraphina shouted at him to let go, calling him a complete idiot before delivering a kick that sent him tumbling backward. Ceres realized he needed to escape quickly. Otherwise, she might just swallow him whole. He calculated that the 6% charge was just enough to propel himself away. Wide-eyed, he noticed a mouth on one of her vines, and yes, they really did have mouths. In that moment, Seraphina's vines coiled tightly around him, a sinister embrace. She taunted him for no longer attempting to escape, questioning if he had already surrendered. With a wicked grin, she declared that no matter his efforts, she would ultimately consume him. Relishing every second, she added that it had been far too long since she had tasted anything like this. Trapped within her living vines, Ceres could feel the slick, slimy mucus coating them, a chilling reminder of his predicament. Seraphina winces in pain, clearly taken aback, and exclaims, "What are you doing inside my veins?" Her sensitivity level spikes to 25%. In a swift motion, she ejects Ceres from her body, and he crashes to the ground with a thud. Disgust washes over him as the slimy remnants spill out, filling the air with an overwhelmingly foul odor. He glances at his own sensitivity level, now sitting at 25%, just a quarter of the maximum. She has exactly 4 vines, and he begins to wonder if touching each one would push her progress to 100%. If that's the case, then touching just one more should bring him to 50%. Meanwhile, Seraphina, feeling the effects, senses that the daisy she had pushed away is starting to return. If this continues, she won't be able to use her purification magic at all. She knows she must prevent Ceres from reaching that special place within her. Furious, she resolves that he must be eliminated, and she will consume him once more. Her vines snap open like jaws, transforming into predatory plants eager to devour him. They surge towards Ceres, brimming with ferocity. Clenching his teeth, Ceres recognizes one of the vines as the very same that had just expelled him. To his horror, he realizes it's much faster now. Suddenly, 2 vines lunge at him from either side, catching him completely off guard. Still seething with frustration, he decides it's time to test the sensitivity once more. He thrusts his hand into one of the vine's mouths, eliciting a pained cry from Seraphina. When he checks the reading, it remains stubbornly at 25% sensitivity. Enraged, Seraphina screams at him to stop tampering with her insides and to back off. She calls him disgusting and retaliates by striking him with her massive purple tongue, drawing blood. After taking that hard hit, Ceres quickly grabs the tongue and dodges. However, the sensitivity level remains unchanged at 25%. He realizes that the truly sensitive spot must be located elsewhere on her body. Suddenly, all 4 of her vines lash out toward him. Determined, he shouts that he'll crush them all. Ceres readies his bliss gloves and prepares to evade the incoming attack. When he makes contact with a locked target, his gloves charge up, unleashing a shockwave that creates a powerful blast. The impact hits Seraphina hard, and she quickly realizes that it's his right hand that triggers this devastating wave attack, which grows stronger with each strike. Ceres begins to reconsider her strategy, pondering whether the true weak spot lies not in the vine's mouth, but somewhere else on Seraphina's body. He knows he must get closer to uncover the truth. With determination, he charges straight at her, prepared to risk everything for humanity's freedom. He's willing to explore every facet of her if it means securing victory. Seraphina sees, struggling to understand how he can act so heroically while uttering such outrageous words. Suddenly, Ceres lunges at her, his eyes glowing a fierce red, catching her completely off guard. He begins to reach for her chest, but suddenly, Seraphina unleashes a thick cloud of purple smoke, filling the air with an overpowering foul stench. Ceres recoils in shock, horrified by the noxious smell and questioning whether she's trying to conceal something. Panic sets in as he realizes his Angel of Bliss glove isn't charged yet. Now, he must depend on his own strength, but something feels off, and dizziness begins to wash over him. Is the smoke playing tricks on him? Suddenly, from within the haze, her vine-like tongue lashes out, aiming straight for his heart. He lunges to grab it, but it swiftly retreats, slipping back into the shadows. Seraphina's mocking laughter echoes around him as she taunts that soon he'll be paralyzed and out cold, leaving her with complete control over him. Amidst the swirling smoke, Ceres feels a dizzying spin in his head as his body grows heavier. It dawns on him she's trying to keep his right hand away from her. A chilling suspicion creeps in. There might still be a vine coiled around his wrist. Just then, one of her vines strikes out at him once more. He realizes this is merely a distraction. The true danger lurks to his left. Is she targeting his left hand? Yet her attack inadvertently offers him the perfect chance to reach out and touch her. After striking his left arm, her vines slam him to the ground. Seraphina smirks, remarking that his body is surprisingly resilient. She had expected that bite to be enough to incapacitate his left arm. Given how much of her poisonous gas he's inhaled, he should be on the verge of collapse by now. Amidst the thick, acrid purple smoke, Ceres begins to cough as Seraphina's vines relentlessly bite and claw at him. With a sinister smile, she taunts him, declaring that once she tears off his left arm, she will savor it slowly, licking his blood and relishing every drop. The vines gnaw at his arm, drawing crimson blood. Gritting his teeth, Ceres counters her threat, revealing that the power to unleash shockwaves comes not from his right hand, but from his gloves. He contemplates for a moment before plunging his hand into Seraphina's spine, causing her immense pain. She feels only a fraction of it, about 25%, but it's enough to make her gasp. After a brief pause, he withdraws his hand, unleashing a surge of yellow energy that erupts like a blast of poison. As Ceres charges up his bliss gloves, he sprints toward Seraphina, poised for another strike. He can't shake the thought of how bizarre her monster body truly is. On the outside, she appears mostly human, but inside, she's something entirely different. Curiosity piqued, he reaches out to her chest, searching for those hidden sensitive spots he's heard so much about. From what he's learned, creatures like her often possess nerve-rich areas in the most unexpected places. As his hand brushes against her chest, he's taken aback to discover its sensitivity registers at 38%. Seraphina swiftly raises her hand to block him, realizing he's getting uncomfortably close, putting her neck in genuine peril. Enraged, she retaliates with a fierce kick, shouting for him to back off. The force of her strike sends Ceres crashing to the ground. He's taken aback to discover that the chest only responds with 36% sensitivity. In retaliation, his body erupts in a dazzling burst of bright light energy. A massive yellow blast surges forth from him. Seraphina, sensing the impending danger, braces herself and deftly dodges the incoming attack. The explosion reverberates through the ground, sending debris soaring in all directions, a testament to the immense power behind his strike. In California, someone catches wind of the commotion and wonders if a fight is brewing inside. Meanwhile, Ceres sits with his head resting in his hand, utterly exhausted. As the pink smoke dissipates, his mind begins to clear as well. Seraphina chuckles, taunting him that his attack had no effect. With a smirk, she explains that his blood has actually fortified her defenses. With keen focus, Ceres realizes that even at just 36% sensitivity, he hasn't managed to strike her core body. He needs to identify her weak spot and quickly. If she drains any more of his blood, he'll be left utterly powerless. His mind races through the unexplored areas of her body, analyzing her movements. As he studies her closely, a thought strikes him. During her last attack, she aimed for his foot, a rather peculiar choice. Striking his neck would have been more logical. A flashback washes over him, bringing with it the sound of her screams and the memory of her hand running through his hair. He recalls their first meeting. Rather than covering his mouth, she had playfully grabbed his foot. It makes him wonder if her hands are actually her most sensitive spot. As if sensing his thoughts, Seraphina wraps her vines around herself, a subtle gesture that speaks volumes. She declares that she will no longer allow him to get close. Urging him to stay still, she insists on drinking his blood, her frustration evident. Suddenly, another figure emerges. A girl questions whether Seraphina truly intends to drain Ceres' blood. Addressing her as High Priestess Seraphina, she challenges her intentions. Seraphina's surprise is palpable as she recognizes the newcomer, Lilia. Seraphina demands to know why she is still there, insisting that Lilia back off. Lilia gently reminds her of the promise they made. Seraphina had agreed to seal Ceres within the Holy Seal, only if detoxification failed. Allowing him to die is simply not an option according to the doctrine of the Holy Seal. A Sanctus is forbidden from harming any living being. Even if sealed, there's always the possibility that Ceres could break free one day. Seraphina argues that consuming Ceres is the safest solution. She urges Lilia to relax with the rules, insisting that if Lilia eats Ceres, she will gain the strength to control everyone bound by the Holy Seal. Pointing at Ceres, Seraphina declares that Lilia could easily rise to power, with the opportunity to step into the role of the new High Priestess. All Lilia has to do is keep her mouth shut. Lilia stands her ground, insisting she will report everything to the Holy Seal and urging Ceres to join her. Seraphina, infuriated, accuses Lilia of being impossibly stubborn. In a fit of frustration, she resolves to take matters into her own hands. Just then, vines shoot toward Lilia, but Ceres instinctively leaps in front of her, pushing her aside. Unfortunately, the vines meant for Lilia strike Ceres instead. He feels a sharp sensitivity of 32% when he touches them. Quickly, he unleashes a lightweight blast. But Seraphina notices his movements have slowed, and his body is nearing its limit. A brutal blow to his stomach sends Ceres crashing to the ground. Struggling, he props himself up on one arm, groaning in agony. The realization hits him. The strike has damaged his insides. The pain is excruciating, and it feels as if his body is on the brink of collapse. Lilia kneels beside him, gently placing her foot over the injured area. With a focused expression, she begins her purification chant, explaining that it will help staunch the bleeding and stimulate his nerves, keeping him conscious and easing his pain. Ceres, feeling the effects, keeps pleading for more, but Lilia remains firm. This is just an emergency spell, she insists. Think of it as a caffeine boost, nothing more. If he takes too much, he'll feel completely numb, as if under anesthesia, rendering him unable to do anything. Just then, Seraphina launches another attack with her vines, ensnaring Lilia. With a fierce gaze, Seraphina warns her that she doesn't intend to kill. Instead, she offers Lilia one final chance to retreat peacefully if she can keep quiet. She warns Lilia that it's not worth risking her life for someone who doesn't truly matter. But Lilia doesn't hesitate. To her, Ceres is far from just another patient. According to the rules of the Holy Seal, once you begin helping someone, you must remain by their side. You're obligated to protect them with everything you have until the very end. Seraphina casts a glance at Lilia, still ensnared in her vines, and promises that she will ensure Ceres falls right before her eyes. Meanwhile, Ceres twists and turns, skillfully evading Seraphina's strikes. He notices that her sensitivity level is only at 2%. Suddenly, Seraphina begins to feel woozy, and the vines that were pursuing Ceres retract. Seizing the opportunity, Ceres recognizes her vulnerability and takes his shot. He unleashes a massive wave of light toward her, before firmly grasping both of her hands. Suddenly, the sensitivity reaches its peak, and the screen reveals her weak spot, unlocking the ultimate move. As Ceres seizes Seraphina's hands, she resists fiercely, shouting that they belong to Lord Azothar. She struggles, feeling the intensity of his grip as pain radiates through her hands, which swell with the pressure. Vines bulge beneath her skin, and Ceres watches in horror as they begin to transform. Seraphina realizes that, as a Galea carnivorous plant, all her sensitive nerves are concentrated in her hands. Pain strikes her like an electric shock, and she collapses, pleading for Ceres to let go. Yet, Ceres remains steadfast, and the vines entwined around them start to release impurities. As Lilia observes intently, she notices that the High Priestess's body is riddled with toxins. It dawns on her that Ceres is purifying Seraphina from the inside out. In a horrifying transformation, Seraphina mutates into a monstrous form, vowing to rip Ceres' heart from his chest. Trembling with fear, Ceres attempts to move, but his hands remain paralyzed, and he suspects Lilia's magic is at play. With fury in her eyes, Seraphina declares that devouring Ceres is the only way to save humanity. Ceres refuses to back down and unleashes a powerful shockwave. The energy from his bliss gloves is so overwhelming that it obliterates the entire building, sending debris flying and even catching Lilia off guard. She stares in awe, wondering what kind of magic he just unleashed. Ceres winces in pain, clutching his face as he mutters that the recoil was so intense it broke his teeth. The scene unfolds further as Ceres and Lilia watch in astonishment as Seraphina transforms back into her original form, a massive carnivorous plant. Ceres staggers, breathing heavily, and murmurs that something is wrong with him before collapsing into Lilia's lap. Alarmed, Lilia calls out his name and checks his forehead, her heart racing as she realizes his temperature has plummeted dangerously low. He must have overexerted himself during the battle, and if she doesn't act quickly, his life could be at stake. She gently lowers him to the ground and positions her glowing foot over the injured area of his body. With determination, she declares that she will start by healing his internal organs. Suddenly, Ceres stirs in confusion, noticing that the surrounding water has transformed into sludge. "What's happening?" he asks, bewildered. Lilia responds calmly, explaining that the sludge is a physical manifestation of his injuries. His body is critically fragile. Ceres attempts to move, but he feels utterly weighed down by the thick, heavy substance surrounding him. "It's freezing," he complains, shivering as the cold seems to intensify, rendering him immobile. Meanwhile, Lilia continues to channel her purification magic through her foot, vigilantly watching as the sludge shifts and darkens. She knows the danger all too well. If left unchecked, it could freeze him from the inside out. She begins to rub it off with her foot before it has a chance to harden. Ceres exhales slowly, visibly relaxing. Suddenly, a glowing message appears on the screen, confirming that the target has been logged. Lilia remains focused, urging him to breathe and stay calm. Her magic, rooted in purification, requires a clear mind. If she allows negativity to creep in, her healing powers could falter and potentially fail. She knows she must act quickly. Ceres, feeling warmth returning to his body, attempts to sit up. Lilia takes a step back, reassuring him that his internal injuries have fully healed. Now, her focus shifts to helping him regain his strength. She lifts her foot and gently places it on his lips, signaling that they are in the final phase of healing. With half of his mind still clouded, Ceres envisions a chocolate cake and begins to eat as if it were instinct. Lilia, filled with determination, urges him to savor every last bite, insisting that she won't allow this magic to fail. For her, it's more than just a spell. It's a test of her faith. She firmly believes she can heal him completely. Just then, a new message flashes on the screen. The favorability rating has reached 51%. Meanwhile, Ceres continues to lick her feet, raving about how delicious the cake is. Lilia winces, clearly uncomfortable, and bluntly tells him to stop with the tongue antics. A message flashed on the screen, indicating the dust index had reached 60%. Concern washed over her as she noticed how quickly his muscles were absorbing energy. He was already beginning to cramp, and if this continued, he would wake up feeling sore and utterly exhausted. She understood she had to act quickly to lower his temperature before the situation escalated. As the lust index rises, she realizes this is the perfect moment to help him. His body is highly receptive, and the surge of sensation will fully reach him. However, as she steps forward, Ceres flinches and protests. No. Lilia gently but firmly urges him not to resist, explaining that this is a vital part of the treatment process, and she uses her other foot to demonstrate. The tension in the air thickens, and she feels a wave of intimidation wash over her. As her purification magic begins to falter, she reminds herself to stay calm and push back against the encroaching dark thoughts. Suddenly, Ceres turns to Lilia, wincing slightly, and admits he's feeling some pain. He urges her to help him, blushing fiercely. Lilia urges him to hurry and eat, her resolve wavering as the lust index continues to rise. Ceres continues to lick her foot, prompting a giggle from Lilia. "You're really using your tongue," she remarks, the sensation tickling her. Realizing she can't concentrate on what he's doing, she shifts her focus to the teachings of the Holy Church. Cleanse desires, avoid lust, and maintain balance. By adhering to these principles, she successfully pushes aside any unwanted feelings, determined to remain pure. As a result, the lust index begins to decrease. Once Ceres completes the treatment, Lilia pulls her feet away, signaling that the session is over. The magic continues to work, bringing the lust index down to 67%. Ceres rises and inquires if everything is finished, to which Lilia affirms that it is. A surge of energy courses through her, and she realizes that her purification magic has significantly improved, perhaps even doubled in strength compared to before. A realization dawns on her. Healing his injuries has amplified her magic even further. As Ceres stretches, he marvels at how all his wounds have healed, feeling completely revitalized. He gives a heartfelt shout-out to Lilia for her incredible magic. Lilia ponders the implications of this newfound strength, contemplating how it could accelerate her path to becoming the new archbishop. With a smile, she tells Ceres that in the future, he should definitely seek her out for treatment, even for the smallest of injuries. Ceres nods in agreement, affirming his commitment. The scene then transitions to the Holy Church, marred by a gaping hole in its structure. Mr. Charlton arrives, accompanied by a green-haired girl named Daisy, who gasps in shock at the sight. Charlton speculates whether a demonic beast attack could be responsible for the damage. Charlton approaches Ceres and Lilia, who are already deep in conversation. He inquires about the situation, wondering if it was some sort of attack. Ceres, looking uncertain, admits that they don't have all the details yet, but they are certain the archbishop is missing. Jessie, glancing at the peculiar display, points out the carnivorous plants Ceres has on show. Lilia turns to Mr. Charlton, realizes they must wait for the new archbishop before proceeding, but he suggests they discuss their collaboration in the meantime. Caught off guard, Mr. Charlton listens as Lilia explains that many steps can be expedited once the archbishop is on board. With a resigned sigh, he concedes that this is indeed the only way forward. Ceres takes a step back, deciding to let them handle the situation, and offers a quick farewell to Mr. Charlton. Just as he's about to leave, Mr. Charlton calls him back, instructing Daisy to give Ceres a ride home. He also asks her to update him on the latest happenings at the Warrior Guild. Ceres raises an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding events. As they drive, Daisy steals a quick glance at Ceres, but her eyes quickly return to the road. "You won't believe this," she says, her voice steady despite the gravity of her words. "A strange demonic beast has invaded the city, and it seems to be targeting warriors." Ceres furrows his brow, confusion evident on his face. "What do you mean?" he asks, seeking clarity. Daisy takes a deep breath before continuing. "Several A-rank warriors have already been killed. Their bodies were found drained of blood, and in each case, their genitals were mutilated." The weight of her words hangs heavily in the air, a chilling reminder of the danger lurking just beyond their sight. Ceres is taken aback by the revelation, repeating the part about the blood draining as he tries to piece everything together. Daisy nods solemnly, adding that the victims bear strange markings carved into their skin, resembling a form of beast language. The eerie symbols convey a chilling message: not you. The creature appears to be searching for someone in particular. A chilling realization dawns on Ceres. What if the blood-sucking beast is after him? Meanwhile, Daisy tries to reassure everyone, explaining that Daphne from Zone D is leading the investigation. She has already begun tracking the demonic creature. Just then, a girl named Sathal appears at the window, muttering curses under her breath. Inside, the white-haired Yogo looks up in surprise. "Why are you back?" she asks, noting the bustling crowd of vendors and soldiers. Curiously, she adds, "Are you planning to stick around?" Sathal shakes her head firmly. "No way," she replies. "This is the enemy's base. If we get caught, it'll create a huge mess for the humans, and that's something I really want to avoid." Yogo chuckles, playfully teasing that she possesses transformation magic, but has no intention of sharing it. Sathal, looking perplexed, reminds her that she can only alter the appearances of others, and that she desperately needs a safe place to hide, as venturing outside is far too dangerous. Yogo studies her with a bemused expression, but suddenly, blood begins to trickle from her mouth, and she collapses to the ground. Yogo gazes upward, her curiosity piqued, and playfully calls out, "Sathal," for feigning illness just to garner attention. "I won't share my master with you," she declares. As she speaks, memories flood her mind, taking her back to the moment Ceres had saved her. At that moment, Ceres and Daisy step through the door. Ceres turns to Daisy, asking her to update him on the entire vampire beast situation. Daisy nods in agreement, and Ceres then shifts his focus to Yogo, a smile on his face. "I'm back," he says warmly. Noticing Yag, she comments on how cool her name is. Yag mutters something about someone else arriving with the master, and quickly lifts Sathal to hide her. When Ceres opens the door, Yag greets them, saying it's good to have them back. Ceres nods and gestures for Daisy to come inside. As they enter, Yag watches them with a hint of confusion. Daisy offers Yogo an apologetic smile, silently hoping she isn't interrupting anything important. Yogo's red eyes widen as she quickly grasps the situation. For her, another woman means another headache. She lets out a resigned sigh, uncertain of how to navigate this. Meanwhile, Ceres hands a carnivorous plant to Yogo, while Daisy, seated without her shoes, contemplates her next move. Determined not to repeat the mistakes of the past, she struggles to keep her emotions in check. Meanwhile, Yog mutters to herself, fixated on the idea that Daisy must be eliminated. After all, the woman is meddling with her master. As she serves food to Ceres and Daisy, Ceres inquires about how that vampire beast managed to infiltrate the city. Daisy responds, revealing that the colossal dragon Beagle down south is on the verge of awakening and will unleash chaos upon everything in its path. With fewer warriors present, the vampire beast managed to slip through unnoticed. Daisy turns to Ceres, recalling the last time she handed over the captain's badge in a rush, completely overlooking something crucial. Intrigued, Ceres asks what that important detail is. Daisy explains that, as the secretary to the vice president of Zone Z, she must keep track of the warriors' preferences and living arrangements. She hands him a form for a personal promotion survey. Ceres glances at it, puzzled by the questions about a spouse. He wonders if he really has to fill out every section. Daisy emphasizes that every new captain must complete the form and submit it to the guild, highlighting the importance of detail, as it could influence the team's evaluation. Ceres lets out a sigh, but ultimately agrees to fill it out, while Daisy secretly hopes this task will bring her closer to him. Suddenly, a noise from the other room catches their attention, prompting Ceres to wonder how someone else managed to enter Yog's space. He rises to investigate, followed closely by Sathel, who appears to be in distress. Concerned, he asks if she's injured. Panic flashes across her face as she worries whether the woman noticed her. If she did, the warriors would surely come searching, and she'd have to fight to protect herself. Ceres shakes his head, reassuring her that she won't have to kill the woman, and that they'll find another solution. Sathel glares at him, demanding to know why not, and if the woman holds some significance for him. Ceres hesitates for a moment before promising to let her leave once she finishes the form. Daisy, curious, asks Yog who is in Ceres' room. Yog replies that it's his older sister. Daisy's eyes widen as a thought strikes her. Could she now be the third wheel in Ceres' heart? Meanwhile, inside the room, Sathel warns that they need to deal with the woman, or else she'll have to be removed. C reassures her, saying he'll handle it. Daisy suddenly hears a scream from inside and turns to Yog, asking if they should intervene. Yog shakes her head, insisting that Ceres can manage on her own, and warning that another girl might take a bite out of her if she goes in. Just then, Sathel bursts through the door, inadvertently colliding with Ceres. He stumbles back, bewildered by her strength, even in her injured state. Handing Daisy the completed form, he asks her to drop it off at the guild for him. She nods shyly and suggests they grab a bite at a fantastic restaurant nearby. Both Ceres and Yog are taken aback by her proposal, and Yog shoots Daisy a sharp glance. Ceres, looking confused, asks if that's really okay. Yog then snatches some food from the plate, reminding everyone that it's time to eat. Ceres, still puzzled, wonders when Yog had planned all of this. Yog blushes, gently placing the food on her chest and pulling Ceres closer, softly urging him to eat and stay until he's finished. Daisy's eyes widen in surprise as Ceres stands there, momentarily stunned. Taking a bite of one of the cookies, Ceres ponders its unusual ingredients. With a casual tone, she quips that it's made from snake liver mixed with bat wings, but insists it surprisingly tastes good. Yog pulls Ceres closer, urging him to take another bite and insisting he finish everything on his plate. Ceres shakes his head, politely declining. Daisy, observing the scene, asks if this is how Ceres typically eats. He lets out a sigh and admits that it's not really his style. Undeterred, Yog grins and explains that they do this every day because her master enjoys it. She tells Daisy to leave if she doesn't want to see it. Daisy stands up, apologizing for interrupting, and heads out, contemplating whether Ceres and Yog have truly grown this close. Suddenly, a loud knock echoes at the door. Outside, a girl with vibrant pink hair politely requests someone to open up. Inside, another girl hears her and frowns, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Beside her, Roy looks puzzled and asks why no one is responding. With a flick of his magic, the door bursts open with a resounding crack. Inside, Ceres leaps to his feet, shock and anger etched across his face. "What have you done to my door?" he shouts, his voice laced with fury. "That cost me 100 silver coins." He charges at Roy, fists clenched and rage burning in his eyes. But just as the confrontation escalates, Diana steps in, her smile calm and reassuring. She holds out a check, nonchalantly declaring, "Don't worry, this is for 100 gold coins. That should more than cover the damage, and it's good anywhere." Ceres freezes in disbelief as he takes the check, his mind racing. "What do you want from me?" he asks, confusion etched on his face. Diana raises her hand, confident and poised as she makes her pitch. "I want you to work for me," she declares, "and I'm prepared to pay you 500,000 gold coins." Ceres, standing off to the side, can hardly process the outrageous offer. That's an insane amount of money. Meanwhile, Yog's irritation grows with each passing second, his patience wearing thin. Daisy is fed up with all the women trying to steal her master away. Just as Ceres opens his mouth to respond, she interjects, urging him not to take the deal. Ceres looks at her, utterly bewildered. Daisy then turns to Diana and Roy, reminding them that they hail from Zone D. With a smirk, Diana teases Daisy, calling her an old lady and questioning whether it even matters. That remark ignites a fire in Daisy, sending her into a furious rage. She insists that Ceres is crucial to Zone Z and that they won't allow him to escape to Zone D. The scene shifts outside the building, where Daphne stands with her team. One of her men kneels beside a body, examining it closely. He notes that the blood hasn't fully clotted, indicating the person likely died only 4 to 5 hours ago. Another man steps forward, informing her that Diana has gone to see Ceres. At this, Daphne's expression sharpens. Internally, she rolls her eyes, thinking that the little snake actually dared to meet Ceres. However, she maintains a strict tone as she addresses her team. "I have bigger fish to fry right now," she declares, ordering them to search the area thoroughly. "If you spot the vampire beast, report back to me immediately and wait for my instructions. No reckless heroics." In unison, they respond with fervent agreement. Without uttering another word, Daphne activates her power and soars into the sky, the wind whipping past her as she coldly resolves that Diana won't catch her off guard again. Ceres is supposed to be in Zone Z. The scene shifts dramatically to a colossal dragon rampaging through the city, its massive form demolishing buildings and sending debris hurtling in every direction. The dragoon beagle looms large, a furious titan whose roar reverberates through the sky. Its stomach growls with a ferocity that rivals its voice, and its rampage appears driven solely by an insatiable hunger. With a single swipe, it sends rooftops tumbling like paper and snaps tree-sized pillars in half as if they were mere twigs. Meanwhile, guild members scramble to regain control of the chaos unfolding around them. One of them notes that everyone has already been evacuated from the area, ensuring there are no civilian casualties. Yet the tension in the air remains palpable. No one has managed to retrieve the Slay Dragon blade, the only weapon said to have the power to harm Beagle, leaving them feeling utterly helpless. A young scout proposes that their best course of action is to keep their distance and observe. The risk of confronting the beast head-on is simply too great. However, the guildmaster sees things differently. He argues that Beagle isn't attacking the city out of malice. Instead, the dragon has chosen the ruins on the outskirts because a fortune in gold lies hidden beneath them. Beagle simply has a fondness for gold, and the location makes for a perfect napping spot. As for that hunger, it was likely just a case of waking up on the wrong side of the bed. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, Daisy leaned in and asked Lady Diana if they could secure the elusive captain from Zone Z. Diana raised an eyebrow, questioning whether they had enough funds to make a compelling offer. Turning to Ceres for his thoughts, she found him blinking in confusion. "I don't even know the guy," he replied, his tone as blank as his expression. Diana, however, is unfazed by his reluctance. She swiftly reveals that Ceres's true task is to spill the tea specifically, to expose how he managed to break Daphne's no-cooperation policy and what he knows about the Shea Dungeon incident. But there's a catch. He would have to do it live on a popular TV show, all to put her sister in an uncomfortable position. Once Ceres grasps her intentions, he promptly declines. He sees right through her frustration. Diana raises her voice, insisting that this is his chance to earn a fortune. Ceres, however, remains calm, replying that it's not worth making Daphne sad. He made a promise, and he intends to keep it. Diana interprets his resolve as a negotiation tactic. She wonders aloud if he's simply trying to squeeze more money out of them and offers to negotiate a better deal. Just then, Daphne's voice cuts through the tension, sharp and commanding. Diana spins around, taken by surprise. Daphne strides into the room, her presence fierce as she demands they leave Ceres alone. Daphne looks poised to throw a punch, but Roy intervenes just in time, reminding her that she can't hit her sister that hard. Reluctantly, Daphne steps back and snaps at Roy to stay out of it. Meanwhile, Daisy, observing quietly from the corner, leans in and whispers that perhaps Daphne from Zone D has feelings for Cirrus. With a smirk, Diana seizes the moment, accusing Daphne of insecurity or a lack of trust in Cirrus, especially since she's quit all her jobs. Daphne scowls, declaring herself a natural-born troublemaker. Cirrus interjects, pointing out that he hasn't even spoken yet. Yet, Daphne's thoughts drift back to how he had helped her in the past, never swayed by the allure of gold or his promises. Her gaze shifts to Diana, and a smirk forms on her lips. It's clear to her that Diana has undergone breast implants, likely attempting to mend insecurities that money can't truly fix. She jokes that Diana's breasts aren't naturally large, but Diana snaps back, furious, denying the accusation. With a sharp tone, she orders Roy to leave with her, calling everyone in the room gross. As they exit, Diana sees quietly, contemplating how Cirrus must have more secrets to uncover. Secrets she plans to exploit for her revenge against Daphne. Once they're gone, Daphne mutters under her breath that next time, Cirrus should handle his sister himself. Ceres, now alone with her, reflects on the strained relationship between the two sisters. He briefly considers whether Daphne might have been right about the implants. Just then, a report comes in. A white-haired demonic beast has been spotted in Zone Y. Without a moment's hesitation, Daphne springs into action, racing out to investigate. Daisy bids her farewells and departs shortly after. It's then that Yogg steps forward, her expression grave. She informs Cirrus that Sethel is gravely ill. Her body temperature has plummeted to a dangerously low level. Only an advanced recovery herb can save her. But time is running out. In a moment of desperation, Ceres suddenly has an idea. Perhaps his blood, infused with the energy of Sato's lord, could make a difference. Without hesitation, he slices his palm, allowing the crimson liquid to flow into Sathel's mouth. Yogg gasps, but to his relief, it seems to be working. A vibrant green mana begins to envelop Sathel's body. Ceres watches intently, her heart racing. Moments later, Sathel stirs. Her eyes flutter open as she groggily grips her head. Ceres leans in, concern etched on her face, and gently asks if she's okay. The scene shifts back to Beagle, who is lazily gnawing on a giant boulder. Suddenly, he pauses, his nostrils flaring as he catches a whiff of something intriguing. A low, deep growl rumbles from his throat as his massive form begins to stir. Panic spreads like wildfire. This has never happened before. Beagle is heading straight for Salem. The guildmaster shouts for everyone to be on high alert. Reports flood in that Beagle is stomping directly toward the city. The reason? He can smell the blood of Sato's lord, now coursing through Cirrus, and he craves it. Yogg gazes at the blood, utterly captivated by its enticing aroma. Sethel, holding Cirrus's hand, declares that she won't waste a single drop. Ceres, blushing, chimes in, saying she's sucking on his hand a bit too hard, and it's starting to tickle. Just then, Yogg calls out, unable to contain herself any longer. She craves a taste as well. With determination, she grabs Cirrus's head and lunges for his hand, eager to get a taste of the blood herself. Both of them are eagerly engaged, their enthusiasm palpable, while Cirrus shouts for them to stop, claiming he can't even feel his hands anymore. The demon girls begin to wonder if their bodies feel so invigorated because the purification is taking effect from within. Yogg, caught up in the moment, realizes it too. She simply can't stop and finds herself craving even more. Suddenly, a loud emergency alert blares, announcing the activation of a high-level magic barrier, jolting them back to reality. They both freeze, taken aback by the unexpected announcement. Sethel realizes she has completely lost control of herself, while Yogg stares in disbelief, noticing that her clothes have magically reappeared, though her magic reserves are dangerously low. The announcement blares through the city, warning that a colossal dragon named Beagle is on a direct course for Salem City, with an estimated time of arrival in just 10 days. Citizens are urged to evacuate to underground shelters, while all warriors are commanded to ready their dragon-slaying blades for defense. Every warrior must report to headquarters within 3 hours or face demotion from the guild. Meanwhile, jeep speed toward HQ, urgency etched on every face. Meanwhile, a secretary informs Cirrus that he's on his own. There are no recruits available, and Zone Z is out of vehicles. Cirrus groans in frustration, asking if that means he has to run 100 miles. He raises his voice, urging her to recruit someone already, but she simply shrugs, claiming she has paperwork to finish. If he wants a ride, he'll need to team up with another guild. That's when Irene from Squad 14 steps in, offering to let him tag along. Ceres hesitantly asks if her captain would be alright with that, to which Irene replies that he'd likely be thrilled to partner with someone as strong as Ceres. However, the moment Ceres introduces himself as an F-rank captain, Irene freezes, her expression shifting. She quickly backs away, realizing that no one in the F-rank even has a captain. She abruptly ends the conversation, insisting it never happened, leaving Ceres seething with anger. Just then, Bella appears out of nowhere, expressing her desire to join Squad 15. Ceres is taken aback by her sudden arrival. She greets him warmly, but then playfully scolds him for not visiting her after his hospital stay. "Have you forgotten me?" she asks, a teasing smile on her face. "I've heard so much about you." Ceres explains that he's been incredibly busy with a whirlwind of events. Bella beams, delighted to hear he's now a captain, and suggests they catch up after the mission. The secretary interjects, reminding him that he still has paperwork to finish. Irene chimes in, telling Bella not to waste her time on F-rank losers, proudly boasting that her own captain is A-rank. Just then, Tyler appears, sneering as he claims Ceres only achieved his captaincy through connections. Bella's eyes widened in recognition. Tyler, eager to sway her, boasted about his armor, claiming it made him far stronger than Ceres. He offered her another chance to join the Callan Society, even promising an A-rank sword. But Bella stood firm, shaking her head. "I'm sticking with Ceres," she declared resolutely. Ceres calls Bella over to sign the forms, and without a moment's hesitation, Bella walks toward her. Tyler's fists clench in frustration, seething as he wonders why Bella always chooses Ceres over him. Irene shakes her head, cursing Bella for her poor taste, and urges Tyler to forget her and move on. But Tyler, still fuming, declares that one day they'll all be begging for his help. Back at the front desk, Ceres is once again raising his voice about the lack of available vehicles. The secretary informs him that Squad 14 has already claimed the last two, despite their small size of just 5 members. She suggests he approach Captain Tyler for a favor. When Ceres does, Tyler bursts into laughter, mocking him as a joke who can't even afford a complete set of armor. "I'd rather host a public roast than give you a seat," he taunts, relishing the thought of humiliating Ceres in front of Bella. Ceres silently studies a paper handed to him by Lady Diana, which extends an offer of assistance should he ever require it. Meanwhile, Tyler is left pondering why they haven't emerged yet. One of the crew members informs him that they've arrived, prompting Tyler to suggest, "Can't I just grab a car?" Ceres nods in agreement. Tyler drops his sword with a clatter, then flashes a sheepish grin. "Sorry about that. Can someone pick it up? I'm still getting the hang of this Thunder Rage weapon." Taylor chimes in. "If you want something done, you have to earn it like a true warrior." Bella interjects, her voice rising in protest. "You're taking it too far. You're doing this on purpose." Meanwhile, Irene shakes her head, unable to suppress a sigh. "What is wrong with my taste in guys?" The driver hints that they might want to plead for a favor, suggesting that Taylor could overlook their rudeness. Taylor responds firmly, stating that every warrior must reach headquarters within 3 hours or risk losing their spot. If they can't handle it, they'll be reduced to mere nobodies again. Bella narrows her eyes, realizing that Taylor is calling the shots over Ceres because of her influence. Ceres announces that the helicopter has arrived, catching Taylor off guard. The group stands in stunned silence as the helicopter, adorned with the guild logo, approaches clearly a private ride for VIPs. Curiosity buzzes among them, with questions flying about what kind of mission could warrant such lavish transportation. Yet Taylor dismisses their inquiries, insisting that it must be for something significant. He urges them to stop speculating. Just then, a young lady steps out of the helicopter, asking Ceres if it's time to go. Taylor's crew is taken aback. After all, Ceres is merely an F-rank warrior, and they believe this is a reckless decision. Undeterred, Ceres grabs his sword and tells Bella to hop on. Taylor can't believe an F-rank loser is causing such a scene. Then it hits him. Ceres has his weapon. He demands it back, but Ceres simply shrugs, claiming he forgot to return it. With a flick of his power, he hurls the sword into the ground, triggering a massive explosion as it strikes the gas tank. Panic erupts as flames engulf their car, leaving everyone in shock. Taylor instructs the group to find another ride. Panic erupts as the members shout that the demonic beast is slaughtering their comrades, draining their blood like a troll. The beast savors the taste, declaring that it's not the blood she seeks. Intrigued, she wonders which man possesses the essence she desires. Drawing closer to the group, she ominously proclaims that she'll drain every man in the city to uncover the right one. Panic erupts among the group as they shout that if Daphne is present, everything will be all right. One man insists they must protect the city instead of endlessly searching for warriors. Suddenly, the beast lunges at them, and the commander shouts a warning. But before he can react, she seizes him, leaving him staring into the gaping maw of the creature, fear coursing through him as he braces for the worst. Just then, a figure swoops in, rescuing him at the very last moment. As everyone calls out Daphne's name, she scolds them for not waiting. They urge her to head to headquarters, but her resolve is firm. She's determined to confront the beast first. Suddenly, recognition dawns on her as she realizes who the demon is, and she questions why it's still alive. The beast, surprised, wonders if Daphne truly knows her. A spark of confidence ignites within Daphne. This time, she holds the upper hand. She declares that the last encounter left her trapped, but now she's ready to offer a piece of herself, knowing the beast is weaker than before. The beast, surprisingly unfazed, reveals that she is merely a collection of fragments following a man with demonic blood, convinced that she has encountered him before. Realizing the beast's true intent is to reach Ciri, Daphne firmly declares that she won't allow her to get anywhere near him. Ciri then inquires about the sealed area beneath the headquarters, and Diana confirms that only a select few close friends are aware of its existence. She mentions that the blades for slaying dragons are locked away in this room. Bella inquires if any beasts might appear in the area, but Diana reassures her, insisting that the room is safe. As they proceed, they're taken aback to discover the guards lying dead. Ciri turns to Diana, her voice trembling, and asks if the demonic beast is nearby. Realizing just how perilous their surroundings have become, Diana, her eyes widening in shock, spots a statue that wasn't there before, the statue of a sleeping maid. Bella questions whether their intel was flawed. Amid the chaos, she spots an injured man still clinging to life. Rushing to his side, she helps him lean against the wall while the rest of the team disperses to search the basement. Lady Diana steps forward slowly, her eyes wide with disbelief as she surveys the devastation. She struggles to comprehend how this basement, of all places, has become the scene of such a massacre. The injured man quietly mutters that the maid had gone downstairs just before everything went wrong. That revelation sends a jolt of unease through Lady Diana. She raises her voice, demanding to know what's happening below them. But the man quickly gestures for silence, his eyes wide with fear. He warns her to stay quiet, cautioning that the statue might awaken once more, but it's already too late. The maid, or what remains of her spirit, hears the disturbance. Her stone-carved eyes snap open, glowing with an intense light. Without warning, a blinding laser beam shoots from her gaze, striking Ciri and his team with overwhelming force. "Lady Diana!" Roy shouts, lunging toward her. He throws himself over her just in time to shield her from the blast. Ciri reacts instantly, pulling Diana back with him and covering her body with his own to absorb the brunt of the second wave. Then, as abruptly as it started, the beam ceases. The statue's eyes close once more, and her head lowers, returning to its lifeless position. As the dust begins to clear, Lady Diana casts a worried glance at Roy. "Are you all right?" she asks, her voice tinged with panic. Roy responds with a lopsided grin, reassuring her that it's just his hand that needs some rest, nothing too serious. Meanwhile, Bella remains kneeling beside the injured man, attempting to patch him up, but he shakes his head. "There's no time for that," he insists. "We need to split up and run while we still can." Ciri asks if the statue only fires its laser in response to sound. The man nods vigorously, cautioning them about the steps leading into what he refers to as the danger zone near the statue. Any movement or noise from that area could trigger a deadly attack. Ciri tightens his grip on his sword, his resolve hardening. He instructs Bella to stay with the injured man, tending to his wounds while also keeping a watchful eye on Lady Diana. Diana, visibly upset, insists that Roy completely destroy the statue. However, Ciri counters with a more strategic approach, suggesting they target one eye at a time. This way, if anyone gets injured, another can step in to help. Roy, still skeptical, questions Ciri's confidence in facing such a formidable threat, especially considering he's only an E-ring player. Ciri remains silent, his determination evident, as he shouts about needing to test his strength. With his sword raised high, he charges forward. The statue maid senses his approach. Her head jerks up and her eyes snap open once more. Without hesitation, another laser beam shoots towards Ciri. He attempts to dodge, contemplating whether he can completely evade the attack. Yet, he realizes that even near misses will quickly wear him down. He listens intently for footsteps, gauging her reaction time, and begins to dart around to throw her off balance. The statue continues its relentless assault, its beam slicing through stone and air with merciless precision. The others attempt to advance, but soon find themselves caught in the crossfire as well. Bella watches in horror, realizing that this entity is far more powerful than any of them had anticipated. Meanwhile, Siri focuses on the statue's firing pattern, determined to find a way to outsmart it. It always targets the loudest source. To test his theory, he hurls his sword behind the statue. Instantly, it pivots and reduces the weapon to dust, issuing a mechanical whisper that warns them to remain silent. Siri confirms that it indeed targets sound. Grabbing another weapon, he readies himself to strike once more. This time, he charges in and lands a direct hit, but his sword shatters upon impact. Before he can process what just happened, Roy steps forward. His fist hardens into stone, and with a confident grin, he declares that this should be an easy challenge for him. He slams his stone fist into the statue's chest, but to his astonishment, it barely leaves a mark. Before Roy can fully comprehend the situation, the statue seizes him in its grasp. He screams in agony as its grip tightens around him. Siri springs into action, seizing a nearby hammer and striking the statue's back with all her might. As the blow lands, something glimmers in the dust. Siri squints, leaning in closer, and suddenly freezes in shock. A hidden eye embedded in the statue's back suddenly opens, catching Roy off guard. Before he can shout a warning, it fires another beam. Siri narrowly rolls away just in time. Meanwhile, Roy fights to shield himself, conjuring a large stone cross between him and the statue's menacing hands, desperately trying to buy some time. Lady Diana, noticing Roy's predicament, springs into action. Though their voices are low, they awaken something deep within the statue. Suddenly, it turns its head sharply, its stone-carved eyes swiveling to fixate on Lady Diana, drawn in by the sound. A fierce glow ignites within those eyes, and in an instant, a laser beam shoots forth. Roy, trapped in the statue's grip, realizes the danger just in time and shouts for Diana to get back. Without a moment's hesitation, Bella yanks Lady Diana to the side, pulling her into cover just in time. Meanwhile, Roy grits his teeth, resorting to a desperate measure. He lifts both arms, trying to shield the statue's eyes with his hands, hoping to block the relentless beam and buy them precious seconds. But the effort comes at a cost. The searing pain courses through him, and the laser shows no signs of stopping. The relentless firing continues, and the searing heat drives him to scream in agony, his voice reverberating off the basement walls. Amidst the pain, he manages to shout at Siri, urging him to destroy the statue before it targets Diana once more. In the midst of the chaos, Roy lunges for the statue's head, desperately twisting and pulling, trying to separate it from the others. Suddenly, Siri senses something unusual. As he approaches, his hand glides over the statue's chest, and to his astonishment, he feels warmth radiating from it. The unexpected sensation takes him by surprise. To everyone's disbelief, the statue responds. A faint pink blush spreads across her stony cheeks. Without warning, she propels both Roy and Siri away from her with astonishing strength. Siri crashes to the ground, scrambling back to his feet as he keeps a wary eye on her movements. The statue curls in on herself, almost as if embarrassed, closing her eyes and shielding her chest with both arms. Siri is left bewildered, struggling to comprehend her reaction. Meanwhile, Roy growls in frustration, admitting that despite unleashing everything he has against the statue, it barely shows a crack. He glances at his hand, trembling, discolored and unmistakably broken. A sharp pain shoots up his arm, a harsh reminder that he won't be able to throw another punch like that again. His cry of agony echoes through the chamber, loud enough to rattle the very walls. The statue's eyes snap open once more, and Roy realizes he has drawn her attention again. He braces himself, fully aware that he won't be able to dodge in time. Siri witnesses the chaos unfolding before him. Without hesitation, he strides forward and positions himself in front of Roy, arms outstretched to shield him from the impending blast. Roy stares in disbelief, shouting at Siri, incredulous that he believes he can block a laser with nothing but his bare hands. But then, the statue comes to a halt. She blinks in surprise as Siri touches her chest once more, then pinches it gently. That simple gesture catches her off guard. Her laser fires, but this time it veers off, striking the walls behind them instead. Siri notices the change in her demeanor and begins to wonder if she can truly feel anything at all. Bella and Lady Diana stand in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Ciri, in an astonishing display, is somehow redirecting the statue's deadly aim using the most bizarre method imaginable. Meanwhile, Roy, still reeling from the shock and pain, turns to Ciri, desperate for answers. "What on earth is happening?" he asks, bewildered. But Ciri remains silent, her focus unwavering. He instructs Roy to step aside, noting that he's injured and will handle things from here. As Roy begins to back away, the statue detects his movement and redirects her attention, gearing up for another attack. Ciri swiftly intervenes, executing a reversal move to disrupt the statue's concentration. Her tactic succeeds. The blast veers off course, crashing into a different section of the wall instead of hitting Roy. Lady Diana, still crouched behind cover, turns to Bella and asks if Sirius always fights like this. Bella shakes her head, noting that this isn't his usual style, yet somehow it's proving effective. Diana glances back at Roy, who insists he's fine, though he concedes that they didn't anticipate the statue would be this formidable. He warns Cyrus that she remains a threat. The statue's gaze is now locked solely on Cyrus. He swiftly dodges her attack, causing her chest to shift once more. Momentarily thrown off, she takes a brief pause to regain her composure, but after a heartbeat, she lunges again, flustered yet undeterred. This time, Cyrus observes her movements with heightened focus. Her strikes are becoming increasingly unfocused. He begins to realize that her combat pattern is unraveling. She's losing her precision. From the sidelines, Roy observes, commenting on the growing chaos of her attacks. Then, in a surprising twist, Ciri playfully slaps the statue on the backside and calls out for her to regain focus if she intends to fight seriously. The statue hesitates mid-attack, caught off guard. Roy watches in wide-eyed disbelief. Despite the absurdity of the situation, he can't help but admire how Cyrus is managing things, in his own bizarre yet effective manner. Meanwhile, Roy lies on the ground, clutching his chest in evident pain. Lady Diana rushes over, concern etched on her face. "Are you okay?" she asks. He winces and replies, "I think I might have cracked a rib or two from all those hits the statue dealt me." Bella jumps in, her voice laced with urgency. "A chest fracture could be serious. It could affect your heart and lungs with every breath you take." She offers her assistance, asking him to lift his shirt, but cautions this will only provide temporary relief. As Roy raises his shirt, Bella is momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regains her composure and begins her examination. When Roy inquires if she notices anything amiss, she reassures him that it's just his injuries. She quickly shifts the conversation to the fight, asking if any player capable of handling Ciri's abilities could take down the statue. Bella insists that Roy truly needs medical attention at this moment. As he reflects on the battle, he realizes that even his most powerful moves barely leave a mark on the statue. Meanwhile, Ciri appears to have slowed the statue's attacks, demonstrating an uncanny ability to control it. Bella suggests that Ciri's skills surpass those of an S-frame player. Ciri notices that the statue's blazer is slipping and playfully remarks that it might be because her eyes are nearly closed, making it hard for her to keep control. The statue remains silent, attempting to cover up her embarrassment. Ciri, taken aback, wonders if she's genuinely avoiding his gaze. He points out that she has feelings too, calling her cute as he observes her shutting her eyes in shyness. He decides to fly closer, drawn by the vulnerability she's revealed. As he lifts his hand, he teasingly asks if anyone has ever touched her belly button before. Suddenly, she lifts her foot and delivers a swift kick to fend off his advance. Bella, seeing her captain in pain, shouts that she must jump in to help Ciri. It's up to her now. But Ciri grabs her foot, causing the statue to squirm in embarrassment. Roy quickly turns to Bella, warning her not to ruin things for Ciri. Surprised, she asks what he means. Roy urges her to focus, pointing out that it's Ciri holding her foot, not the heartbeat. He gives her leg another playful shake to emphasize his point. The atmosphere grows even more tense for the statue as she suddenly opens her eyes and unleashes a barrage of laser beams. Shock ripples through the crowd as they notice the lasers appear weaker than before. Ceres, sensing the change, remarks to the statue that her attacks are losing their potency, even if they won't be lethal. In a swift motion, she seizes Ceres by the neck, pulling him closer with a fierce intensity. Roy yells for Ceres to break away, sensing a powerful attack coming. C raises a hand, pointing at her chin, but Roy urgently warns him to dodge instead of closing in. Her strike could be lethal. Just then, the system locks on, and Ceres surprises her with a kiss. She's completely taken aback, and Roy can't help but comment that the statue is still stunned by the unexpected gesture. As they share a moment of water, Ceres takes a moment to catch his breath after pulling away. The statue playfully nudges him back, prompting Ceres to tease, "Did you stick your tongue out on purpose?" The statue blushes, quickly covering her face and hiding her head with her arms. Lady Diana calls out laughing, "Look at her, she's hiding her head." Siri steps closer, but Roy notices she remains unresponsive to her approach. Intrigued, he pokes her playfully, remarking that she has a stiff tongue. Ceres is determined to catch her attention again, yet the statue remains silent. Growing impatient, he calls over his friend, realizing the shy girl isn't lifting her head anytime soon. Meanwhile, Taylor and his crew find themselves at yet another fork in the road, glancing around in confusion. One team member questions whether there's really only one path to follow based on the intel they received. Taylor, feeling puzzled, wonders why the place feels like a maze. Irene interjects, noting that HQ's intel is usually reliable and that there's likely a good reason for the layout. Another team member raises doubts about the accuracy of the information regarding the single path. Meanwhile, Taylor remains perplexed by the maze-like atmosphere. Irene notes that the previous team likely triggered something that disrupted the terrain. Just then, another team shouts a warning. A monster has appeared, and they need to be on high alert. One player is suddenly slammed to the ground, crying out in pain. A red-haired teammate quickly asks if everyone has drawn their slay dragon blades. The response is grim. Many players are still lost, and whispers circulate that most haven't even found the entrance yet. The team lead shouts that they must rely on their own strength and skills to fend off the approaching giant dragon. One player confidently announces that he has ensnared the dragon's feet with his magic, conjuring a powerful green mana. He informs everyone, including the captain, that they've successfully immobilized the beast. However, panic flickers in his eyes as he notices the chains beginning to slip. Realizing he can't hold on much longer, he urges everyone to launch their attacks on the dragon. With a thunderous roar, the dragon breaks free, unleashing a powerful strike that sends the players sprawling and leaves them injured. Amidst the chaos, an S-rank iron-armed giant named Cassius steps forward, his voice booming with determination. "I'll protect you all. Keep attacking the beast." He channels an immense amount of mana, transforming into a colossal monster. With a fierce battle cry, he charges at the dragon, warning it not to come any closer. With all his strength, he crashes into the dragon, boldly declaring that he will cut it in half. To his surprise, the attack actually halts the beast in its tracks. Cassius begins to question whether this plan will truly succeed against such a formidable foe. Meanwhile, the crowd erupts in cheers, praising his epic moves and urging him to keep attacking without restraint. The dragon, however, catches sight of his relentless assault and shoots him an annoyed glare. She pauses for a moment, then catches sight of Cassius flaunting his powers and stripes, grumbling that trouble always seems to find her whenever she eats. With a flick of her wrist, she calls him out, declaring him truly annoying. In one swift motion, she swats him away, as if he were nothing more than a pesky fly. The impact shatters Cassius's armor, and his mana barely registers against her strength. In an instant, Cassius finds himself on the ground, his head hitting the dirt, leaving everyone in stunned silence. They can hardly believe that a powerhouse like him has just been taken down by a dragon. Yet, even in that moment of vulnerability, Cassius rallies his friends, reminding them that they have the support of Salem City. With determination burning in his eyes, he insists they must stop the dragon, no matter the cost. As the creature slowly advances, Cassius's resolve only intensifies. They have to take it down before it's too late. Taylor's team stands before a door, tension palpable in the air. He inches closer, hand poised on the handle, urging his teammates to stay alert. They have no idea what awaits them on the other side. With a determined push, Siri swings the door open, its creaking echoing ominously through the basement. The sudden noise sends a jolt through the team. One member, wide-eyed, questions if an earthquake has struck the maze, while Taylor steadies himself, urging them all to brace for whatever might come next. Another player speaks up, noting that it doesn't feel like an earthquake to her. Instead, the air is crackling with magic, as if someone has activated a special mechanism. Just then, as Ceres pries the basement door open, everyone feels the ground shift beneath them once more. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocks the city, leaving them all wide-eyed in shock. One player quickly points out the blast, recognizing it as a tremendous surge of magical energy. Everyone is left in shock as they wonder what could have caused such a massive explosion at their headquarters. As the dust settles, it becomes clear the headquarters has completely vanished from the city. Roy pieces it together, realizing that the door Ceres opened must have triggered this chaos. Meanwhile, Lady Diana, looking dazed and disoriented, nearly collapses, landing softly in Roy's lap. A member of the group suddenly notices that Carrot has fainted, while another chimes in, pointing out that Hank has also gone down. Tiger Bandlier, an S-rank player, can't shake his concern for the C-rank players. He worries they won't be able to withstand the magical backlash emanating from the building. It seems foolish to him to draw a sword when the entire landscape has morphed into something unrecognizable. The heavy magic saturating the ground sends a chill down his spine, and he can't help but feel a deep sense of unease. Meanwhile, Ceres' team is engaged in lively conversation, marveling at the sheer power of the dungeon. They agree that only a place infused with such potent magic could possibly yield a legendary weapon. Ceres spots the sword lying on the ground and gasps, recognizing it as the Slay Dragon Blade. The thought of wielding such a powerful weapon sends a thrill through her. Meanwhile, Irene chimes in, teasingly reminding Ceres that she's just an F-rank player. This comment irks Taylor, who frowns in envy, his jealousy simmering beneath the surface as he watches Ceres' good fortune unfold. Taylor is baffled by how the maze can vanish so suddenly, leaving Ceres standing right by the sword. Believing that the first person to draw it has the best chance of success, he realizes he can't let Ceres get ahead. With determination, he shouts to his team to follow him as he rushes toward the sword, and they all leap into action. As they gather around, the sword begins to whisper, expressing its discomfort with so many people crowding it. Ceres stands frozen, his gaze fixed on the sword before him. It seems to sense his unease at its lack of a scabbard and chides him for staring. "Close your eyes," it warns, a hint of menace in its voice, "or I might just unleash some pressure on you." Ceres feels an unsettling weight bearing down on him, leaving him bewildered. How can a sword talk? He's taken aback by the realization that it possesses a personality of its own. A tremendous wave of pressure erupts from the sword, shattering even the sturdiest armor and sending players tumbling like leaves in a storm. Taylor's teammate quickly fills him in on the chaos unfolding around them, and disbelief washes over everyone at the sheer magnitude of the mana's power. The air around Taylor feels heavy, like hot lead, making each breath a struggle. As he surveys the scene, he realizes just how dire the situation is for everyone caught in this overwhelming force. Even Ceres is feeling the weight of the mana pressure. The spirit of the sword observes how resilient Ceres is, standing firm against it. Bandlier leans in, whispering that anyone who can withstand the pressure and still move has a chance at drawing the sword. His teammate, curious yet cautious, asks if he can approach the Slay Dragon Blade and what the risks might be. Bandlier offers reassurance, explaining that the sword has been dormant for some time, so there shouldn't be any danger. But the sword chimes in, warning that anyone who gets too close is entering the danger zone. Ceres is taken aback by the sword's words and turns to Bella, asking if she hears it too. Bella suggests that perhaps Ceres is just imagining things due to the intense mana in the air. Just then, Taylor leaps over to Ceres, insisting that the pressure must have gotten to his head. "My stamina is way better than yours," he boasts, a grin on his face. Roy informs Ceres that the first person to draw the sword has the greatest chance of success, so he can't allow Ceres to get ahead of him. Taylor chuckles, mocking Ceres and declaring that an F-rank player like him has no right to wield the Slay Dragon Blade. Bella rushes toward Taylor, shouting that he's being hasty, but Ceres holds her back, urging her to stay away from him. As soon as Taylor crosses the line and approaches the sword, it senses his presence and warns him to back off. Undeterred, Taylor dismisses the warning, convinced that seizing the sword in front of Bella and Ceres will make him look like a hero, while putting Ceres in her place. The sword spirit rolls her eyes in annoyance and cautions him not to touch her hilt. As Taylor reaches out, gazing down at Ceres, the sword suddenly cries out, sensing some unsettling energy from him. In a swift motion, she raises her leg to kick him away, determined to keep anyone at a distance. The force of the sword's powerful mana slams Taylor back, sending him hurtling through the air as he screams in pain. His teammates stand in shock, one of them calling out to him. With a wry grin, he quips that it's hard to believe their captain just got hit by the sword. Ceres examines the sword, while its spirit rolls her eyes at the humans. "You really don't need to treat me so roughly," she remarks, her voice laced with annoyance. "Humans are all the same, even after all these years. Honestly, I can hardly stand your existence." Meanwhile, Taylor inspects his broken armor, noting its construction from deep-sea materials. "It's impressive stuff," he muses, "but it sure didn't hold up very well." Ceres suddenly understands that his A-rank scale armor has been his silent guardian all along. Without it, the outcome could have been disastrous. Meanwhile, the other players are abuzz with astonishment over the sword. One player inquires how they even discovered the secret to safely drawing it, while others speculate that it's a setback for Taylor, since the Slay Dragon Blade has rejected him. As the conversation unfolds, Taylor's teammates express their concerns about their armor's inability to withstand the Slay Dragon Blade's formidable power. They ponder who among them will dare to attempt pulling the sword from its resting place. Suddenly, Taylor bursts into laughter, catching his teammates off guard. Curious, they ask him what's so amusing. With a knowing smile, Taylor explains that legendary weapons are only meant for those who can pass the trial of the Slay Dragon Blade. He positions himself defiantly in front of the sword, declaring that as an A-rank warrior, he has successfully passed the trial. With a bold shout, he insists that the Slay Dragon Blade should be thrilled to meet him. However, the sword's spirit is unimpressed. She retorts sharply, stating that it's not the same situation at all, as she has no tolerance for rude individuals like him. With a hint of mischief, she suggests that taking Taylor down herself would be quite satisfying, clearly believing he's unworthy of wielding her power. Taylor suddenly whirls around to Ceres, his voice rising with frustration. "I'm jealous of you. The Slay Dragon Blade seems to have chosen you." Ceres, calm and collected, replies with a hint of mischief. "Maybe the blade just wants to take you out personally." At that moment, the sword's spirit glances at Ceres, a whisper of agreement escaping its ethereal form. He's absolutely right. Suddenly, Taylor lunges forward to seize the sword. Caught off guard, the sword spirit realizes too late that he has snuck up on her. As Taylor grips the sword, the spirit swiftly counters, revealing that he has actually ensnared her neck. A surge of powerful mana radiates from the sword, causing Taylor's armor to crack and splinter under the immense pressure. Everyone is taken aback as Taylor manages to grasp the hilt of the legendary Slay Dragon Blade, and the possibility of him wielding its power seems within reach. As he clutches the sword, Taylor shouts that the pressure and energy are overwhelming, as if they're assaulting his very being. He questions whether this is the final trial set by the Slay Dragon Blade. Meanwhile, the sword's spirit cries out in anguish, declaring that Taylor is causing her pain and desperately yearning to break free. Taylor grips the sword tightly with both hands, resolute in her determination. The players around her are shouting, convinced that she will be the first to pull the sword and become the hero who saves their city. But the sword spirit erupts in fury, berating the crowd for their disrespectful treatment. In that moment, Taylor senses a shift in the atmosphere, as if the very air around her has changed. The other players are abuzz with excitement, claiming that the sword has ceased its relentless attacks, igniting a flicker of hope that they might finally win without risking their lives to retrieve it. They urge Captain Taylor to seize the Slay Dragon Blade. Meanwhile, Banlier feels a wave of disappointment wash over him, pondering whether Taylor has truly succeeded. He quietly muses to himself that there's no reason for someone of his caliber, an S-rank player, to take such a dangerous leap. Meanwhile, Taylor is filled with excitement, gripping his sword tightly as thoughts of Bella swirl in his mind. He realizes that he, not Cirrus, has been chosen by the Slay Dragon Blade. The crowd erupts in cheers, hailing him as a hero. However, Bella stands off to the side, her expression clouded with annoyance. She had expected Cirrus to be the first to draw the sword, and now Taylor has stolen that moment from him. The spirit of the sword has awakened, bewildered by the cheers for Taylor. With a fierce glare, it declares its intent to tear them all to shreds. Cirrus, sensing the impending chaos, swiftly pulls his teammates back. Bella, sensing the tension, asks if something is wrong. Cirrus warns them that the Slay Dragon Blade is furious. They all feel the shift in the air. And then, without warning, the Slay Dragon Blade launches into a frenzied assault, unleashing a wave of destruction fueled by its overwhelming mana pressure. The sword's spirit is targeting Taylor, and he can feel the weight of the crown pressing down on him. Those nearby sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from the sword. Taylor screams in agony, his shock evident as he grapples with his dire situation. The sword spirit, typically shy around humans, unexpectedly delivers a brutal kick. Iron, sensing the intense mana and pressure from the sword, shouts that it's heading straight for Taylor. With a voice trembling in fear, he ducks behind Taylor, pleading for help. In that moment, Bandolier leaps forward to shield them, unleashing his skills to counter the attack. He gives it his all, while Irene stands frozen in shock, her gaze fixed on Taylor, who remains unresponsive and cold. He deftly dodges the attack, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. The sword intensifies its magical pressure, striking everyone in its vicinity. The sword spirit catches sight of Bandolier and is impressed by his remarkably resilient physique. She observes how his armor has mended itself, functioning as a protective barrier for humans and showcasing his prowess as an A-rank warrior. The other players can't help but notice Bandolier's toughness, his armor remaining unscathed amidst the chaos. One of them notes that he's an A-rank warrior, a remarkable feat in itself. He instructs everyone to transport the injured players to the underground sanctuary, assigning the lower-ranking members to oversee the task while the higher-ups remain by his side. Without hesitation, everyone springs into action. Taylor's team quickly gathers him up, urging him to leave before the situation becomes too perilous. Bandolier channels his powers and transforms. Declaring himself humanity's strongest guardian, he strides confidently toward the sword, convinced it is the mightiest in existence. Suddenly, the sword's spirit raises her leg, poised to strike. Bracing himself for the impact, Bandolier shouts with determination that they are a perfect match. Bandolier charges toward the sword, his determination unwavering as he skillfully dodges its magical attacks. The sword spirit notices his rapid movements, sensing the urgency in his approach. Meanwhile, the guild members from Salem City rally behind him, their voices rising in a chorus of encouragement. They shout that he is their last hope, urging him to prove to the slayed Dragonblade that humans possess the strength to triumph. The sword spirit lifts both legs, channeling her magic to build up pressure. Yet, Bandolier skillfully evades every attack, steadily closing in on her. All her powers prove ineffective against him. In a decisive moment, he seizes the sword and declares that he is the one who truly deserves to wield it. The sword spirit refuses to be owned by him, launching another fierce attack that strikes Bandolier directly, shattering his armor into pieces. The blow lands with devastating force, leaving a mark on his face and drawing blood. The onlookers are taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Bandolier, convinced he's been gravely injured, winces in pain, unaware that the sword spirit hasn't even made contact with him. He pins himself down as his teammates call out his name, concern etched on their faces. Bandolier steps in, urging them to back off and pushing them away. He emphasizes the need to defeat the sword, but his teammates are taken aback. They know that even S-rank armor can't withstand its magical might. One of them remarks that the slayed Dragonblade has fully awakened, leaving them with no hope of victory. Undeterred, Bandolier insists they must confront it. It's their only chance to gain power and restore honor to the slayed Dragonblade. The members murmur among themselves, realizing they must fight until their last breath. Bandolier steps forward, reminding them that they are warriors, destined to confront challenges for the sake of Salem City. He questions their hesitation, his tone growing more intense. Any player who refuses to fight will be branded a deserter and eliminated on the spot. He declares, his voice echoing with authority. Frustrated, Bandolier scolds the players for their idle chatter, urging them to focus on the battle ahead. The sword spirit senses the tension in the air and whispers that the humans have become aware of her powers, and they're terrified. She locks her gaze on a blonde man, pointing at him with a wicked grin, declaring that he will be her first target if anyone dares to intervene. With a swift motion, she shoves him into the danger zone, leaving him in a state of panic. Just then, he catches sight of someone already on the battlefield and shouts for Bandolier to look. Ceres gazes intently at the sword, recalling the words of the slayed dragon's spirit when Taylor attempted to seize it. He realizes that the sword possesses a consciousness, capable of sensing and communicating like a living being. With the understanding that the sword has its own life force, he contemplates the possibility of connecting with or binding its spirit through his system. Lock onto the target, he commands, and the system promptly responds. The sword spirit coils around the blade, puzzled by Ceres' intense gaze. Meanwhile, the players begin to murmur among themselves, questioning how the captain of Squad 14, a complete F-rank, intends to wield the sword. They shout in disbelief, insisting that Ceres must be out of his mind. With his meager skills and abilities, they warn, the sword will surely cut him down. Undeterred, Ceres stands tall and declares with fervor that he is a warrior, committed to protecting Salem City from any threat that looms. He is resolute in his quest to wield the slayed Dragonblade, willing to risk his life without hesitation. Bandolier observes that even the weakest players display more courage than those ranked A or B. He remarks that Ceres possesses a noble soul. Meanwhile, the spirit of the slayed Dragonblade senses something unique about him, whispering that he stirs an unusual feeling within her. Noticing Ceres' intense gaze, she remarks that he stands apart from other humans. An inexplicable connection pulls at her, making it hard to resist. As Ceres steps closer, she instinctively tries to shield herself, opting to unleash a slash attack to keep him at a distance. Meanwhile, the sword spirit grapples with the unsettling sensation of weakness coursing through her, particularly in her legs, which feel almost too heavy to lift. A strange tingling and numbness coursed through the air. Meanwhile, the players were astonished to see Ceres standing unharmed, seemingly unaffected by the sword's magical aura. They couldn't understand why the sword wasn't reacting to him. It was astonishing how close he was to it, leaving them all in stunned silence. They recalled that the sword typically sliced through anything living that ventured too near, which explained why no one had been able to pull it from its resting place. However, with Ceres, the sword seems to be at rest. They begin to suspect it might be dormant. The sword spirit experiences a peculiar sensation in her mind, realizing she's losing both her power and her urge to attack. As she gazes at Ceres, she senses that something about him is provoking these strange feelings within her. As he steps closer, she feels the undeniable connection between them. The players around them are in disbelief, unable to comprehend why the sword spirit isn't attacking. They murmur among themselves, debating whether the sword of judgment has simply gone dormant. One player comments that if that's the case, Ceres must possess extraordinary luck. Meanwhile, the sword spirit senses her hand growing heavy, struggling to contain her emotions but ultimately failing. Ceres locks eyes with her, blood trickling from his nose. One player notices the crimson streak and remarks that it's not from the sword's attack. Banlier chimes in, highlighting that Ceres is merely an F-rank hero, making it astonishing that he's not buckling under the sword's immense pressure. They can't fathom how he remains on his feet, given his low rank and the sword's overwhelming power, and they observe that he's barely managing to fulfill his hero mission. Ceres pinches his nose, noting that it's the first time he's bled this much from it. He can feel the overwhelming power of the sword of judgment coursing through him. Bella, concerned for his well-being, suggests he step back if things get too dangerous, but he halts her with a firm gesture. "My mission is to protect Salem City," he declares resolutely. "I will see it through, no matter the cost." On the other hand, the sword spirit gazes at Ceres with a sense of confusion. A warm, shaky sensation washes over her, accompanied by a flutter of excitement that makes her heart race. She clutches her chest, bewildered by the feeling. It's an odd mix of emotions, and she finds herself wanting to tear away a bit of her clothing, as if she longs to reveal more of herself to Ceres. As she wrestles with her thoughts, she comes to a crucial realization. She can't let her embarrassment overwhelm her. Turning to Ceres, she demands he stop staring at her, warning that if he continues, her secret will be exposed. With determination, she proclaims that the Slay Dragon Blade has awakened. Banlier is taken aback by the sheer power of the attack, recalling the moment his armor was shattered. Meanwhile, the players shout in excitement, noting that Ceres is vulnerable now that he's so close to the sword. Ceres contemplates whether the sword spirit still possesses the power to strike him with a playful touch on the blade. He muses that he must prepare a counterattack to ensure his survival. In that moment, the sword spirit senses something amiss and questions what is happening to her. As Ceres grips the sword, a tingling sensation courses through her legs, distracting her and causing her aim to falter. She misfires, sending sparks flying into the ground. Suddenly, a collective gasp echoes through the crowd as they realize that the attack from the Slay Dragon Blade has come to an abrupt halt. Banlier stands in disbelief, astonished by Ceres, an F-rank player who somehow endures the sword strike without a scratch on his armor. He marvels at Ceres' incredible strength and resilience. Meanwhile, the sword spirit hovers above the chaos, contemplating the myriad sensations she has encountered, from slicing through armor to the searing heat of flames. Yet, this particular sensation is unlike anything she has ever experienced before. A new electric charge surges through her, but she can't shake off the light tickling sensation enveloping her body. Overwhelmed, she kneels and admits that she can no longer attack him because of this strange feeling. Recognizing the significance of the moment, Ceres declares it's the perfect time for him to become the sword's true owner. The sword spirit acknowledges that his touch makes her feel ticklish, causing her to flush even deeper. Ceres concentrates fiercely as he attempts to extract the sword, pouring every ounce of his energy into the effort. The sword spirit, unable to contain herself any longer, begins to wane in strength. In a stunning twist, Ceres finally manages to pull the sword free, leaving everyone in awe. The players erupt in disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a seemingly weak player could wield the legendary Slay Dragon sword and claim it for himself. The sword spirit muses that, at this rate, Ceres might truly become her master. He is resolute in his intent to draw the sword to protect Salem City. But soon, he notices another hand reaching for it. Other sword spirits materialize before him, kneeling in unison and declaring that this cannot happen. One of them explains that drawing the Slay Dragon sword is no simple feat. Meanwhile, a player interjects, noting that the sword of judgment has regained its power. It appears that sheer strength alone isn't enough to draw the sword from its sheath. The sword spirit wrestles with a torrent of emotions, struggling to maintain her composure. She comes to a stark realization. Any attempt to attack her would be futile. Frustration bubbles within her. After waiting so long to be wielded by a true master, it's downright humiliating to be affected by someone like Ceres. As they both grasp the sword simultaneously, the sword spirit's displeasure is palpable. She grumbles about the situation, declaring it a complete disgrace. Yet, despite her complaints, she deliberately resists the sword's pull. With a sharp tone, she asserts that if she were to unleash her full power, he would be bleeding profusely both from his nose and mouth. In her mind, the overwhelming intensity of her spirit should be enough to suffocate him. Yet she remains steadfast, insisting that she is a pure, flawless weapon, determined not to let her emotions cloud her judgment. Amidst the chaos, she focuses on protecting the sword, while Ceres exerts all his strength to pull it free. The sword spirit interjects, reminding her that she is merely a spirit, while Ceres is a living, breathing person. If he continues to push himself, it could spell disaster for him. She urges him to give it a rest, but Ceres remains stubborn, driven by his courage and a fierce desire to protect his city. He refuses to back down. One player remarks that Ceres has no intention of throwing in the towel. The crowd rallies behind him, cheering as he fights valiantly to save their home. They see him as a brave soul, convinced that he is destined to become a great warrior in time. Everyone is cheering him on. Meanwhile, the sword spirit is perplexed, questioning how someone can remain so dedicated even in dire circumstances. It dawns on her that he possesses a true sense of justice. Taking a moment to gather herself, she suddenly loses her grip when he rubs the sword. With a playful huff, she complains that he's tickling her armpits, finding him utterly annoying. Though she feels uncomfortable, she's resolute not to let him gain the upper hand. She steels herself, determined to endure and prevent him from seizing the advantage. Meanwhile, the sword spirit senses something amiss, unearthing memories of all the time she's been burned, beaten, polished, and even shattered. But this time, it's different. The weight of those memories threatens to overwhelm her. Ceres continues to play with the sword, sending a peculiar sensation coursing through the spirit. She mistakenly believes it's her own body responding, feeling as if he's delving deeper than ever. Meanwhile, the spirit's once mighty energy has waned, presenting Ceres with a golden opportunity. With all his strength, he strains to pull the sword free. All eyes are fixed on him as one of the players shouts that he's about to unleash the Sword of Judgment. The sword spirit responds with a surge of mana, her eyes glowing a fierce blue as she confidently declares that she can withstand any sensation thrown her way. But just after making that bold claim, she intensifies her power, unleashing a wave of overwhelming magical pressure that crashes down on Ceres with all her might. As Ceres grips the sword, a surge of raw mana erupts around him. The ground fractures, rocks splinter, and debris begins to levitate. Amidst the chaos, Ceres continues to pull at the sword, deftly dodging the spirit's relentless attacks. He struggles to maintain his grip, feeling the overwhelming force of her power pressing down on him. Gritting his teeth, he mutters that he can barely endure it, as if his very bones might shatter under the strain. Ceres begins to suspect that the sword spirit is intent on crushing him to prevent him from drawing the sword. As more rocks rise ominously around him, Bella's panic escalates when she realizes what's happening. Without hesitation, she rushes forward, swinging her sword to intercept the magical blast aimed at Ceres. However, the instant her blade makes contact, it shatters into fragments. The other players gasp in shock, shouting that something has just been vaporized. A warning echoes through the air. Everyone must stay back. The gravity magic is at its peak, so intense that it distorts the very atmosphere around them. The players exchange worried glances, murmuring that Ceres must be unable to withstand such pressure. Surely he has already been crushed beneath it. They believe that no one can possibly pull the sword from its resting place now. Meanwhile, the system alerts Ceres that his body is beginning to break down under the immense strain. The sword spirit mocks him, challenging his strength. She points out that his body is on the brink of collapse and emphasizes the vast chasm between their powers. Your body and hand will never lift this sword, not even by an inch, she declares. With a menacing tone, she warns him to surrender, or she'll reduce him to nothing, as he clearly lacks the ability to draw the sword. Yet Ceres stands firm, refusing to back down. He admits to her that he's underestimated his own willpower. With a grin, he continues to lightly brush his fingers against the sword, provoking the spirit within to lose control and scream in frustration. Ceres, fueled by determination, believes he still has a chance at victory as long as he refuses to give up. He glides his finger along the blade, daring the sword spirit to withstand his challenge. The spirit clenches her fist, a surge of wild energy coursing through her, and then she digs her nails into the earth. Cyrus watches her intently, every movement under his scrutiny. This time, the sword spirit experiences the sensations in an entirely new way, and her focus begins to waver. Yet, she remains resolute, determined to stop Cyrus at any cost. The overwhelming power of the sword surges once more, prompting the players to suggest keeping their distance and retreating. Bella, unable to bear the pressure, collapses. Cyrus feels a sharp pain in his fingers, but continues to gently caress the sword. The sword spirit watches in bewilderment, questioning how Cyrus can endure such a crushing force. Despite the risk of being crushed, he still possesses the energy to tease her with a playful touch. She wonders if Cyrus truly possesses justice and responsibility in his heart. Frustrated, she yells at him to stop, feeling herself on the brink of losing control. With a playful grin, Cyrus gives her another tickle and asks if she can feel it now. As the sensations wash over her once more, the spirit suddenly realizes that the sword is transforming. The players suddenly sense something unusual happening around the sword. One of them shouts, questioning what is emerging from the ground. As the sword rises, they gasp in disbelief. It's the legendary slave dragon sword. Cyrus steps forward and seizes the sword, placing it firmly on the ground, leaving the players in shock. They can hardly believe that an F-rank player like Cyrus has managed to draw the slave dragon sword. Meanwhile, the sword spirit feels a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She had tried her best to prevent him from wielding it. The next chapter unfolds with the dragon looming over the city, its presence marked by the countless shattered weapons littering the ground. Stepping forward is the portly mage, the great sorcerer Vivi, who declares that while blades may fail, magic will prevail. With a flourish, he activates 8 magic circles, unleashing the echo of annihilation. With each strike, a golden explosion erupts, slamming into the dragon and igniting a massive blaze. As the staff's glow fades and the smoke begins to clear, VV is revealed to be a woman, a plump mage who channels her body fat as mana. Panting and exhausted, she gasps. That attack must have done something. From within the swirling smoke, the dragon's claw emerges unscathed, pressing forward with unwavering resolve. VV can hardly believe her eyes. An 8-circle spell failed to leave even a scratch. Without the sword of judgment to breach that formidable magic shield, nothing can harm this beast. Panic rises as someone calls out, "Commander VV, what do we do?" She responds that there's nothing more to be done. They must wait for the sword to arrive. At the dragon's current speed, it will reach the city in just 15 hours. That gives them enough time to evacuate the citizens, but they need to spread the message quickly. All attacks on Bergelga must cease for now. The warriors' new priority is to return to the city and ensure everyone gets out safely. Staring at the dragon, VV murmurs, "Why did it suddenly change course toward Salem City? That shouldn't be happening. We need to uncover the reason behind this." Meanwhile, at the ritual, the sword gently grips the protagonist's hand, urging him, "This is the final step. You must feel the beat of my heart to synchronize with my essence." Once that moment arrives, she will merge with him and obey his commands. He can't release her until the ritual is complete. Trembling, Cyrus exclaims, "It's a spirit, but my palm can feel the heat of its heart." The sensation is incredible. Tiger shouts urgently, "Healers! The kid is losing blood fast. We need a healer now." Bella adds, her voice rising in panic. He's on the brink of collapsing under the sword's judgment. Despite the pain coursing through him, Cyrus insists, "No, it's nothing. I can handle it." Yet, the scent of his blood reaches the distant dragon, stirring her from her slumber. That scent is too powerful, she realizes, her instincts igniting. In an instant, she spreads her wings wide and launches herself into the sky, certain that she has found what she has been searching for. Redhead. BV glances back just in time to see the dragon surging forward at full speed. "No, don't go that fast. People haven't evacuated yet," she cries out. But it's too late. A broadcast reverberates through the city. The dragon Bergelva has increased its speed and is approaching rapidly. All heroes in the city must evacuate immediately. "Damn it, we need to get out of here," Tiger exclaims, urgency lacing his voice. The protagonist quickly responds, "Diana's guild brought a helicopter. We can fly out." But before he can finish, Tiger grabs his arm, determination in his eyes. "I know a faster route than any helicopter," he insists, and without another word he leaps into the unknown. Just as the dragon closes in, its shadow looming ominously above them. VV screams that someone must stop the dragon immediately, and in an instant, a powerful force slams into it. The dragon plummets headfirst to the ground. As VV turns to look, she notices a massive gash across its head. The magical shield of Bergelga lies shattered. This could only mean one thing. Someone had successfully drawn the Sword of Judgment. A few soldiers glance back to see Tiger approaching, the Sword of Judgment gleaming in front of him. He must have drawn it. Surely the rank-ass hero had secured their safety. The protagonist turns to Tiger, asking, "Did you use teleportation magic?" Tiger responds, "That's my limit when I'm carrying 2 people. Unfortunately, I can't do anything more," Cirrus admits, his voice heavy with resignation. He nods, then shifts his gaze forward. There it is, the infamous dragon, Bergelga, looming ahead. One of the soldiers beside him sneers, "Hey, Rank F kid, get out of the way, you'll just slow down the Rank S." He attempts to shove Cirrus aside, insisting he'll handle Tiger himself, but Tiger swiftly grabs the man by the face and slams him to the ground. With a fierce intensity, Tiger turns to Captain Cirrus and asks, "What do you want me to do? Just stay out of my way." The others watch in bewilderment. What's happening? Why is the Rank S Tiger taking orders from that kid? This isn't the same arrogant rank we're all familiar with. The protagonist steps forward, gripping the hilt of the legendary sword. The soldiers stand in disbelief. Why is Cirrus wielding that iconic weapon? Could it be that the Rank F has summoned it? Now they finally come face to face with the dragon. Cirrus remarks, "That magic shield of hers is seriously tough. The first strike barely made a dent. The sword warns that with your current strength, you'll need to land at least 3 hits. And then, there she is. Bergelga, strikingly beautiful, smirking as she declares that this human is beginning to excite her. With a powerful leap, she soars through the air, massive and majestic, shouting that she will devour him. The dragon charges forward with relentless force, and the protagonist smirks at the sword, remarking that it seems she's coming straight for them, making things a bit easier. He unleashes a powerful purple slash that collides directly with the dragon, tearing a gaping crater into her shoulder. The shockwave from the impact sends nearby soldiers sprawling to the ground. As Bergelga firmly plants her feet and lifts her head, Cirrus descends from above, unleashing another strike while declaring that this ends here. Suddenly, an explosion erupts. The dragon spreads her wings and swiftly retreats, narrowly evading the finishing blow. Cirrus can hardly believe that something so massive can move with such speed. Bergelga gathers flames in her throat as frantic shouts echo around her, urging everyone to fall back. They'll perish if they remain. The attack erupts with full force, engulfing everything in flames. Yet, amidst the chaos, the protagonist swings their sword, cleaving the fiery blast in 2 and redirecting the scorching energy back toward the dragon. Suddenly, the dragon comes to an abrupt halt. A sharp cracking sound reverberates across the battlefield, prompting VV to look up in confusion. "What was that noise?" he asks, his voice tinged with concern. "It sounds just like a magic shield breaking." As the smoke begins to clear, the sword returns to the protagonist's hand, and he gazes through the haze, searching for any sign of the dragon's whereabouts. "She's gone." He asks the sword's spirit if it managed to hit the target. The sword replies, "Yes, I struck her again. This shield should be broken now." But then, 2 separate explosions erupt in the distance, followed by a loud crash. He turns to see a smoking crater nearby, the aftermath of the chaos unfolding before him. Suddenly, the ground trembles violently as the dragon's colossal head erupts from below, its jaws agape, poised to swallow him whole. Oh no. It seems the protagonist has truly met his fate. The soldiers erupt into chaos, their voices trembling as they shout in disbelief that the one who drew the sword has been consumed. "It was to be expected," they whisper. "You can't trust a Rank F to save the world." They believe the Rank S should have been the one to wield that blade. But VV counters. Even as a Rank F, he fought bravely. He shattered the magic shield, and that alone is enough. Now, it falls to the remaining Rank A and Rank S fighters to finish the battle. The boy's sacrifice will not be in vain. She declares that it's time to launch the counterattack. Meanwhile, Cirrus plummets into the dragon's gaping maw, debris from the ruined city tumbling alongside him. But if I know this guy, there's no way he's finished just yet. You can already sense what's coming next. As he surveys his surroundings, he mutters in disbelief, "Lava and houses? What a bizarre stomach." Confused, he turns to the side and finds her there, the primordial spirit of Bergelga. "You're inside my stomach," she declares, "which means you've already been consumed." In that moment, the protagonist understands this is her true form. She warns him, "Surrender now, and you can be peacefully melted in the lava." You'll be absorbed into me, she taunts. The lava surrounding him begins to shift ominously, but the protagonist swiftly activates his instant slash. Wait, what just happened? He's already behind her. He hadn't anticipated her massive size, my god. She turns, stunned by his speed, and he delivers a powerful strike to her foot. But to his dismay, nothing happens. He's bewildered. Why didn't that cut her? I already shattered the magic shield. She responds, boy, dragon scales are merely a minor defense. My true primordial form isn't something you can defeat so easily. The sword adds, with the power you possess right now, Cirrus will need thousands of strikes to breach that armor. And then, the tail strikes. No one ever likes the tail. It slaps the protagonist squarely across the face, sending him hurtling backward. In that moment, he understands he has no choice. It's time to get serious. He locks onto her as his target, and that familiar purple aura ignites around him. As he's pushed back, cards materialize in the air around him. He draws the first one. You have unlocked the path of heaven. When you strike the target's body, a wave of pain surges through them, nullifying their powers in accordance with the intensity of the suffering inflicted. A great deal of pain. Meanwhile, the dragon Bergelga curls one of her monstrous feet, flexing her demonic claws. She mutters to herself, sensing something unusual in the air. It must be the humans at work, she muses, a hint of irritation creeping into her voice. With her formidable defenses, nothing he attempts will have any effect on her. The sword spirit elaborates, revealing that Bergelga's protection stems from 5 magical scales located on her head, back, chest, and 4 arms. To truly defeat her, he must shatter all 5 scales. Only then can he hope to breach her defenses. Finally, his first precise strike lands. She stomps the ground, but when she glances down, something feels off. What's happening? It seems some sort of condition has been triggered upon contact. The player's perception heightens as the vines twist around her arm, and the detection zone shifts to her limb. I'm honestly puzzled by what just activated. It mentioned her arm, yet the energy flares around her leg. Ah, this must be the power we received from Gallia, the priestess of the church. He decides to put it to the test. In an instant, vines spring forth, wrapping tightly around Bergelga's body. Confused, she senses the strange restraints and wonders what kind of bizarre attack this is. But the effect is fleeting, lasting only 2 seconds. With a furious roar, she breaks free, her anger echoing through the air. Soldiers watching from a distance shout in excitement. Our attacks are working, but VV quickly warns them. Stay cautious. Don't let your guard down. Inside the stomach, only 1.2 seconds remain before the effect wears off. Bergelga raises her foot, a smirk on her face as she declares, he's bold to attack me like this. He'll be crushed beneath my heel. The protagonist deftly dodges her opponent's strike and lands a precise slash that completely shatters the first layer of armor. It's a stunning blow. She can hardly comprehend how her scales were broken so effortlessly. In an instant, the damage spreads, causing the scales on her legs to crack. The soldiers erupt in cheers, sensing that the tide of battle is finally turning in their favor. B activates her circles once more, shouting, "Keep it up, everyone. We can bring Bergelga down right here and now." The struggle is evident on Bergelga's face, showcasing the artist's dedication to this intense moment. The protagonist steps back, gasping for breath, and that's when he notices a new mark etched across his back. He wonders if it has something to do with those random points, still baffled by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Bergelga clutches her leg, cursing that insufferable brat. The moment that strange circle appeared, an unusual energy coursed through her body. She hadn't sustained any damage, so it must be some other form of magic at play. The sword informs the protagonist that the dragon spirit is remarkably resilient. Meanwhile, poor Bergelga realizes she let her guard down for just a moment. She had thought that circle was merely a minor spell, but it seems this boy has something more devious in mind. Determined to regain her focus, she vows that his trick won't catch her off guard again. With a fierce glint in her eye, she declares that he will be consumed by the magma churning within her stomach. She lunges forward, proclaiming that his digestion will begin now and that her scales will soon regenerate. Cirrus dodges, but he's rattled. She's getting faster by the moment. He knows he needs to end this quickly. With a hand glowing ominously in purple light, she swings suddenly, and the entire magma field surges toward him. He realizes that her initial move was merely a distraction, and now there's no way to evade her. He inches closer to his target, but the system warns him that the spatial card is active, forcing him to maintain his distance. It seems the card affects him as well. To make matters worse, Bergelga is already behind him. With a chilling smile, she declares, "There's no escape. Your magic attacks are useless against me." Just as she lunges to strike him, he swiftly slashes to the side, inadvertently brushing against the circle. It appears he may have dodged her attack after all. Suddenly, everything clicks into place. When she activated that spell, it triggered another something left behind by the old bishop, Safrena. The perception zone shifted to her mouth, and suddenly, Bergelda's arm was seized by that familiar, devouring tentacle magic. She was completely thrown off balance. What is this feeling, she muttered, bewildered. Good lord, what's happening now? Is the protagonist actually biting her? These serious moves are utterly unpredictable. Bergelda attempts to defend herself, but her strength seems to have vanished. The effect lingers for 5 agonizing seconds, allowing Sirius to deliver a precise slash to her armor. As she begins to grasp the futility of breaking the strange circle, he grins and taunts her, revealing that only 5 scales remain. With each piece of her armor shattering, she feels her power slipping away. Strangely, every time that peculiar sensation washes over her, her defensive magic falters, rendering her scales ineffective. He lands another strike as she manages to retreat, but her magic still has 3.4 seconds of inactivity left. He mutters to himself, feeling as if his tongue nearly burned from that last blow. Baffled, Bergelda wonders if that strange magic has something to do with his mouth. He remarks that it left a bitter taste, and suddenly, everything clicks into place. That green attack acts like an extension of his own body. However, the dragon is far from pleased. With a fierce snarl, she declares him the most insufferable human she's ever encountered, and swings her tail at him. He swiftly blocks the strike with his sword. Her magic remains disabled for another 1.7 seconds, giving him the perfect opportunity to strike again. He sets his sights on the nearest scale, located on her front, and declares it his next target. However, Bergelda is convinced this pest has hidden intentions and swiftly dodges, retreating once more. Sirius halts, realizing just how close that was. She can move at an astonishing speed. He continues to close the distance, but she keeps retreating until the timer ticks down to just 0.1 seconds. Suddenly, another mark appears behind her. He realizes that the moment her magic reactivates, a new mark forms instantly. Just then, Bergelda exclaims that her magic has returned. She raises her arms, vowing never to touch a circle like that again, declaring that this perverted, strange human will meet his end here. With determination, she unleashes her next attack, sending a torrent of lava straight toward him. Though she knows hitting him will be a challenge, she refuses to relent for even a moment. As exhaustion begins to creep in, she contemplates being consumed by the flames. Meanwhile, the protagonist remains too far away. Even his swiftest slash can't reach her in time. Bergelda suddenly hesitates, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. It's no surprise, after all, who would expect the monster girl of this tale to behave like everyone else? She mutters under her breath, questioning her sanity. I can't let the opinion of a worthless human like him get to me. Just then, Sirius closes the distance, deftly leaping from rock to rock. As he closes the distance, he activates the instant slash. The strike connects with her stomach, but, to his surprise, nothing happens. She smirks, reminding him that unless he hits the marked circle, his slashes are meaningless, no matter how many times he tries. But before she can react, he's already behind her, a confident grin on his face. "Oh, I know that all too well," he replies. "It was just a ploy to get closer." He swings again, but she effortlessly blocks the strike with her forearm, scoffing at him. "Do you really think someone as weak as you can match the strength of a dragoness?" She taunts, a smirk playing on her lips. It's a word he didn't even know existed until now. She continues, "You have no idea what you're up against." Meanwhile, the sword spirit warns its master that he lacks the power to take her down in this way. Sirius is determined, pouring every ounce of strength into his fight. Meanwhile, Bergelda smirks, sensing his dwindling energy. This is her moment to strike and finish him off. She leans in, poised to deliver the final blow. But just as she prepares to crush him, he unexpectedly slides his sword along her armor and leans in for a kiss, catching her completely off guard. He's getting far too comfortable with this kind of behavior. The poor dragoness freezes, utterly bewildered. Honestly, I can't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for her. This is definitely harassment. Yet somehow, for the sake of humanity, his strength skyrockets by 1,000 points. They break apart, but now the protagonist is overpowering her, forcing her down toward the marked area. As she teeters on the brink of falling backward, he urges, "Just a little more." Confusion washes over her. Could she be imagining this? His strength feels suddenly overwhelming, yet even so, it shouldn't be enough to push her down. Blood drips from Sirius's nose as he mutters, regrettably, that he'll have to give it his all. Burj Elda glares at him, demanding to know his intentions. In response, he suddenly headbutts her. She scolds him to stop with these absurd attacks, but Sirius, the steadfast soldier of humanity, refuses to relent. He continues his relentless assault, slamming his head from side to side in a furious barrage. His agility soars to 2,400, while his strength surpasses 5,100. Fueled by this surge of energy, he finally manages to push her toward the circle. Just then, she retaliates, pushing him back, but the perception zones activate on her arm and mouth. He seizes the moment, activating his ability as the vines erupt once more. Meanwhile, he begins to hum softly under his breath. Her magic is rendered null for 11 seconds. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist unleashes a series of brutal attacks while Burj Elda struggles to comprehend the situation. The nullification period extends to 18 seconds. With no mercy in his heart, he raises his sword and delivers a clean, devastating slash. The poor dragoness pleads for him to stop. If this continues, she will be left completely vulnerable without her protective scales. According to the rules of Dragon Can, if anyone sees her body without a single scale, she is destined to become that person's wife. Sirius, relentless in his assault, mutters that dragons are tougher than he anticipated. Burj Elda, desperate, pleads with him not to look, warning that it would be blasphemy against the Dragon Clan. In a burst of anger, she calls him a creep and swings to strike him. Her magic remains dormant for another 16 seconds, and he seizes the opportunity to destroy yet another arm. That's enough, he declares, confidence radiating from him. He still has plenty of time to obliterate every last scale. Now only the one on her forehead stands between him and victory. He charges in for the final strike, but she quickly folds her arms in front of her face and shouts, "No way!" Miraculously, she manages to block his attack. The ground beneath them begins to crumble under the sheer force of their battle, teetering on the edge of a stone ledge. The worst part? A mere brush with the lava has already scorched part of his armor. He realizes that only the scales on her back, her right leg, and her forehead remain intact. I have just 12.1 seconds left. I can't afford to waste a single moment. But she's hiding beneath the lava. How am I supposed to break those scales? Burj Elda swims just below the molten surface, muttering, "Filthy human, once my magic recovers, I'll tear you apart." Meanwhile, Sirius glares at the sword. The spear, curious, asks, "Why are you staring like that?" Sirius replies, "You're a legendary sword, right? You should be able to handle the heat of this lava. I'm going to toss you down there to break the dragon's scales, and then I'll pull you back up," he declared confidently. The sword twisted anxiously in midair, its panic palpable. "No, I refuse. I can't go in there," it protested. "A little contact with lava is manageable, but if I'm fully submerged, my blade's edge will be ruined forever," the protagonist shot back. "Stop whining and get back to normal, or I swear I'll throw you in again on purpose." She straightens up once more, and he glances down, noticing she's still concealed beneath. The timer continues its relentless countdown. 2 seconds, 1 second. Then, unexpectedly, a new mark appears. He finds it puzzling. Why did it show up there? Until now, every mark had appeared close to her. Are these things truly random, or do they follow some hidden pattern? At that moment, Burj Elda emerged from beneath the molten lava. With fewer scales to protect her, her time submerged was limited. She needed to finish this quickly. Sirius sensed something ominous approaching, as she unleashed a fierce roar, vowing to incinerate him this time. Suspended in midair, he realized she had abandoned her relentless assaults and was now trying to catch him off guard. From above, he gazes down, searching for her. Is she hiding beneath the lava once more? Then, something catches his eye. The glowing symbols below are arranged in a diamond-shaped pattern. I need to decipher what this path of heaven ability truly signifies. But before he can ponder further, the lava beneath him erupts violently. Burj Elda erupts with fury, sensing an attack approaching from behind. But it's too late. He barely manages to pivot and block, yet the force sends him sprawling. In a desperate move, he hurls his sword toward her, but she deftly dodges, diving back into the lava before he can land a hit. She's learning quickly. She knows she can't afford to let him touch her again. That weapon is useless against her now. To make matters worse, Sirius is plummeting through open air with no ground in sight. In a moment of desperation, he calls out to the sword spirit, which launches forward like a torpedo, catching him just in time. They crash against the wall, narrowly avoiding a deadly plunge into the lava below. As he regains his bearings, Sirius realizes that the monster has retreated, no longer emerging from the depths. It seems she's resorting to ambush tactics now. To survive, I need to find a spot with enough footholds to stand my ground. But then it hits me stationary is not an option. I must keep moving. Burgelda, not one to underestimate her surroundings, realizes that the ruins provide me with crucial cover. Once she demolishes them all, it will be game over for me. Cirrus leaps from one ruin to another, each landing accompanied by the sound of crumbling stone. She mocks him, declaring that no matter how hard he fights, his efforts are futile. The ruins, she insists, won't endure for long. At last, Cirrus feels he has reached his breaking point. As debris falls around him, he gazes at his sword, uncertainty gnawing at him. Will this truly be enough? Burgelda, noticing him standing motionless, assumes he has surrendered. He isn't even flinching. To ensure his defeat, she resolves to obliterate every remaining ruin in his vicinity. Meanwhile, the protagonist quietly apologizes to the sword at his side. The spirit, puzzled, inquires about his sudden remorse. He explains that in a life-or-death situation, sacrifices must sometimes be made. As Burgelda emerged from the molten lava, a triumphant smile spread across her face. She had just obliterated the last remaining piece of stone, declaring that everything was now clear. Cirrus glanced at her sword, a sense of determination in her voice, as she warned Burgelda that she would have to endure this. Gathering her energy, Burgelda's massive form began to glow with an intense light, signaling her preparation for a final, devastating attack. The lava around them surged with heat, hotter than ever, causing even the rocks to melt under its fury. The protagonist knows she's approaching. With determination, she dives through the molten waves toward him as he raises his sword, declaring that the time has come. He focuses on the marked point and, just as Burgelda charges from behind, he hurls the sword with all his might. The blade pierces the stone, trembling slightly as the sword spirit begins to speak. Now I understand why you apologized. The marked zones activate, but since it isn't Burgelda herself who touches them, they only trigger for half a second. In that fleeting moment, as the timer hits 0.1, she rises from the lava. As she breaks through the surface, her eyes widen in shock. Right before her is a glowing mark, its brilliance captivating yet bewildering. She struggles to comprehend its presence, but it's too late. Circles begin to appear all over her body. In that instant, the protagonist reveals that the 4 markings have formed a cross, with this final one positioned directly at the center. The full body marker has now been activated. A radiant energy envelops her entire body as he merges with her through their connection. With a powerful swing, he delivers a flawless strike, channeling all his strength into the blow. Burgelda screams for him to release her, but there are still 60 seconds remaining. Cirrus remains undeterred. His hand crashes against her back, shattering her armor into fragments. He is an unstoppable warrior, showing no mercy to his foes. Outside, the dragon roars in agony. Burgelda can hardly believe that a mere human has pierced her back armor. Soldiers on the ground erupt in cheers, shouting encouragement. "Let's go, everyone!" The dragon scales are cracking, and victory is within reach. Vivi, exhausted but determined, nods and replies, "Yes, just a little more. The dragon will fall soon." Simultaneously, the armor on Burgelda's forehead shatters. Cirrus is unyielding, striking her thigh next and breaking through yet another section. Burgelda cries out, declaring that she no longer wishes to eat him. She's had enough. With a roar of pain, she pushes him away, her massive dragon form trembling from the impact. The city erupts in celebration. "Come on, everyone. The dragon's giving its final cry. This is our chance. Give it everything you got." As Burgelda shoves the protagonist away, she growls in frustration. "I'm sick of you." With that, she opens her mouth and spits him out. He crashes to the ground, sword in hand, utterly drained, right before the eyes of the cheering crowd. The soldiers stand in stunned silence. "Cirrus, you're still alive?" Burgelda ascends into the air, but her magic remains nullified for another 44 seconds. Panic ensues as everyone rushes to defeat her before she regains her strength. If they fail now, all their hard work will be for nothing. Cirrus recalls her flight magic. Once her power returns, she'll be able to soar away, far beyond their grasp. The soldiers unleash a barrage of attacks, but none find their mark. In a frantic bid to gain the upper hand, they scramble for higher ground, determined to stop her before she escapes. Burgelda, seething with rage, can hardly believe that a single human has pushed her into such a corner. Just then, Cirrus steps forward, placing a hand on one of the soldiers' shoulders. "I have a better idea," he suggests, his voice steady amidst the chaos. Meanwhile, the Driveness flits through the air, grappling with an unsettling sensation in her body, wondering when it will finally subside. Her magic refuses to activate, and it feels utterly wrong. A burly soldier glances at Cirrus and asks, "Are you sure about this, man? I can't promise you'll make it out alive." Cirrus responds with unwavering determination, "Just do it. We're out of time." With only 28 seconds remaining, the soldier braces himself, ready to launch him into the unknown. High above, Bergelda lets out a sigh of relief. At this distance, there's no way he can reach me. I just need to wait a few more seconds for my power to be restored. But down below, the soldier's frustration boils over as he slams his fist into a rock, launching the protagonist upward like a projectile aimed directly at her. Cirrus glides beneath her massive wings when suddenly she senses a presence. He's there, shouting as he leaps off the rock, now inches from her face, declaring that today she won't escape. With just 10 seconds left, he delivers another strike to her head, commanding her to return to the ground. You can sense that this slash is different from before. It's actually inflicting real damage. Bergelda certainly felt it as she crashes down, her massive form slamming into the earth. Gasps fill the air as everyone realizes the dragon has fallen, and they begin to move in. At least she landed on her wing, which means, in theory, she shouldn't be able to fly anymore. She had 6 seconds left without magic, and the entire army loomed before her, their excitement palpable as they closed in. But then, the nullification reached 0. Bergelda lifted her head, a smirk playing on her lips as she taunted them. "You fools! Do you really think you can defeat me just because my scales are gone?" With a fierce determination, she raised her head high and activated Requiem of the Soul. Everyone feels the pressure, covering their ears as Vive writhes in agony. Good God! She senses something strange. Her eyes roll back, and it feels as if her very soul is leaving her body. Even poor Sura watches helplessly as he feels his own essence begin to slip away. Fortunately for him, the giant sword spirit is there to keep him anchored. Jesus! When that kid's in spirit form, his existence seems far more vibrant than ours. The beast declares that she won't let him fall, forcefully pushing him back into his body. Meanwhile, Bergelda is consuming the souls of everyone around her, proclaiming that they will all become her next meal. As she feasts, she realizes she needs even more souls to fully regain her strength, and with that, she expands the soul-sinning field, casting a dark shadow over all who remain. The entire city is engulfed in chaos as the knights begin to collapse one by one. Can realizes just how powerful Ms. Bergelga truly is. Even Athoth and Daphne succumb to her overwhelming force. The priestesses, Satyr, Yugnan, stand a chance against her might. The gluttonous entity is mercilessly drawing every soul to her. With a chilling calmness, she opens one eye and declares that their problem is solved. Cirrus surveys the scene, his heart sinking as he sees all the heroes lying defeated. Bergelga sneers. "Impressive, really. I couldn't devour you." Confused, he asks what she means. With a smirk, she replies, "Oh, it's simple. I devoured everyone else's souls. There were so many that it will take me a while to digest them all, but it's more than enough to restore the scales you destroyed." Lucky for them, the city was bustling with people. Now, they all reside within her. Cirrus snaps, "I'll make you spit everyone back out. You don't have those scales anymore, so I'm going to finish you quickly." Bergelga interjects, "Stop being foolish. If she dies, the souls inside her will vanish as well." Cirrus contemplates his dire situation. If he kills her, everyone perishes. Yet, if he spares her, she will continue to consume the souls of the innocent. He feels trapped in an impossible dilemma. Bergelga, sensing his struggle, proposes a twisted solution. "How about this? I'll feast on you alone and spare everyone else." Cirrus, not one to be easily deceived, shakes his head firmly. "I refuse. Don't you realize that once you recover by consuming me, you'll end up devouring everyone?" The monster laughs, revealing that this was clearly her plan all along. Just then, the old system chimes in, mocking him. He had hoped for something beneficial, but it turns out the Path of Heaven ability that activated hasn't completed yet, leaving him unable to draw another card. Suddenly, Bergelga interrupts, questioning why he is even here. "Stop that!" Cirrus exclaimed, a mix of agony and confusion swirling within him. "What the hell? Why is this madwoman talking to herself?" Suddenly, Bergelga's eye glowed a fierce red. Had she been taken over by Azathoth? To Cirrus's shock, she called out his name. He recognized it instantly. Azathoth had indeed possessed her. Cirrus was already impressed by Bergelga's strength, but this revelation pushed his astonishment to new heights. The next chapter begins with a solitary stump and a confident grin. The flames, infused with her power, have become even more deadly. Without a moment's hesitation, she exhales, unleashing a torrent that devastates the entire battlefield. Cirrus narrowly evades the brunt of the explosion, but the flames surge outward with such ferocity that he finds himself on the brink of being engulfed. The energy surges toward him, but he manages to swing his sword in defiance. However, even the smoke alone sears one of his eyes. He quickly turns, slashing behind him, but another blast strikes his chest, sending him crashing against the rocks. The poor guy is tossed around helplessly, enduring a brutal beating. He wonders how he's supposed to dodge when he can't even see, especially with attacks coming from every direction. Just then, Bergelga's massive hand swings toward him. Suddenly, the sword activates a strange resonance, urging him to feel it. Ah, it's resonating! Even with his eyes closed, he can now see through the blade's vision. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he narrowly evades her incoming strike, landing gracefully on his feet. Just as he regains his balance, Bergelga conjures another attack, a smirk playing on her lips. Since you enjoy dodging so much, here's another one for you. Flames erupt behind him, forcing the protagonist to retreat. But then, just as suddenly as they appeared, the fire ceases. Bergelga notices it immediately. Damn it, that spell hasn't recharged yet, she muttered, frustration lacing her voice. After using the flames twice, they were already depleted. Azathoth smiled mockingly at her, calling her useless and insisting she complete the absorption of the souls to regain her strength. Without hesitation, Bergelga complied. Yet inside her, she was struggling, overwhelmed by the thought of absorbing thousands of souls at once. This is too much, she whispered to herself, feeling the weight of the task ahead. It's an unyielding surge of energy, one that can be disrupted even for a moment. Yet, she reassures Azathoth that she will give it her all. As the scene zooms in on her head, the glowing mark on her back becomes visible. Meanwhile, outside, Cirrus begins to grasp the gravity of the situation. That curse Azathoth has seized control of Bergelga's body, slowly regaining strength by feasting on souls. The longer this drags on, the worse it will become. He resolves, I must enter the dragon once more and force that mark upon it. It's the only way to break her magic. But before he can put his plan into action, another thunderous stomp from Bergelga shakes the earth beneath him. He is thrown backward, enveloped in a cloud of smoke. He crashes against the wall but quickly regains his footing. Determined, he leaps straight toward her mouth. Azathoth scoffs, finding the whole situation absurd. Does he really think I'm unaware of his plan? With a smirk, she unleashes another torrent of flames, declaring that she can already sense the magical disturbance and knows exactly what he's attempting. That's why I saved this energy, Cirrus declared, his voice steady despite the chaos around him. Now that you're Midir, there's no escaping. You'll be burned to ashes and devoured. As the dragon Azathoth unleashed a torrent of flames, Cirrus shouted in frustration. At this rate, I'll be roasted alive. With determination, he seized control, hurling the sword directly into the dragon's gaping maw. As the flames subside, Cirrus crashes to the ground. Yet the sword continues its relentless path, plunging deep into the dragon's throat. The sword's spirit inquires if its master can perceive what it sees, to which Cirrus replies affirmatively. In that moment, his vision seems to divide, one perspective through his own eyes, the other through the sword itself. Azathoth lunges forward, ready to strike again. With one eye injured, Cirrus struggles to maintain his balance. He's sent sprawling as the ground trembles beneath her powerful blows. Inside, Bergelga fights to keep the soul absorption spell active, but Azathoth's relentless movements are disrupting the barrier. With each tremor, the task becomes increasingly difficult. That's when the sword materializes behind her, nearly slicing her hand. Bergelga gasps, realizing that the wretched human didn't enter the fray himself. He threw his weapon instead. The boy is attempting to control the sword remotely, trying to push her back into that glowing mark once more. She scoffs, thinking to herself that if he believes he can manipulate the sword while battling Azathoth, he is sorely underestimating her. To handle him, she confidently declares that one hand is more than sufficient. With a swift motion, she swings at the weapon, but the sword executes a sharp maneuver, skimming across the lava surface before shooting upward. Undeterred, Bergelga takes control of the lava, commanding it to surge toward the blade and slamming it down into the ground. She laughs, tauntingly remarking that those moves are truly pathetic. Finding an opening was effortless, and at last this human would realize the futility of his actions. It was all coming to an end. But just then, the protagonist issued a command. The sword's spirit erupted from its weapon form, launching itself at Bergelga and forcing her back. The fool stood there, utterly stunned. She never imagined that the sword possessed a spirit, and now she finds herself on the brink of falling. But wait, she doesn't fall. Instead, she floats effortlessly in midair. Cirrus is bewildered, until he realizes she's wrapped her tail around a boulder. The chaos unleashed by Azathoth's violence has shaken the rocks into a precarious pile, providing her with something to hold on to. Outside, Cirrus narrowly avoids another strike as Azathoth swings her tail wildly, taunting him to stay focused in such a fierce battle. Meanwhile, the spirit of the sword apologizes to her master, admitting that she can't push herself any further. In that instant, Brigelda channels a spell into her hand, unleashing a powerful blast that sends the spirit spiraling away, trapping her within a sphere brimming with souls. A triumphant grin spreads across Brigelda's face as she declares it perfect. Now the spirit will serve as nourishment for her. But within that swirling sphere, a figure emerges, catching the sword with ease. Surrounded by the very girls whose powers Cirrus had once wielded, she stands ready to confront the darkness. Strangely, they all radiate a golden light, a mix of confusion and unity. Outside, amidst the swirling smoke, Cirrus reassures them that he's fine. The distance to the mark is nearly closed. He urges them to leave the rest to him. In an instant, he charges forward with all his might, crashing into the dragon's side and sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Inside, the pile of rocks shifts ominously toward Brigelda. She attempts to move, but it's too late. The debris slams into Ima as Azathoth unleashes the force of the rock. Cirrus quickly activates nullification, even as Ima pleads with him not to. But it's too late. Duration of nullification, 10 minutes. With that, the circle imprisoning all the souls shatters, releasing a surge of chaotic energy. Startled, Azathoth demands to know what's happening as she is compelled to release the souls. They surge forth, returning to the city and re-entering their bodies. In a fit of rage, Azathoth seizes Brigelda by the neck, her fury palpable. "How could you be so useless," she hisses, "that you couldn't even manage a handful of human souls?" Brigelda offers a heartfelt apology, explaining that she did her best, but with her body in ruins and energy depleted, it became unbearable. She reassures them that they have at least a day before everyone awakens, giving them a chance to escape. Once her scales heal, she vows they will seek revenge. However, Azathoth, casting a stern gaze upon her, reminds her that she too is a soul. It's evident that she intends to absorb Brigelda. Desperately, Brigelda pleads for her to stop, but her form starts to unravel as Azathoth commands her to surrender her body. The system alerts the protagonist that the target has been eliminated and the dragon before him begins to dissolve. Yet, something feels amiss. The sword spirit has not returned. Did that truly destroy her? There's no way the artist would simply kill off the dragon like that. She has to join the main cast. It's impossible otherwise. Yet, Sirius finds himself more preoccupied with the sword. It should be nearby. Suddenly, he senses something unusual. When he looks up, he sees her, Brigelda, floating in the air with a serene smile. He's bewildered. Why is she here? The system indicated she was eliminated. Then, a chilling realization washes over him. Something is terribly wrong. Just by looking at her face, he can see that the damn Azathoth is inside her. He wonders what she's doing in there, but before he can process it further, she opens her mouth and unleashes another torrent of flames directly at him. The protagonist swiftly dodges, sprinting behind a rock as he grapples with the unsettling reality that Azathoth somehow absorbed the dragon girl's powers. It seems the poor dragon has been completely consumed. Now she stands before him, poised to unleash a powerful kick. Honestly, I preferred her when she was still a dragon. The artist truly ignited something within the people. The protagonist crosses his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself, but the blow lands squarely, shattering the dungeon's ceiling above him before he crashes to the ground. Just as he struggles to catch his breath, Azathoth brings her foot down hard on his chest, pinning him mercilessly. She mocks him, taunting that after all this time, his power has barely improved. The poor guy struggles to push her foot off, but he lacks the strength. With a smirk, she calls him an idiot, pointing out that he doesn't even know how to harness the power he was given. In just 1 month, she had ascended to a level of strength beyond human comprehension. She sneers, calling him a fool for not even knowing how to command his own harem. Even if those rules existed, you should have realized the need to constantly grow stronger. If you had, you would have reached the pinnacle of the world in no time. Saris retorts that this is precisely why the system chose to abandon her. Azathoth responds, perhaps, but the outcome is already decided. She starts to conjure a massive sphere of energy, taunting him that he's the one beneath her foot and that destruction is imminent. The energy swells, resembling a colossal Genki Dama, as she bids him farewell. Suddenly, something strikes her from behind. It's the Sword of Judgment, landing right in front of our hero. Unfortunately, it appears to have done no damage, and Azathoth erupts into laughter. With a heartfelt goodbye, she launches her attack. In that fleeting moment, the sword spirit bestows a gentle kiss on Cyrus's cheek, granting him a remarkable power boost of 2,000. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly deflects her strike, managing to knock her foot aside just as the sword grazes her arm. Cyrus then slides back, retreating strategically, leaving Azathoth looking utterly bewildered. The sword spirit offers an apology for the delay, but reassures everyone that she's successfully gathered the entire crew. As Cyrus turns around, he's greeted by the sight of his friends' over 600 kilos of pure, unstoppable energy. Bella places her hands on her hips and demands an explanation for how all these girls are aware of his special magic. Without missing a beat, Yug interjects, insisting that she was the first to discover it and that she cares the most about his power. She's there to help him fight. Satyr, clearly annoyed, remarks that she's nothing like Yug. She's only joined the battle because she heard that if the dragon isn't defeated, her soul will return to her body, and that's why she decided to assist. The saint, calm and radiant, responds that she's on a mission. Even in her soul form, she can wield purification magic, and healing his wounds is her duty. Daphne, now exuding an even greater sense of maturity, declares that her unfinished battle with the vampire in the city keeps her from dying here. That's the sole reason she's lending him her aid once more. Just then, another attack hurtles towards Cyrus. Just in time, Bella emerges and strikes Azathoth from behind. His agility skyrockets by an astonishing 4,120%, and the ensuing explosion reverberates throughout the cavern. Smoke billows in every direction, obscuring the scene, and Azathoth finds himself momentarily bewildered. The boy has vanished without a trace. Yet, as he scans the chaos, a realization dawns on him. The attack hadn't landed fully. There's no way a mere human could possess such speed. But it's too late. Cyrus is already at her side, swinging his blade horizontally. Unfortunately, Azathoth swiftly extends her arm, blocking the strike. A smirk crosses her face as she taunts him, finding it amusing that he believes he could land the sneak attack. With a flick of her wrist, she begins to form another energy sphere, her voice dripping with disdain as she declares that humans are far too arrogant. In that moment, the sword spirit's essence brushes against Cyrus, assuring him that she is there to aid him. Suddenly, Azathoth unleashes a colossal strike, sending Cyrus hurtling backward. Yet, he plants his feet firmly, summoning every ounce of his strength to counterattack, successfully deflecting her arm. Azathoth stares in disbelief. A scratch marred her flawless skin. How could this be possible? Her magic continues to swell, and she shouts that the boy will perish here. Yet Cyrus suddenly realizes that his attacks are finally inflicting genuine damage. However, he knows this level of power still falls short. In that tense moment, Yug leans in close and whispers in his ear that she had kept her distance for a reason. She was meant to be an ally. But before he can process her words, he feels a sharp bite pierce his neck. Dizzy and disoriented, Cyrus struggles to regain his footing as Azathoth begins to conjure a massive sphere of fire. The poor boy, a figure of relentless suffering, is someone no one would ever wish to trade places with. Yet, amidst the pain, something remarkable happens. His strength intensifies and his attack power surges by an astonishing 16,000. He seizes his sword once more, slashing directly at Azathoth. The blade slices through the energy sphere, cutting deep into her palm. Azathoth stares in disbelief. How is this human managing to pierce dragon scales? Meanwhile, Yug beams with pride, convinced that no one can empower her master better than she can. It's precisely because she knows him so well that the strength she grants him becomes the most potent of all. Azathoth's body surges with power as she strikes Cyrus's sword with a fierce blow, sending a cloud of smoke billowing behind him. Confusion washes over her. How did he block her strike once more? I'm so close, she thinks, pouring everything she has into this fight. So why is he still smiling? Her anger ignites at the sight of his smug grin. "Stop acting so confident and underestimating me," she shouts. With that, her next punch connects solidly with his blade, striking just behind his head. The impact sends him crashing back against the wall, a shower of debris exploding around him. Azathoth surveys the wreckage, a grim satisfaction settling over her. She finally struck him directly. No matter how much he smiles, with his face in ruins, this is the end for him. The girls begin to call out to the protagonist, their voices filled with concern. He's in terrible shape, but if he's broken, what he needs now is healing. From beyond the physical realm, the saint channels a powerful spell of body restoration. A gentle smile graces her lips as she revels in the freedom of her spiritual form, making her task all the easier. "You'll be fully healed soon," she assures him, and, as if her words hold magic of their own, our boy begins to recover. Azathoth watches the swirling smoke as Ceres reappears, grinning. That punch really packed a punch, he says. Confused, Azathoth wonders how Ceres remains unscathed. Sensing his disbelief, Azathoth starts to lose her composure, gathering a massive orb of energy before her mouth. With determination, she raises her head and unleashes streaks of purple lightning that crackle and expand violently around her. Ceres quickly realizes that this attack is unlike anything he's faced before. It's on a level far beyond the previous assaults. He knows he'll need significantly more power to counter it. Just then, Satyr seizes him by the face, and in an instant, he's blasted apart once more. A bonus of 10,500 power materializes, and Yug chuckles, remarking that it was weak. Suddenly, someone seizes him by the head. Daphne charges in, slamming her shoulder against him, declaring that no human should ever be defeated by a beast. Ceres feels the surge of her energy, and his power skyrockets first to 13,700, then to 16,500. His stats continue to climb relentlessly as he realizes he can no longer hear anything around him. Azathoth completes its charge and unleashes a devastating laser aimed directly at him. In that critical moment, his eyes flash with a brilliant golden light. Gripping his sword tightly, he counters with a massive purple slash that cleaves straight through Azathoth's beam. The strike lands with precision, causing her to stagger in disbelief, muttering to herself that he should have been reduced to countless pieces. He wasn't meant to be this powerful. She collapses to her knees, her armor crumbling around her as her soul begins to detach from her body. In a hushed voice, she vows that she cannot allow herself to be taken. She must return her soul to its vessel. But whether it's Azathoth or the dragon's own consciousness at play remains uncertain. She gazes at the boy, surrounded by the radiant souls of countless women. Confusion washes over her as she realizes he must have employed some form of soul-binding magic to tether them to him. With so many souls in close proximity, his strength swells endlessly. In that moment, she recognizes that Ceres is just like her. Binding souls nearby is a technique she herself had uncovered thousands of years ago. However, that technique has a critical flaw. Ceres steps forward, his voice steady as he declares, "In that last attack of yours, you exhausted all your magic, didn't you? This is the end, Azathoth. It's over." Yet Azathoth merely smiles, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes as he replies, "I don't think so." The true danger of soul chains lies in their vulnerability. If all the links tied to the caster are severed, the spell's creator will be left defenseless and collapse for 10 seconds. This is a secret known only to him, a man with centuries of experience. As he prepares for one final transformation, he declares that even without his magic, he still possesses the formidable body of the great dragon Bergelga. As the dragon's head begins to take shape, he declares that her teeth alone can sever those connections. In an instant, the girls are hurled backward as he lunges forward, resembling a fierce shark from a Hot Wheels track. With a sly smile, she bids farewell and snaps her jaw shut, swallowing Ceres whole. Yug and the others scream in panic, convinced that he's about to die. As Azathoth steps forward to deliver the final blow, he declares that with the boy paralyzed, it's all over. He intends to kill him and reclaim his body once and for all. But just then, Ceres seizes Azathoth's arm, causing him to freeze in confusion. What's happening? If the soul-binding spell was effective, he should be immobilized for 10 seconds. So why is Ceres still moving? Ceres twists his arm, eliciting a cry of pain from Azathoth. Drawing his sword, he declares that the bastard has frightened his companions enough. With a fierce swing, he unleashes a powerful slash, tearing through the air and severing the dragon's head. The ground shatters beneath them, and the girls instinctively shield their faces from the ensuing shockwave. Bella peers through the swirling dust, her vision obscured by thick smoke. The landscape before her has been cleaved in two, as if struck by an unimaginable force power far beyond what any warrior of her rank could wield. As the smoke begins to clear, she sees the dragon's body, grotesquely severed down the middle. Azathoth's voice, faint and trembling, breaks the silence, questioning the nature of this soul technique. The chain shouldn't have been breakable, so why did he fall unconscious? Ceres glances at her, puzzled. "What are you talking about? I have no idea what spell you mean. I never bound anyone. If they're by my side, it's because they want to be." His confidence radiates a certain charm. Azathoth closes her eyes, a realization dawning upon her. "I understand now." At last, she understands why the system couldn't return. With that revelation, Azathoth is erased from existence. Our protagonist's body begins to purge the last remnants of corruption. Before him lies a dragon egg, unmistakably belonging to Bergelga. A month later, the scene transitions to a guild meeting. Sphinx, the leader and guild president, slams his hand on the table, his voice echoing with urgency. To take down Bergelga, we'll have to destroy the entire base and half the city. He pauses, letting the weight of his words sink in. We've already exhausted the guild's funds and resources. If we don't rebuild soon, we'll be forced to disband. His frustration boils over as he pounds the table again, turning to Charlton with fierce intensity. I need a solution, and I need it now. The chubby guy is completely at a loss while chaos unfolds around him. Meanwhile, the protagonist is at home, blissfully unaware of the turmoil. A small Bergelga playfully nips at his head, and Bella brings him a plate of food. It's a stark contrast to the chaos outside.
Just when it seems it can't get any more charming, remember to like this video to help Shadow Ascension create more engaging content. And don't forget to ring that cheeky bell.